using reports I was receiving from Section M11. They reported that kobold defenses were fracturing due to some fires spreading through the kobold encampment. No one knew what was causing it, but they were requesting permission to take advantage of the situation. While the command tent seemed quiet, everyone was still receiving and dealing with communiques from their assigned forces. There wasn't a soldier in the room who wasn't able to handle the complicated multitasking required to hold multiple conversations. So, reports were still coming in by the dozen, and each one had to be dealt with. Just because the kobolds retreated didn't mean their jobs were over. Commander Dahl frowned in thought, before asking hesitantly, "So, you're thinking Lord Walker perished in the event? Possibly as a result of some ritual-casting mistake he caused. With the amount of power involved, who knows what the kobolds were up to?" Almost as if the world were mocking him, one of the commanders stepped forward and reported excitedly, "Commander Dahl, I just received a report of Lord Walker emerging from the essence disturbance. We can't confirm it through scrying, but one of the search teams reported seeing him walk out of the aftermath." Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Commander Dahl ordered, "Have him report here immediately. I want to know what he saw, and, more importantly, how he survived whatever it was that the kobolds just did. Whatever that kobold ritual was supposed to do, he must have interfered with it. I want to know exactly what happened. We need to know what we're dealing with." The entire room nodded in agreement, terrified at the thought of what the kobolds' strange ritual magic might be capable of. Nero walked along as if he were in a fugue, his brain refusing to work right. While he wasn't feeling giddy anymore, or having trouble thinking, he was having trouble feeling present. It was like everything happening to him was slightly muted. In a way, it was almost refreshing. He had no trouble keeping pace with the group as they made their way through the Dorchester forces on their way to the command tent. His odd mental perspective allowed him to analyze everything he saw on the way with a clear and objective perspective. When he saw some people using telekinesis to load wagons with kobold corpses, he easily interpreted it in a way he'd never thought of before. Instead of seeing the soldiers as being lazy, he realized that they were the ones using the situation to train their minds.
While he had learned from experience that it was easier to use physical labor to do things than it was to use mental techniques or abilities, he hadn't really internalized that knowledge. It wasn't surprising, as it contradicted everything he'd learned from fantasy novels and popular media. For some reason, it was now so obvious to him that he could no longer ignore it. Abilities and essence techniques took work, while just physically doing stuff was easy. He also noticed other oddities that he usually would have ignored or misinterpreted, like the fact that everyone was disturbingly sparkling clean while wearing ruined armor. While it should have looked quite odd to him, he instead easily interpreted it as a result of cleaning and healing spells being so ingrained into the soldiers' daily lives. Looking around, he noted that this was what the aftermath of a fantasy battle should look like.
Cooks pulling out food from their personal space while setting up tables brought up thoughts on how people probably prepared meals somewhere else before transferring them to forward positions for eating. Wagons being pulled by people instead of animals no longer looked stupid to him. Instead, he realized the practicality of not bothering with the unnecessary hassle of beasts of burden. Everywhere he looked, he saw situations that would have normally caused his brain to misfire due to cultural dissonance, looking positively normal to him. While he knew he should be preparing what he was going to say to the commanders, he instead couldn't stop himself from looking at the world with what felt like new eyes. Staring down at his pale, semi-withered hands, he frowned at the lack of any strong feelings about being so physically changed after his ordeal.
Shouldn't I be freaking out a bit more about this? He wondered, before realizing that even the question itself didn't seem to worry him all that much. Glancing over at his friend, Nero noted Nick's subdued smile. He must have been really worried about me. He is just happy that I'm alive. I shouldn't have assumed he was just interested in what I did to the kobolds. He really is a good friend, he noted absently. Looking around to the rest of the group, he reached out with his senses and tested their essence fields. Kathleen felt worried but determined. Captain Angleton felt proud and defiant. Sergeant Blackwood felt resigned, maybe? Even the former assassin's emotions felt like they were being broadcast across the ether. The man felt like he was shouting his zealotry to the heavens, just begging for someone to give him the opportunity to prove his loyalty. What the hell did I do to deserve that kind of blind devotion? He wondered.
Suddenly he realized that what he was feeling was awfully similar to what he felt like when he was floating and moving through the void. He wasn't an emotionless robot or anything, but he didn't exactly feel things in the way a normal person would. The answer to his unasked question seemed to pop into his head. It's 'cause my body is practically dead at the moment. I'm not feeling any hormones or other physical crap. I bet my dopamine levels are all bottomed out or something, he noted analytically. Huh. Weird, he muttered. Nick looked over at him and asked, "You all right, Nero?" Glancing over at him, Nero replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I just realized how much having a healthy body affects the mind." Seemingly eager to talk, Nick said quietly, "Of course it does. Everything is connected. In your case, your soul is acting as the central pillar of your identity. Both your mind and body are a reflection of your soul's presence on this plane. Like I've told you before, your soul is slowly adapting your body and mind into what it defines as you. You don't have to worry. With some good food and a great deal of rest, you'll be back to normal in no time." Nero nodded in acceptance of Nick's hypothesis. What he was saying fit with what he was feeling, so he didn't disagree. Taking advantage of his current mental clarity, Nero kept up his observations and interpretations of everything he was seeing. He felt like it would be a waste to let this chance pass him by. Normally, he felt like he had to ignore half of what he was seeing just so he didn't lose his mind. He started noticing the differences between the tabards he was seeing, quickly assigning ranks and unit designations to things he'd never paid attention to before. Seeing tents being put up by soldiers helped him conceptualize how the army operated and why they did the strange things they did. Abilities and spells he'd never noticed became sources of information that he had no trouble mining for deeper cultural meanings. It was a heady and wonderful feeling to not be bogged down by his preconceptions. Is this what it feels like to think with my soul rather than my brain? Wasn't there a term for having trouble understanding things outside your neural programming? Mental elasticity or something? I bet there are some papers or studies on the link network I could look up, he thought to himself. The thought of the link caused his mental process to stumble. Why haven't I been taking advantage of the link? Am I still hung up on the fact that it feels like mind control? Do I have some mental trauma I've been ignoring or something? Why can't I look at it like the fantasy equivalent of the internet? Am I afraid of falling into old habits, maybe? Wasting all my time on cat videos and video blogs of people building wood cabins in the middle of nowhere? Nero shook his head in wry amusement at the thought of being an emo little bitch. Whatever the reason is, I should just admit that I don't like links and leave it at that. I'll either learn to like them or I won't. Stressing about it is just pointless. While Nero was on his personal mental journey through his neuroses, the group finally arrived at the command tent. The two guards at the entrance gestured to the entire group to enter the tent the moment they saw Captain Angleton. Rather than wonder why they were bothering to guard the tent at all, Nero's newfound mental clarity allowed him to determine that the guards were simply there as gatekeepers and not intended for actual combat. Smiling in pride at finally having one of his many gripes about the military resolved, Nero nodded to the two guards in thanks before following the rest of the group into the tent.
Is this what it feels like to not have cultural preconceptions? It's nice and all, but kind of boring. Nothing's pissed me off, and I haven't had anything to complain about in forever, he calmly observed, before looking around the command tent with interest. Nero noted how busy everyone looked, while wondering why there was so little communication going on. Oh, right. They are probably just talking to each other and whoever they are in charge of over the communication webs they've set up. That makes sense. Commander Dahl caught Nero's attention as the man stomped forward, his entire posture portraying his attempt to be intimidating. Glaring at Captain Angleton, the commander ordered, "You can wait for me outside. I'll deal with you and your unit when I'm finished." Turning to Nero, he looked down and practically sneered. "Now, Lord Walker, while I appreciate your help during the battle, I'd like to respectfully ask what you were thinking when you charged into the kobold encampment on your own and disrupted our counterattack." Nero didn't even blink, his mind furiously processing all the little nuances of the interaction he'd just witnessed. The commander seemed incredibly upset with Captain Angleton for some reason. Whether it was due to the captain following along with Kathleen's command or something else, he couldn't be sure. But what he was sure about was that the commander was pissed about Nero's actions and was looking for an excuse to assign blame. Over what, he had no idea. Deciding to play it safe, Nero began to reply. "Well, Commander, I was thinking that—" Nero paused what he was going to say as he felt the essence in the room beginning to vibrate. Turning around, he raised an eyebrow in surprise as the evaluators appeared out of nowhere. Had they been standing there the whole time? He wondered. Suddenly, the secret of their invisibility became obvious to him. They weren't actually invisible at all. They never had been. They were just muting their presence in the ether to such an extent that they were background noise. Whipping his head around, he stared at Kathleen in amazement. Memories of all their interactions flittered through his head as he recalled her doing the exact same thing to him. Then, flashes of Rose seeming to vanish into the background came to mind as he remembered her doing it to him as well. "Huh. So that's how you do it," he muttered, before tweaking his essence field into projecting the fantasy equivalent of a "don't pay attention to me, I'm not even here" field. Nero felt his presence mute, feeding more and more mental energy into the technique, until he stopped feeling the resonance of other people's attention on him. Most people were easy to deceive, but the evaluators were a pain in the ass. It took way more effort than he thought it would, but he had to admit the results were remarkable. Scholar Idrius dropped her jaw and said, "Did he just copy our essence shielding technique?" The commander replied harshly, "Did who just— Wait, where is Lord Walker?" Nick started laughing out loud, calling all sorts of attention to himself before holding up his hand in apology while continuing to giggle behind a fist. Nero felt the strain on his mind and decided to let go of the technique, coming back into other people's perception fields as if he'd always been there. "Sorry about that. I just wanted to see if I could do it. That technique is weird but effective. It's like pretending so hard that you're the dullest person in the room, until everyone else just agrees with you and stops caring that you're there. Henceforth, I shall declare it the wallflower. Does it work on scrying, too? Or does that technique trump it?" Nero asked calmly, but with a hint of interest. While everyone stared at him in astonishment, Academian Quincy replied, "Lord Walker, perhaps we can discuss that at a later time. Right now, we should probably clear up the misunderstanding around the essence disturbance you caused." Jumping on the opportunity, Commander Dahl's harsh voice rang out. "So, it was you. Did you at least record the ritual you interrupted? Or were you too busy playing hero to acquire any intelligence?" Nero looked over at the man, his confusion evident on his face. "I have no idea what you're talking about. What ritual?" Fuming, the commander replied, "The kobold ritual you interrupted that nearly brought down the entire building."
Do you have any idea what could have happened if we hadn't gotten so lucky?
You could have wiped out the entire expeditionary force." While Nero was currently incapable of his usual scathing wordplay, Academian Quincy was not. With a tone full of mockery and contempt, he replied, "Lord Walker didn't interrupt a ritual, or whatever other nonsense you've incorrectly assumed. The essence disturbance was caused by a singular spell, on par with a tactical group spell from a team of level 70 war mages. I'd recommend watching your tone and thinking before you speak. While you are currently out of contact with Dorchester Command due to the ethereal interference, we are not. You should expect word of your coming tribunal to reach you soon. Therefore, I suggest you focus on your defense, rather than Lord Walker's methods in achieving an overwhelming victory over the enemy." Nero currently had absolutely no idea what Academian Quincy was talking about, but he decided to go with it. Turning back to the commander, he offered the man a blank stare, daring him to say something. Unfortunately, the moment was ruined by the essence in the room going all wobbly again. Turning around to stare at the disturbance, Nero noticed that, aside from him, very few people noticed what was happening. The evaluators all straightened up in anticipation of something, while a few people along the sides who were dressed in mage robes did the same. Nick, of course, also noticed, as Nero felt the man's essence field tense up in worry. A golden flash filled the room as Archmage Jennings and several other people Nero didn't recognize appeared. While Archmage Jennings muttered something about the essence being particularly divergent or something, Nero's attention was locked onto the giant of the man standing next to him. All the soldiers in the room snapped to attention, saluting with a fist to their chest while their eyes bulged out of their sockets. Commander Dahl handled the giant man's arrival particularly poorly. Nero couldn't help but feel the commander's essence field shaking in fear and panic as he muttered, "Grandmaster Lancel!" Stepping forward, the Grandmaster's presence swept over the room like a storm, battering everyone's essence fields like turbulent ocean waves assaulting a coast. "Commander Dahl, you have been charged with violating the Knight's Code. What do you have to say for yourself, boy?" Stuttering in confusion, Commander Dahl weakly replied, "What? Sir, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I haven't been charged with anything. I mean, I haven't done anything to merit such a charge. I just won a decisive battle. There must be some sort of misunderstanding." The Grandmaster's presence held the room so strongly that no one was able to say a word. Nero, however, seemed unaffected. With interest, he reached out with his essence field and tried to understand what was happening. From what he could see, it was like the giant man's essence field was pushing down on the individual essence fields of everyone else, completely ignoring the essence in the ether. It was like a directed effect on their identities. Nero couldn't even call it a technique. It was more like the giant man was so much more real than everyone in the room that everyone else felt like background actors. Had Nero not been currently under his weird state of mind, he would have probably found it incredibly intimidating. Or possibly insulting. Probably even annoying. The Grandmaster stepped forward slowly, approaching and subsequently invading Commander Dahl's personal space. "Oh, I'm sure you'll hear about it soon. I'm currently having the investigators pore over the records of all command decisions that have been made in the past year. They've already discovered enough evidence to have in front of a tribunal for your actions. But don't worry, you won't be alone." Archmage Jennings, seemingly unhappy with being ignored, stepped forward and flared his presence as well. "The Grandmaster was eager to come see you in person. Rarely has a Knight of Dorchester shamed his order so badly that it required his presence to sort it out. I believe there hasn't been a reckoning of this magnitude in centuries. If ever," the Archmage declared mockingly. The Grandmaster turned his head to stare at Captain Angleton, noting how the captain was standing proudly at attention, his right hand firmly planted on his chest, with a stoic look on his face.
The Grand Master couldn't stop himself from smiling slightly in approval. "I remember seeing you in the training yards. You have grown into a credit to the Order. I want to thank you for your courage and dedication to the Code."
"If it weren't for knights like you, I'd never have known how far the Order has fallen," declared Grandmaster Lancel.
Not moving an inch, Captain Angleton replied, "I did nothing more than duty demanded, sir." The Grand Master's stoic face cracked even further into a smile before he asked, "And I hear that you have formally requested to have your rank dismissed and your oath to Dorchester vacated so that you may join the personal forces of Lord Walker. Is that right?" Nero's head snapped around, the surprise at what he was hearing almost enough to knock him out of his current headspace. "Say what now?" he thought in confusion. "That's correct, sir. After witnessing Lord Walker defy orders and earn the loyalty of so many through his noble actions, events have given me no choice. When others buckled under the pressure, he rose up to face them. When he saw the injustice of our coming doom, he took it upon himself to defy our ill-planned fate." Even when he wasn't on the front lines, his actions saved countless lives by healing and resuscitating soldiers by the hundreds. And when the siege worms appeared and all hope seemed lost, he personally charged forward to end the threat to our troops. His magics and tactics turned the tide of the battle, sacrificing himself for the safety of those around him. He has proven to me and many others that he is the Knight's Code made manifest. I have chosen to serve him along with many others, and whether it is as a deserter or an adherent, it does not matter. I will follow him, Captain Angleton declared proudly, his strong voice nearly shaking the ether with its intensity. Nero could feel the captain's determination mixing with the essence fields of Kathleen, Nick, the former assassin, whose name he still couldn't remember, along with Sergeant Blackwood and many others. There was a reinforcing effect that bounced back and forth between them. He might not have noticed if he hadn't been looking for it. Thoroughly stunned by what he was hearing and sensing, Nero had no words. The weird state of being emotionally distant helped maintain the blank look on his face, while his inner turmoil was kept surprisingly subdued. Instead of freaking out as he should have, he instead stood regal and calm in the face of such a blatant misunderstanding of his motivations. Grandmaster Lancel stood tall and proud, his face carved from stone. "Very well. I'll personally see to it that your request is granted, along with any of your troops that choose to follow you. From what I've seen of the battle you just fought, I find myself wishing I was a couple of 100 years younger so I could join you," he said, a sense of longing tinging his voice. Turning to look down at Nero, he said, "Lord Walker, the Archmage was kind enough to show me his personal memory engrams of your battle, and I must say that you have earned your titles and my respect with your actions. While I may not understand exactly what you've done, I can only applaud your creative application of your unique ability and thank you for your aid in the defense of the city. Rest assured, whatever support you need to get back into fighting shape, you shall have. The army of Dorchester will stand with you, and with our support, you can rest assured that the Council of Leadership's charges of war crimes will be dismissed by morning." Nero looked up at the man in confusion before turning to Archmage Jennings and asking curiously, "War crimes? What war crimes?" Chapter 212. Life is like a play. Participation is optional. General Branson felt the tension he'd been carrying in his shoulders finally relax as he listened to the council reacting to his news just as he'd hoped they would. He'd called the emergency meeting they were having the moment he heard about the conclusion of the surface battle against the kobolds. While news of the victory would of course be well received, the details of how that win had happened
were cause for concern. And with the Order's investigators pouring through the Army's records, he needed to take advantage of that concern. Granted, he probably couldn't mitigate all the charges he had coming if the Grand Master decided to involve himself further in the investigations. However, when it came down to it, the Knight's Code was, at its heart, a matter of opinion. Things like honor, integrity, and the separation between the martial and political were all easily defined, while their application was decidedly not. So, in order to muddy the waters, he needed to change the narrative. His recent gambits against Lord Walker could easily be redefined as foresight if he could demonstrate the new noble's existence was a danger to the city.
The close partnership he had with the nobles? That could be easily explained as a check against the powers of the military without oversight. He wasn't allowing spies into the army. He was merely allowing the noble houses to serve their city, while keeping themselves well informed. Grandmaster Lancel was a powerful figure, but he was ultimately just a figurehead. The real power in Dorchester was the Council of Leadership. With their support, they could ensure that aside from losing his position as the city's general, he would come out of this debacle relatively unscathed. In fact, he might even be able to transition his house into a political power rather than a martial one. But careful handling of the situation was a must. Coming out of his thoughts, he looked over to Lord Cosgrove and listened to her rant. "The young man is dangerous. We've known that all along. However, his recent elevation to unique has tied our hands. We can't have him arrested, and we're currently under contract with him through a quest issuance, so we can't banish him." Thinking quickly, she added, "Is there a way we can legally void the contract?" she asked. Lord Bennings rubbed her chin in thought before answering. "Technically, if he did in fact commit a war crime, as General Branson claims, then he has violated the terms and therefore already moot." Lord Volton, whose complete attention was surprisingly here in the now, replied, "Of course he did. If he didn't perform sacrificial magic, then how could he have cast such a powerful spell?" The entire room turned to Mage Adept Newbanks, eager to hear her opinion. She met the room's stares with an uncomfortable look on her face. The matter wasn't nearly as simple as they made it out to be. Powerful people were involved, like Archmage Jennings and the King. They both had plans for Lord Walker's presence in the city, and she was only here in the city to ensure that they progressed as planned. But she couldn't deny the facts. Speaking carefully, she said, "Technically, while Lord Walker did use soul magics to fuel the spell in question, he was not the one to perform the sacrifices. The current theory is that he somehow directly interacted with the soul remnants, which, while conceivable, possible, is currently outside of our understanding. So, I doubt the legal requirements have been met to consider it a war crime." Lord Bennings replied quickly, "There is nothing in the war accords to make such a distinction. It is the use of soul magics to empower spells that is illegal. The physical act of making the sacrifices is merely implied, technically." Slamming his hand down on his desk, Lord Peyton snarled, "See? There you have it. We can use that to get him out of our city." "We cannot risk him destabilizing the local essence flows any further than he already has." That was the crux of the issue. The nobles in this room knew how much the city would stand to gain after the ether finally stabilized. They'd all looked at the records of how Dorchester fared back before the rebellion, and they were eager to see that level of development come again. Even if they had to abandon the city and wait it out, the benefits far outweighed the temporary dangers of the density shift. If Lord Walker was allowed to continue casting such dangerous magics, then all that potential gain was in jeopardy. Their fear was practically staining the ether with its influence. It took a great deal of effort to keep the smile off his face as General Branson nodded along in agreement. Nero sat in his chair with a slight smile on his face, his emotional state so calm that he felt like he was watching a TV drama rather than an argument. While chewing on a delightful piece of unidentifiable meat from the stew he'd been given, he watched the byplay going on with a sense of amused interest. Nick, who was clearly upset, stood up from his chair and leaned over the table threateningly. "How dare they? Those idiots wouldn't know how to recognize soul magic if they were taken to the Deadlands and fed to a zombie horde," he shouted. Grandmaster Lancel looked mildly offended, but he managed to restrain himself from shouting. Barely. "I've already told you that I agree with you. I'm merely relaying what the Council is currently debating. But the fact of the matter is that, according to the law, Lord Walker did violate the War Accords by using soul remnants to power his spells." Taking a sip of some delightfully sweetened iced tea, Nero ignored Nick's response to see what was happening over with Kathleen and the captain. The large wooden conference table they were using was currently filled with people, each broken up into groups having their own conversations. It was a veritable feast of interesting debates, and Nero was having a blast shifting his attention between them to listen in on what they were saying. Kathleen's calm voice held a tinge of anger as she replied to Ms. Keening. "House Walker can't afford to take on that many adherents. Even if they are all volunteering to transfer their societal debts at a discount, there are just too many of them." Ms. Keening, the current head of the Wackos, was sitting next to the former assassin, presenting a united front. Nero was feeling a deep satisfaction after finally overhearing the former assassin's name, Mr. Herring. Unfortunately, he still didn't know the poor man's first name, although he was sure it started with an M. Or maybe a C. "I really should be able to remember the name of the first and only man I've tortured for information," he thought to himself, with a slight frown, before shrugging and resuming his eavesdropping. Captain Angleton leaned forward into the conversation and said, "I have 63 confirmed soldiers and staff who will be following me into Lord Walker's service. While I don't personally have a great deal of wealth, I'm sure many of them would be willing to offer their help in supporting House Walker's efforts to redeem so many troubled citizens of Oglevark." Mr. Herring was on the tip of his seat, almost bouncing in place with his enthusiasm. "I don't think that will be necessary. Many of us who've decided to give Lord Walker our lives have agreed to transfer our assets into his house as proof of our resolve. We know Lord Walker is just beginning his rise, and we are more than willing to earn our opportunity to follow him." Kathleen's frown was pronounced enough to give her face wrinkles. "Do you intend to turn him into one of your southern prophets?" she hissed in anger. Standing up from his chair, Mr. Herring shouted, "Of course not! Lord Walker is no mere prophet. He is a hero. He is an example of what we should all aspire to be. Our meaningless, mundane lives will now have a purpose under his rule. He has shown us that we could be more than what we were. We saved actual Knights of Dorchester. We've won a battle against incalculable odds for the sake of the city while barely losing a single man. We are no longer just citizens of Dorchester, living and dying at the whims of the nobles. We're Lord Walker's wackos, and we'll be damned to the deepest hells if we don't live up to that title." Mr. Herring's declaration was so loud that it drowned out the rest of the room. Several people who Nero guessed were either wackos or some of those press-ganged criminals all stood up and cheered at the conclusion of his speech. While Nero understood on some level that the crazy bastard was talking about him, he was easily able to ignore the implications. In fact, seeing the dramatic conclusion to the scene was enough to make him want to start clapping. This is just like one of those period dramas about one of the thousands of revolutions against oppressive regimes, he thought to himself in appreciation. Suddenly, the thought of what happened to whoever led those revolutions came to mind, and Nero wondered if he should intervene. He had no intention whatsoever of becoming a martyr. There wasn't a single cause he could think of that he was willing to die for. Argue about? Of course. Complain about? Sure. Mock? Most definitely. But die? Not a chance. Returning his attention to Kathleen, Nero was happy to see her successfully calming the excitable man back down. Lord Walker is many things, but following him will not give your life the meaning you think it will. He has stated many times that he is planning to live a life of freedom and adventure. His interests are solely related to magic and combat. He will not be the political figurehead you seem to think he will, she stated unequivocally. After returning to his seat, Mr. Herring's face remained unmoved. The fact is, none of us know what he will be. Ms. Keening nodded in agreement. That's right. Aside from the fact that Lord Walker intends to form the Walker Adventuring Company, we don't know where our Lord's path will lead him. But I very much doubt it will be anywhere we won't want to follow him. Captain Angleton's firm voice interrupted the debate. His slow, measured voice subtly forced the pace of the conversation to slow down. All we can do is judge Lord Walker by his actions. He has put himself in danger on more than one occasion for what he thought was right. It's obvious that he intends to seek out dangerous situations, protecting the weak and the innocent. If that leads him into conflict with politicians, so be it. But even if it doesn't, even if he merely leads us toward the next threat to the citizenry of Oaklevark, then we'll still have earned much in having followed him. His zest for life, personal ethics, and reluctance for power have earned our support. Would you have these people go back to their sentences under Dorchester's rule and deny them the opportunity to reach for something more? Nero almost blushed. He really had no idea how they'd so completely misunderstood him. It's probably a casting issue. I bet the part of Nero Walker was supposed to be played by Tom Hanks or something, he thought to himself sarcastically, while chuckling to himself silently. Kathleen, obviously still pretty annoyed, replied, You don't think he wants power? Are you blind? He has spent every waking moment trying to learn magic and becoming stronger. His leveling speed is the fastest I've ever heard of. His talents in destruction and combat nearly brought the entire building down on top of us barely a few hours ago. He is a war god in the making, and treating him as some kind of paragon of virtue is only going to disappoint you. Nero paused his spoon before he could take another bite. Holy crap! Well said, you beautiful woman, he thought to himself with a smile. I wonder how old she is. She's really wise. Ms. Keening replied before anyone else could. We're not unaware of his personality. He's brash, irreverent, unwilling to compromise, and, most likely, a little crazy. But he's also the kind of man who'd take in a bunch of poorly trained caravan guards and lead them into a battle that matters, simply because they asked him to. We asked for a chance to prove ourselves, and he didn't hesitate for a second to give it to us. He took one look at the bunch of failures we were and said, You're wackos now. Embrace your insane dreams and follow me to greatness. For that, we will follow him into whatever danger catches his eye. While Captain Angleton leaned back into his chair with a proud smile on his face, Mr. Herring leaned forward and pointed his finger at Kathleen to demonstrate how serious he was. For us, we were nothing but sacrificial penal conscripts, resigned to watch others like us being fed to the kobolds to bait a trap. We've all made mistakes, and we knew we deserved to pay for them. But Lord Walker didn't see us like that. To him, we were just people, citizens of Dorchester who were fighting to save the city we lived in. That moment that he stood over us and asked if we were willing to just stand by and let those people die, I'll never forget it. Neither will anyone else. He didn't just tell us that we could be better, be more. He showed us. Those who've agreed to follow him are willing to leave their old lives behind to try and become something more. Captain Angleton looked over at Kathleen and added,
No one is expecting Lord Walker to found an empire or build a city. They just want to follow someone who sees the world as something more than something to struggle against. He lives his life as if this is a world waiting to be conquered, not survived. Is it so surprising that people are willing to give up their lives for that ideal? Nero felt a little sad seeing Kathleen's shoulders slumping in defeat. Oh well, looks like she's giving up. That's some weak sauce debating right there, he complained while sipping his iced tea. After making a mental note to remind himself of "never give up, never surrender" t-shirts, he turned away from the predictable end of their debate and checked in on how Nick was doing. Oh, looks like the evaluators have joined the scene, he noticed happily.
Academian Quincy was standing like a lecturer addressing a class, explaining in detail how Lord Walker had simply used his unique ability to take advantage of the soul remnants in the air to power his spellcasting, without the aid of a ritual or any other banned magics. From what Nero could understand, the man was claiming that since what Nero was doing was not replicable by anyone else, it couldn't have been a violation of the war accords. Nero leaned back in his chair in thought. He wasn't sure, but something about that argument seemed wrong to him. Just because nobody has ever done it before doesn't mean that no one would criminalize it. However, he had to admit that as a potential legal witness for the defense, the man did have a strong presence. His credentials as an academician would probably play well with the jurors. So, it was good that he was on his side. Nick was happily nodding along like a puppy wagging its tail. The man really did like to hear incomprehensible technical jargon.
I should look into whether or not they have the magical equivalent of TED Talks here, Nero reminded himself. Grandmaster Lancel tapped his finger on the table and said, I'm not sure debating the merits of the charge is the way to go. The Council of Leadership doesn't actually care if Lord Walker violated the war accords. They are simply using that as an excuse to terminate his quest and exile him from the city. As a unique, they can't charge him, and if they try, it would only result in evaluators being sent from the capital for an investigation. Since you're already here, that would prove pointless. But if you were to simply state that as an evaluator you have already conducted an investigation, that would cut off their argument before it got to a tribunal. Nick's voice sounded more than a little annoyed at the thought of scientific technicalities being up for debate. I still don't understand what they hope to gain from this. Do they really want Nero out of this city so badly that they're willing to risk the wrath of the capital? Academian Quincy replied, They aren't risking anything. Claiming that one of their questors has violated the war accords, while not attempting to punish him aside from exile, ensures that at worst their decree could be overturned upon appeal. While they can't technically exile someone without cause, the mere possibility of a war crime meets the standard well enough to allow them some leeway. Grandmaster Lancel nodded, his face firmly set in a scowl. It's politics. They don't want to risk Lord Walker disrupting the density shift with major magics. The ether isn't nearly stable enough to support higher-tier magics, and as such could be damaged by future acts of this magnitude. Keeping him out of the city long enough for the density shift to complete is their only aim. Academian Quincy replied, Not to mention that by claiming Lord Walker violated the war accords, they wouldn't have to pay him for his service as a questor. Agreeing with a nod, Grandmaster Lancel added, But I think this has more to do with the fact that General Branson is trying to discredit the young lord. Nero turned away from the conversation, ignoring it as if he were changing the channel. I've never been a fan of crime dramas, not to mention political intrigue shows. Boring, he thought to himself as he studied his almost empty bowl of stew. Looking around the room, he saw Kathleen, Captain Angleton, and the others still finalizing the command structure for the massively expanded House Walker. Around the rest of the command tent, there were also tons of aides and soldiers dealing with the battle's aftermath. Sighing as there was nothing worth watching, he decided to call it a night. Sending out a request to the world for what time it was, Nero saw that it was 16:30. Shrugging his shoulders, he figured sleeping wasn't all that bad of an idea. He wasn't sure how long he'd been up, but it was probably longer than could be considered healthy. Remembering that his body was basically still an animated corpse, he ended the internal debate and decided to find a place to bunk down. Smirking at the thought of ducking out without anyone noticing, he gently altered his essence field to hide his presence. After taking a moment to make sure no one was paying attention to him, he stood up and walked out of the tent. I'm sure they'll figure it all out. If history has taught me anything, the only time things get weird is when I'm personally involved. Although I'll probably end up with a bunch more followers and the hatred of the council, I got a Grand Master on my side, along with Nick and the evaluators. Hell, even Archmage Jennings was... Wait a minute. Where the hell did Jennings go? He thought to himself while looking around for the eccentric old man. Having no idea where he went, Nero threw the fact that he'd disappeared into the back of his mind and instead focused on finding a place to sleep. Walking up to the first person he saw with a clipboard, he smiled widely and said, "Hello there. Where is the closest place a guy could get some rest? Also, if there is a restroom nearby, that would be worth pointing out as well." Chapter 213. I hate it when the exploit I'm abusing crashes my game. Thoroughly unhappy with how many fires he was being forced to put out, Jennings clenched his teeth in anger and narrowed his eyes at what he was seeing. His attention was being split between a conversation being routed through the local mage tower to Henning's Mage Council, his observation of the conversation going on between Nero's adherents and potential followers, the discussion between the evaluators and the local Order of Knights Grandmaster, and the Dorchester Council of Leadership's emergency meeting. Yet it was the stupidity of the nobles that was currently occupying most of his available mental strength. These idiots are going to get themselves killed. Either the populators are going to be sent back out, or I'll be forced to do it myself, he complained to himself. I really don't have time for this, he growled, while increasing how much attention he was applying to his current task. Hovering up near the ceiling of the central chamber, his hands waved in complicated patterns like a conductor, urging the essence flows to resume their standardized pattern. It was more than a little difficult to fix what Nero had broken, but it was within his capabilities. Frowning in annoyance, he struggled to get the connections right. The ethereal plane was simply refusing to cooperate with him. Fed up, he ripped apart the poorly aligned essence flows and started again. He needed to get the essence flowing back the way it should, and to do that, everything needed to be connected, orderly, calm. What Nero had done was anything but orderly. The young man had practically diverted every major essence flow into one place, jumbling them together like a hodgepodge of every drink in his bar. Had he not been watching closely, the result could have been disastrous. And it nearly had been. Luckily, he'd gotten here quickly enough to stop things from getting out of hand. The last thing Dorchester needed was a planar rip or a subplane forming from the collapsed essence flows. As he couldn't teleport into the area, he'd had to fly here, and by the time he'd arrived, the material plane had been barely hanging on. The local reality had nearly failed to rematerialize. Such incomprehensible power, he thought to himself in awe at the memory of how badly things had looked. Although he knew how it had happened, and he could easily reproduce the result just with his own center, that didn't make the feat any less extraordinary. For a barely trained mage like Lord Walker to accomplish something so grand, it was nearly incomprehensible. He was really going to have to sit the young man down and explain some things. There was letting the young man grow on his own, and then there was letting the young man rip apart reality as if he were a troll in a furniture shop. There had to be some limits. But first, I need to get the ether back under control.
he reminded himself. After stabilizing things, he'd been able to quickly go back to Dorchester and grab the Grand Master, basically shoving the memory engram of what he'd witnessed into the poor man's head. Luckily, the man was at a high enough level to handle it. After all, at the time, he hadn't had many options. Hopefully, his study of the man's character would prove itself accurate. It would be much easier to let the Grand Master handle the politics than to get involved himself. Noticing something odd, he focused on a particular area of the disturbed essence. "What have we here?" he wondered. Implanting his perception into the essence flows, he found his mind reviewing the word's memory of what had occurred at the center of the explosion. Widening his eyes in shock, he nearly lost control of the multiple minds he was using to watch over everything. He watched in awe as Nero's body held itself together under the protection of a conceptual essence shield that had somehow been given a material identity. He himself hadn't been able to accomplish that level of enchanting until he'd reached level 80. Watching closely, he saw Nero's soul detach itself from the body it was using, poking at it like he was testing whether or not it was still worth bothering with. Then, incomprehensibly, the soul dove back in, funneling the raw, unfiltered essence floating around it into the body in waves. At the time, the ethereal and material planes were overlapping, so reality was nothing more than a polite suggestion, and Nero's soul took advantage of that fact. Jennings wasn't able to follow exactly what the soul did, but he could tell it was something significant. Suddenly, like a leveling event resulting in a pillar, the body, mind, and soul snapped into place. The body resumed functioning, forcing itself back into reality as if the world's opinion no longer mattered. The mind resumed working like normal, and Nero was alive again. Did I just witness an actual self-actualization? I thought that was only possible for higher-tier demons, gods, or conceptual beings that forced their way into our plane of existence. That's not possible. If he could do that, then why did he even bother with a body at all? He wondered to himself in confusion. That confusion turned into happiness at the realization of what the young anomaly was capable of. Fascinating, he muttered, before re-watching the event through careful delving into the world's memory while making a careful record of the memory engram for later study. While doing so, his attention was pulled by the Council of Leadership arguing over the wording they would be using for their formal complaint through the Tower of Law. Through the scry, he watched Mage Adept Newbanks rubbing her temples in pain at the headache these idiots were causing her. He'd have to buy her a gift to make up for forcing her to sit in on the meeting. Maybe some chocolates or something. Everyone likes chocolates. Feeling the essence flows he'd just fixed slipping back out of alignment, he growled in frustration and got back to work. Glancing over at the area where the memory of what Nero had done was currently dissipating, he couldn't help but sigh and hope it would remain long enough for him to get everything he needed. While he admitted that the anomaly was worth it, he had to admit the young man's potential was almost overshadowed by the trouble he consistently caused. Nero leaned back on the surprisingly comfortable cot, glancing around the tent. He had to admit, these Dorchester commanders knew how to live it up in the field. While this particular section of the tent wasn't all that spacious, it was rather well thought out. There was a pleasant overhead light that was both warm and inviting. In the corner of the small space was a large mirror and a multi-purpose cabinet/desk and chair. There was even a small meditation mat, complete with a potted plant, and a tiny wooden rack for incense. While not an incense guy, Nero could appreciate that the rack came pre-loaded, ready for a light. This small room was one of many in the giant tent, and he could only assume the quiet ambience was the work of some kind of privacy enchantment. There is no way canvas walls should make a person feel this isolated, he thought to himself. After removing his clean but thoroughly trashed armor,
He brought out one of his barrels of water from his personal space in order to give himself a towel bath. Despite being clean as a whistle due to his magic, he still felt like he needed a shower. He tossed his turned-off link onto the desk and took a good look at himself in the mirror. Standing there naked, he frowned in thought at his reflection. Seeing how messed up he looked, he was once again surprised at how little his current appearance was affecting him.
Although he looked like a malnourished heroin addict auditioning for a backup role in some poorly thought-out teen vampire movie, he just couldn't seem to muster up enough emotional strength to care. There was no identity crisis or sense of loss. Instead, when he looked at himself in the mirror, all he could think about was how cliché he looked. "I really am just driving a meat suit, aren't I?" he remarked to himself, while grinning at his reflection and trying out heartthrob poses in the mirror. After a minute or two, he got bored and decided to stop goofing around. Laying down on the cot, he folded his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. He tried to remember the last time he had meditated or dealt with the experience currently burning away in his center. Unfortunately, after having lost track of the days, he truly had no idea. Too much had happened. Done stalling, he let his mind sink into his center, returning to his inner world. Feeling like he'd walked out of the house into news coverage during a Floridian hurricane, Nero winced at the sight of so many hovering memories playing out in front of him. While on some level he'd expected some changes, he felt himself sighing at how screwed up everything looked. The sky was filled with red and angry clouds. Harsh winds ripped through the forest around him, making it feel like he was on the edge of a cyclone. The sound of rustling leaves and creaking branches overpowered the whispering assault coming from each memory fighting for his attention. His spiritual face winced in pain at the needle-like rain pellets covering him in warm water. The stones under his feet had become hidden under mud and debris. The metaphor of him no longer having a path forward almost made him laugh out loud. "If I ever needed proof that my inner self is a dweeb, then this is it." Only someone who spent their entire life mockingly learning psychology through web articles and memes could come up with something so overbearing and played out, he told himself. Rolling his shoulders, he was about to dig in when he noticed something odd on the edges of the memory storm. It looked like the memories out there were being stripped of something, almost losing their color. So that's what happens when I don't review and incorporate my experiences fast enough. These spiritual representations are getting a little obvious, he complained. After taking a moment to feel bad about how much experience he must have wasted, he pulled forward the first memory and let himself get lost in the sensations. Like a surfer biting it on a never-ending wave, he let the memories wash over him. While being assaulted by scenes of his acid-melting cobalt bombs, he thought to himself, "I really should have checked my identity panel before I got into this." On and on it went, in no particular order. He saw himself healing soldiers with an intense look on his face. Flashes of crying soldiers hugging him while muttering their thanks. Stern-faced men and women marching forward into battle. Skies turned into auroras by falling spells splashing against multicolored shields. Quiet conversations with Nick about magic and its application. On more than one occasion, he caught himself surprised at things he either hadn't noticed or simply forgotten about. He felt the experiences seep into his center, refining his identity like a washing machine stripping off soap scum and grime. But it was more than that. Like always, the more memories he went through, the stronger his sense of self became. He saw himself clenching his fists in anger at the sight of Captain Angleton and the penal soldiers being overrun. He listened to his impassioned speech, which he now realized sounded better in his head. Throughout it all, he saw the men and women around him growing more respectful of his presence. He could feel their emotions becoming more loyal as the battle progressed.
Comparing the later emotional state of the ether all around him as the scenes of battle bounced around the timeline made it clear that his actions were having an effect on the people around him. He honestly hadn't noticed how many people had been watching him, each one silently judging and interpreting his actions through their own personal worldviews. While he had just been going around doing his thing, people had noticed. Images of him ripping through the kobold lines while he aided that good-looking woman and her unit flashed across his vision like a fever dream. Watching how he tore into the kobolds like a storm of steel was both invigorating and kind of cool. I guess I can be a bit of a badass, he thought to himself in surprise. Unfortunately, there were just as many scenes of him doing stupid shit to keep his ego in check. He remembered his ill-thought-out attempt at spell form alteration. The feeling of melting half his face off with his flamethrower spell reminded him how much he still had to learn. By the time he dove into the memories of his race through the kobold encampment and his many close calls, he was thoroughly exasperated with himself. I'd always known I was a little reckless, but holy shit can I be an idiot. The memory of his spell explosion hit him in the face like a sack of oranges, almost knocking him out of his mental fugue. He watched in awe at how the world around him melted into the ether. Kobolds, spellstone, armor, it all broke apart beyond the molecular level. With his expanded senses, he watched himself floating in the ether, surrounded by his struggling mage armor, barely surviving the aftermath. He winced at the sight of his body losing its color, his fat and muscle vanishing as if he were rapidly aging. Then, nothing. Well, not nothing, but it looked like the memory glitched. He could feel that something was happening, but couldn't tell what it was. It was like watching a drunken blackout happen in real time. He was sure he was doing something, but he had no idea what. The memory seemed to warp and shake, as if time temporarily lost any meaning. There was a sense that something important was happening, but his mind wasn't able to accurately interpret it. It's like that time I was eating a greasy hangover breakfast, missing a shoe, cowering in regret and shame, remembering for a fact that I had hooked up with Christina Morris, but not having any idea why or where I was when I did it. All the while, positive that it both happened and that everyone knew about it, he noted angrily. Without warning, the memory resumed playing, showing him hovering in a gray and blank world, his mage armor slowly failing, while his passed-out body floated like a buoy in the water. Finally, the ether stabilized, and the essence flows returned to their somewhat normal state. The ground below him reappeared, as his mage armor finally gave out, fading into the ether like smoke. Well, that was closer than I thought it was, he admitted to himself uncomfortably. The rest of the memories flashed forward at a much faster rate, seamlessly inserting themselves into his psyche. He recalled that at the time, his muted emotions made the world seem dull and uninteresting. But now, looking back, he could tell that he hadn't actually missed anything. Although he was now able to notice how his utter annihilation of the kobolds had affected the soldiers' perception of him. Whatever respect they'd had for him before had morphed into reverence and awe. It was a little humbling to watch it happen from this unique perspective. Around him, in the inner world, he felt the storm calming down, the clouds above him parting and allowing some sunlight through. Beneath him, the cobbled stone path was back under his feet, stretching into the distance once again. There was an overwhelming sense that he'd come through something profound, like he'd survived a trial or something, narrowly avoiding some dire fate. The sensation made the back of his neck itch in irritation. It was nothing more than a battle with a bunch of stupid lizards.
Nothing to feel all bent out of shape about, he reminded himself mockingly.
After looking around to confirm he hadn't missed anything, he opened his identity panel to see how he did. Name: Nero Walker. Level: 16. Race: human. Age, 14. Tier, 1. Growth rate, 12%. Condition, 100%. Center, 100%. Core attributes. Body, 4. Mind, 5. Soul, 2. Confluence, 11. Stars, 0. Pillars, 3/1. Body attributes. Level 4. Presence base, 22. Operative, 39.6. Level stress, 22.6. Durability base, 26. Operative, 46.8. Level stress, 31.8. Recovery base, 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 19.6. Speed base, 25. Operative, 45. Level stress, 36.3. Adaptability base, 47. Operative, 84.6. Level stress, 28.1. Power base, 24. Operative, 43.2. Level stress, 18.4. Mind attributes, level 5. Weight base, 32. Operative, 64. Level stress, 19.3. Control base, 39. Operative, 78. Level stress, 28.7. Field base, 36. Operative, 72. Level stress, 43.6. Precision base, 55. Operative, 110. Level stress, 38.5. Endurance base, 65. Operative, 130. Level stress, 39.9. Focus base, 61. Operative, 122. Level stress, 49.9. Soul attributes, level 2. Size base, 29. Operative, 40.6. Level stress, 7.1. Density base, 101. Operative, 141.4. Level stress, 13.2. Intensity base, 76. Operative, 106.4. Level stress, 18.6. Pressure base, 27. Operative, 37.8. Level stress, 15.9. Harmony base, 24. Operative, 33.6. Level stress, 49.9. Adaptability base, 270. Operative, 378. Level stress, 14.8. Nero put his hands on his hips and stared at the identity panels in anger. He'd leveled? When did he level? And when did he apply his star to his pillar? Well, this is some bullshit, he complained to himself. Opening the panel for his pillar, he brought up the details to see what had changed, hoping it would offer him some answers. Pillar name, adaptation. Stars assigned, 3. Effects, increased ability to handle level stress, ×2. Increased ability to harmonize attributes, ×1. Frowning in annoyance, he reread the limited blurb about his new ability over and over again. Harmonize my attributes?
What the fuck does that mean? He wondered angrily. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, he looked around at the pleasant-looking forest, still glistening in that way forests do after a good storm. The puddles of water reflected the shafts of sunlight quite beautifully, but didn't elicit anything positive in him. Instead, the charming sight only further inflamed his fury at having been screwed out of a star.
He had needed that star to fix his body. He didn't want to continue walking around like a corpse. Granted, he wasn't all that attached to his good looks, but he still didn't know what effect his condition would have on his combat capabilities. Exhaling sharply into the air, he looked up into the sky and tried to force himself to calm down. "Okay, I can figure this out," he said to himself, reassuringly. Thinking back to what he'd learned about this world's dumbass terminology, he tried to remember what he learned about harmony. Unfortunately, it wasn't all that much.
All he could recall was that it had to do with his soul's ability to interact with the world.
Starting from there, he could make a few guesses. For one, harmonization between his attributes probably had something to do with what Nick was always going on about. His body, mind, and soul needed to stay in sync. Confluence was the term they used for how well everything connected. But Nero remembered that Nick had mentioned the term unity when Jennings had been explaining Nero's body hijacking. Considering how he'd practically vaporized himself with his spell, perhaps his body auto-utilized the star to keep his body together. Widening his eyes, he realized it may have been much more than that. If his soul was basically him, and he was slowly developing his mind and body with its presence, then it made sense that speeding up that process would help keep his identity together. Maybe he shouldn't be all that upset.
It's entirely possible that he had made the decision, and he just couldn't currently remember it.
He knew that his soul could act on its own, as it had when he'd commandeered the body he was currently wearing. So, conceivably, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. Maybe my mind wasn't capable of integrating the memories for some reason. At the time, reality was a pool of unrealized essence, so the fact that my body held together at all should be considered a win, he said to himself comfortingly. Closing the annoying identity windows, Nero harshly blew out a lungful of air, feeling more than done with the confusing question of what had actually happened. Whatever it was, he'd deal with it eventually. Besides, his body would recover on its own. And if it didn't, then he'd just have to use the next level's star to fix it. There really was no point in stressing about it. Releasing his presence from his inner world, his senses returned to the tent he was currently staying in.
Opening his eyes, he looked around to see the room exactly as he'd left it, confirming that the level hadn't happened while he was busy going through his memories. Frowning in thought, he stood up from the bed, trying to come to grips with the question that had just come to mind. If I only just now incorporated the experiences from the past few days, then how did I already use that experience to level? Shouldn't levels happen after I do the whole memory thing? He thought to himself in confusion. Standing there naked in the middle of his little room, he glanced over at his reflection in the mirror. Dropping his jaw in shock, he saw that his body had somehow returned to normal. His shiny silver hair was back, along with his abs and healthy muscles. In his reflection, bright blue eyes met his, the confusion evident on his face. Louder than a standard mutter, he nearly shouted, "What the ever-living fuck? Am I ever going to understand how this leveling shit works?"
This world is bullshit. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, I swear. Nero threw the mother of all hissy fits, flailing his fists around and kicking the air like he was determined to beat the shit out of the very air. Completely forgetting about his need for rest, thoroughly losing it, his epic rant went on for a good long while. Chapter 214. So much to deal with. Jerry Cordswith was a nobody. He knew that. Everybody knew that. While some people were destined for greatness, he knew he was bound to be a disappointment. Granted, he's had some successes, but in the grand scheme of things, his lifetime of mediocre accomplishments hadn't lived up to the hope his parents had in his talents. Currently, he was leaning against a wall on the 32nd floor of the Mage Tower,
watching over the penal conscripts who'd been assigned to him. Like busy little bees, they were flittering around, hard at work. His charges were all mages, much like himself. Yet, as penal conscripts, they were currently being treated as poorly paid laborers. It was his job to make sure they got through their assignments for the day, making sure they worked hard to pay back the societal debt they'd earned. Although they were all mages, as penal conscripts, they weren't entitled to respect or even achievement points toward their advancement. For all intents and purposes, until they earned back their freedom, they were simply workers without a name. Sometimes he couldn't help but envy them for their simple, uncomplicated lives. Watching them painstakingly replace the worn-out crystal relays along the wall, he remembered why this was the kind of work reserved for penal conscripts. This kind of job required some specialized knowledge and ability, but despite that, it was boring and annoyingly repetitive. No mage of any significant ability would waste their time with this kind of thing. Instead, they'd rather spend the precious hours earning achievement points and accolades to move up through the tower. That wasn't to say there weren't mages in the tower who managed the day-to-day affairs, no longer having any hope of advancement. Mages like me, I guess, he thought to himself sadly. He'd been in this position, this same dead-end job, for over 30 years. By this point, he barely needed to pay attention anymore while he worked. Not that it mattered. Nobody would care enough to complain unless something went terribly wrong. Glancing over at a group of particularly hard-working mages, he brought up their records on his link. Snorting in amusement, he noticed that all 5 of the young mages were arrested and processed together. They were each currently serving a 2-year sentence for accidentally destroying one of the labs during a poorly prepared experiment. Idly remembering a few of his own youthful indiscretions, he felt himself smiling at the memory of being so young and dedicated to his advancement. How had it all gone so wrong, he wondered. Without meaning to, he started thinking about the scene he had watched last night over a beer with his friends. As a member of the group dedicated to following the tenets of the Walker, he was able to get a hold of the memory engrams being secretly distributed throughout the tower. While he didn't necessarily buy into the greatness of the Walker, he could admit to himself that he was a fan. It was fun watching the anomaly with a soul and memories from some foreign and alien outer plane find his way through the world. At the time, that's why he had joined the group of fanatics. Lately, however, he has been more interested in the memory engrams being produced about the Walker's followers. Over the past few days, he'd truly enjoyed watching the hunter, turned assassin, turned penal conscript, Mike Herring. Something about the man just resonated with him. Seeing him come into his own, gathering followers for the Walker and giving speeches, was inspiring. He remembered how Mr. Herring had stood up on a table, loudly declaring that the Walker was different from the nobles they'd gotten used to, and then explaining in detail how he had personally led them to victory. Even now, the memory was enough to have him involuntarily smiling. That was an incredibly moving moment, wasn't it? He thought to himself, imagining being in the crowd, witnessing and participating in that small city's history being made. Suddenly, he found himself looking at the penal conscripts in front of him with new eyes. These men and women were people just like him. Maybe they'd made some mistakes, fallen off their path, but that wasn't any reason to look down on them. After all, he'd been in their shoes once or twice over his long life. Who's to say that he's any better than them? Recalling how the Walker stood tall over the penal conscripts, held up by his personally adapted earthen wall spell, he found himself remembering the feeling of humanity he had inspired during his speech. Shrugging himself off the wall, he felt himself compelled to do something. Walking up to the group of young mages struggling with the installation of a particularly advanced part of the essence distribution system, he said, "Here, let me show you it's supposed to be inserted into the attachment collar." Smiling widely at their surprised faces, he felt a sense of pride at being able to teach them something. Don't feel bad about not understanding the schematics. The Tower of Magic's technologies are the finest in Oglevark. He kneeled down right next to them, pointing out the crystal harness, and began his lecture. Thousands of years ago, this right here was the pinnacle of essence collection and distribution technology. If you look right here. Jerry Cordswith then went on to spend the afternoon teaching these young mages everything he knew about the tower's systems. For the first time, in a long time, he felt the burning desire for life igniting in his center. All the while, he felt the memory of Mr. Herring and the Walker watching over him in approval. After finally getting to bed, Nero suffered from a poor and troubled sleep. Images and scenes of kobolds running screaming down darkened tunnels assaulted his mind like sledgehammers. He watched as groups of more intelligent-looking kobolds spoke to each other in hurried tones, debating how they should respond to their failed assault on the surface. Seeing them in their caves under firelight, eagerly planning their campaign against the Smoothskins, made Nero's body toss and turn under the covers. Down deep underground, large portals to another plane stood tall and imposing. Kobold troops scurried back and forth through them like ants, ferrying supplies and food by the wagon load. Strange and exotic lizards of various sizes and shapes were being used as beasts of burden and mounts. Nero felt the difference between the kobolds he had fought and these more intelligent and less wild enemies. It was obvious on a visceral level that these were the true kobolds, the masters and source of the invasion. In a cold sweat, still asleep, Nero clutched the sheets in panic at the sight of the birthing rooms. He saw impossibly large caves filled with lines and lines of eggs being watched over by hunched kobolds, spraying them down with steaming liquids that he felt smelled as terrible as they looked. His viewpoint flew across the caverns, seemingly pulled toward the source of the eggs. The feeling of humid fog and slime clung to him as his vision burst into a central chamber. There, in the middle of the cavern, he saw large, bloated kobold mothers hooked up to some kind of unholy combination of technology and ritualized magic. Glowing black and red crystals pulsed with light as the kobold mothers' bellies swelled before expelling their eggs out by the dozens. To Nero, it felt like he was witnessing a horror movie. But in a way, it was more like he was watching a nature documentary. Understanding and empathy were being pumped into him as if he were being forced to learn how the subject of the docuseries lived. He understood that this was how kobolds battled. They forcefully birthed their soldiers for the invasion, infusing them with life and essence, giving them a destiny that amounted to nothing more than grunts and sacrifices. It was both inhuman and incredibly practical. So many cliches of clone armies and survival of the fittest flickered through the dream as his mind struggled to understand what he was seeing. Having no control over the visions, he felt himself being pulled out of the chamber, flying back through the tunnels toward the portals. Somehow, he just knew that there he would find the answers he sought. Like a wraith, he flew through the air over the uncountable hordes of kobolds, heading toward one of the towering portals. There, at the moment he was about to pass through, he felt himself jerk awake in his tent, cold and shaking, struggling to hold on to the memory of what he'd just witnessed. Feeling his heart racing, he could no longer deny what had just happened. Okay, that was definitely not just a nightmare. Holy hell, that was intense, he thought to himself in shock, as he rubbed his hands over his face to fully wake himself up. Forcing himself out of bed, Nero felt a little wobbly on his feet as he wiped himself down with a damp cloth. Now clean, he turned to stare at his reflection, seemingly looking for answers from his doppelganger.
"You need to talk to Nick about this. Probably Jennings, too," he decisively ordered his reflection, glaring at himself in the mirror. After calming himself down, he pulled out his armor and some clothes, intending to get dressed so he could start his day. Unfortunately, he hadn't realized how badly his armor had been damaged. Despite having been protected by his mage armor, it looked like the several nicks and scrapes that had gotten through had been enough to turn his respectable leather armor into a patchwork of scraps being held together by a hope and a prayer. Scowling in annoyance, Nero tried using some of the basic repair spell forms he'd read about. From what he knew, these kinds of spells used the target's identity as a pattern to reinforce and rebuild what had been damaged. As a household spell from one of the first books he'd ever studied, the slight variations were good for broken plates and simple furniture. He was pretty sure they should have worked well enough for clothes and armor, but apparently he must have misunderstood something. Despite how much effort he exerted, regardless of how much center he poured into the spells, nothing happened. Not just nothing. Decidedly nothing. It was infuriating. Speaking of center, he noticed that the soul stuff in the ether had practically disappeared overnight, having broken apart and rejoined the essence flows. Even though he hadn't seen it happen, he guessed that the world had reappropriated all that floating potential to reinforce the material reality all around him.
Now dressed in some simple clothes that he'd borrowed from his time in the center, he stepped out of his tent humming the tune of Circle of Life and doing a poor rendition of that incomprehensible chanting. "Kamana-heya," he muttered with a smile as he looked around the central portion of the tent. Happy to temporarily put his disturbing dreams behind him, he focused on the buffet set out for the commanders. While picking up some random bits of meat and fruits, he mentally thought about how comedically wrong it was to be eating Simba and that warthog whose name he could never remember. Sitting alone at one of the tables, he held up a fork of what he assumed was some sort of eggs and said, "I thank you for your sacrifice. Your life has served a grand purpose. My breakfast." While enjoying his food and washing it down with some type of fruit juice, he couldn't help but empathize with the vegans and PETA back home. It really is kind of an asshole thing to do to eat meat. But on the other hand, bacon, he said while holding up a strip of some unidentifiable animal and ripping off a big bite with his teeth. Accepting that he was, and always has been, an asshole, and that life was nothing more than a harsh, competitive fight resulting in only two things, winners and losers, he was just happy not to be currently serving as a kobold's breakfast this fine morning. Right as he was about to put his empty plate with the other dirty dishes, he paused for a moment in contemplation. Why don't they just clean up after themselves when they are done, he wondered. Looking around, he saw various tables of commanders and other soldier types chatting away with each other, enjoying their food. No one was paying attention to him, or even close enough for him to ask them what he thought was such an obvious question. Turning back to the pile of dirty dishes, cups, and utensils in the box in front of him, he decided that his karmic balance could use a boost. Perhaps it was the fact that he'd just eaten a bunch of meat after having contemplated the circle of life, or maybe it was due to him having spent the previous few days massacring kobolds. Either way, he decided to try out another one of the household spells he'd memorized. Setting his plate back down on the table, he held out his hand and carved the spell form from memory. Designating the plate as his target, he completed the spell without issue, watching with a smirk as the last bits of his breakfast flaked away into the air like ashes floating away from a fire. "Magic is so fucking awesome," he said to himself, appreciating the moment. Suddenly he realized that he had just been itching to use magic, and the philosophical crap he had just been thinking about was all just to make himself feel better. Shrugging off the predictable realization, he placed his now clean plate back where he found it, while leaving his utensils and cup for the dishwashers. Taking away someone's job so that I can absolve myself of any guilt I have for eating Bambi is too stupid. Even for me, he said to himself. Walking out of the tent, he mentally changed gears and reached out to find anyone he recognized. While he could probably find the communication channel his unit had been using, he didn't feel like doing that. It was easier to just find someone he recognized and ask for directions. He really wanted to sit down with Nick and cover all the crap they needed to talk about. Surprisingly, he found that the tent he'd just left was either shielded or enchanted to stop anyone from looking inside it. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he looked over at the guards standing near the entrance. "They'll do," he thought to himself. Walking up to them, he offered them a small wave and a smile before asking, "Hey, guy, you wouldn't happen to know where Lord Verena Salvatore is, would you?" He watched as one of the guards' eyes went a little blank, obviously communicating with someone through a communications link. Patiently waiting, he thought about how much of a pain in the ass long-distance communication was without the central thought hub available. Communication links like the guard was using needed to be manually set up and maintained like a hive mind. It was basically the fantasy equivalent of handing out hand radios. Of course, his conjecture was immediately disproved by the fact that he could see the link lighting up on the side of the guard's temple. "Oh, right. They probably brought in one of those battle hub things while I was sleeping. I could have just used that. I'm such a dumbass," he thought wryly. "Lord Walker, your house has been given a tent near section C12. You can find directions through your link. Your authorizations are still valid. I'm told Lord Verena is currently with several of your adherents in the tent's communal room. However, that can't be verified at the moment. You can be sure that somewhere there will know where he is, though," the guard said stonily, quite obviously trying to sound as serious and professional as possible. Grinning at the guard's cliched display, Nero nodded in appreciation before thanking the man and walking off. Using his mental presence to reach into his pocket and connect himself with his link, Nero sighed at how many pings were waiting for his attention. "It really never stops with these people," he muttered, his tone making his annoyance clear. Before anything else, he flipped through the various menus until he found a map of the encampment the army had set up in the recently acquired massive chamber. Looking at how they'd laid out their tents and temporary buildings, Nero couldn't help but chuckle at how similar it looked to how the kobolds had set theirs up. He knew he shouldn't have been surprised. After all, how many ways were there to organize this many people? But he still couldn't help but find the similarities a little amusing. After locating where he had to go, he altered course and headed off toward his house's tent. Surprised at how far away it was, he chuckled at the mental image of Kathleen arguing with some soldier about House Walker's image if his house's tent were so far away from the army's power structure. "My trailer is supposed to be directly across from the buffet," he thought to himself sarcastically, imagining himself as a snotty Hollywood star demanding his due as the battle's lead actor. Deciding to take advantage of the walk, he started going through the pings he had waiting on his link. He nearly stumbled when the first one he opened was from Natalie Keening, complaining about the disrespect being shown to House Walker by the army due to his tent's placement. She requested leave to assign one of the wackos as a community liaison. The person's job would be to create what sounded like a video blog, which would be posted over the Thought Hub. The intention was to promote House Walker's ideals and let the people of Dorchester know about what Lord Walker, his house, and the Walker Adventuring Company were up to. According to her, most houses had a community liaison, and the fact that he currently doesn't is simply unacceptable. She made it clear that the first videos to be released would discuss the battle, how poorly the army had acted, the disrespect they'd shown him after his single-handed defeat of the enemy,
and character profiles of the high-ranking members of his house. Not knowing how he should answer, he set the ping aside and moved on to the next one. Even though it had been a while ago, after having spent a full day with Vera forcing him to go through his pings, Nero had gotten better at assimilating the information quickly.
When interacting with the link, it wasn't exactly like reading or watching the television. It was more like allowing the information to sink into your brain and then absorbing it. As a result of burgeoning skill, he was able to move through the pings rather quickly. There were a bunch from his wackos. Apparently, having been given access to the battle hub, they'd taken the opportunity to send him personalized messages, thanking him for allowing them to join House Walker. Nero could practically feel their loyalty oozing off their messages as they recapped what they'd covered during their interviews. They spoke about their lives, what they wanted to accomplish, and how much he'd inspired them. Concerning the battle, they'd thanked him for leading them to victory, praising his selfless act of hurling himself into danger to save them from the same fate of the soldiers who'd died at the hands of the siege worms. Nero found himself shaking his head in amusement at their fan letters, because to him, that's what they were. What they were saying barely made any sense. He'd spent most of the battle in the back of the lines, thoroughly protected from any danger. Even when he was in the fighting, it was as a mage. Mostly, he was playing with his magic, trying out different things and experimenting. Hell, the only reason he got involved at the end was because he couldn't stand how stupid the army was being. The last thing he wanted was the roof coming down on his own head because he was too busy letting everyone else fight his battles for him. Yet, the pings did bring a little warmth to his heart. How couldn't they? It was surprisingly nice to get so much positive feedback. Not wanting to send out a form letter reply, he instead set the pings aside so that he could address them later. Next, he got to Kathleen's predictable after-battle action report. Some of it he didn't understand, as he couldn't comprehend how many people had signed up to follow him into battle. Along with a casualty report, she included their unit's current roster. He saw sections for the wackos, Captain Angleton's soldiers, and 2 sections for penal soldiers who'd come under his banner. Curious, he looked into the penal forces and saw that there was an attachment listing who wanted to join House Walker and who had only signed up for the battle. For those who'd just signed up for the battle, Kathleen had already sent in the paperwork to command, listing their accomplishments and their earnings toward their sentence with the Tower of Law. Looking closer, he could see details concerning how many kills each person had and whether or not they participated in any particularly dangerous maneuvers. It was all very thoroughly done, and Nero had absolutely no idea how she'd accomplished it. The other section for the penal soldiers had their profiles, along with individual requests to join his house under either a life oath or temporary assignment. Frowning in confusion, Nero saw that he had 37 people waiting to sign their lives over to him. Others had contract requests for between 50 and 100 years. One even had a societal debt of over 300 years for murdering an entire family that he wanted to serve under House Walker. Unable to help himself, Nero dug further into the story, like a true crime enthusiast entranced by the promised drama. The guy's name was Clarence Ferguson. His wife and 2 daughters had been killed during what was assumed to be a bandit raid. However, the poor guy found out that a merchant in charge of a shipment had wanted to pad his books, so he had arranged for all the citizens accompanying the caravan to be killed off in some kind of complicated scheme with the help of his brother, who owned the guard company employed to ensure the caravan got to its destination. When Clarence found out, he went all John Wick on their asses and wiped out their entire family. By the time the city guards arrived, it was all already over. He then turned himself in without complaint, taking his sentence like a man. A sentence he'd been serving for 33 years so far. Whistling softly in appreciation for the tale, Nero reminded himself to track this guy down and buy him a beer. Dude was a trained furniture maker who took the law into his own hands.
I'd read that story, Nero said to himself with a smile. Moving on, Nero glanced at the formal request sent by Captain Angleton on behalf of his troops.
The man gave an alarmingly long explanation of why he was requesting to join Nero on his adventures, and extolling Nero's many virtues. Unable to bring himself to read the confused man's ramblings, Nero closed the ping quickly. The image in his head of Captain Angleton standing tall, like a real-life action figure, came to mind, contrasting sharply with what he'd just read. If that man ever learns what I'm really like, he's going to shove my head into something thoroughly uncomfortable. Like my ass, he warned himself sternly. Setting that future problem aside for the moment, he returned to the main menu in his link. Seeing that the last few pings were from Army Command, that Grand Master guy, Archmage Jennings, and some dude named Commander Gallegos, Nero felt like sighing in relief at this hell almost being over. Just when he was about to open the ping from Jennings, his attention was caught by someone shouting his name. Blinking his eyes a few times to clear his head from the autopilot he'd been running on, he looked around to find who was calling out for him. Seeing one of the wackos jogging toward him with a disgustingly happy smile on her face, Nero felt like he'd possibly made a big mistake in coming here.
My lord, you've already recovered from your injuries. I told Charlie that you could do it. Come, everyone is waiting for you,
she said excitedly, nearly ripping his arm out of its socket as she led him toward what could only be his tent. Hanging off posts on both sides of the massive entrance were his house's flags. The stupid-ass symbol he'd arbitrarily decided on glared brightly on the enchanted fabric, the teal lettering proudly declaring this tent House Walkers. In the center of each flag, floating over a book, he saw the evil smiley face he'd proposed. The glowing orange and red balls of what looked like spellfire were both grinning widely, clearly mocking him.
Even worse, his house's words now looked much more prominent and douchey than he remembered. Game. Win. Repeat. While being pulled along like an unruly child who'd gotten himself lost at a street fair, Nero couldn't stop himself from groaning in annoyance at what was coming. I should have stayed in bed, he thought to himself grumpily. Chapter 215. The Problem with Intelligence. A little more than 4 hours of sleep should have been enough for Nick to recover from all the recent excitement he'd found himself embroiled in. However, instead of feeling refreshed, he found himself struggling to get out of bed. From the moment he'd opened his eyes, memories of what he'd recently gone through assaulted him. Scenes of death and misery acted as a backdrop to the political and social concerns interwoven through the experiences. Even having been there to witness it all happen, he could still hardly believe it. Nothing in his long life had prepared him for such dramatic events. He was a researcher, a scholar. He simply didn't have the necessary temperament to be a supporting character in Nero's legend. Because that's what it was. A growing legend. Awkwardly making his way through the tense canvas hallways, he forced himself to calm down and think rationally. By the time he arrived in the communal space where he and the others agreed to meet, he felt he finally had himself back under control. Seeing Academian Quincy sitting at the table with Scholar Idrius standing calmly behind him, Nick recalled the conversation he'd had with the man the night before. The memory of the explanation he'd been given concerning what Nero had done made him shiver unconsciously. Such dangerous magic, he thought to himself grimly. Taking a seat at the table, he didn't interrupt the conversation going on between Ms. Averitt and Captain Angleton. Her voice firm, she continued on as if Nick's presence weren't worth acknowledging. That sounds like a reasonable way to organize everything, at least until we can acquire more support staff. Ms. Keening, the current head of the wackos, leaned forward and asked,
If you'd like, I can put out the word that we're looking for more people. I'm sure between the new recruits and our wackos, we can cast a wide net.
Nick realized that this was a continuation of what they'd spent last night discussing. Ms. Averett would act as the head of the Walker Adventuring Company, while the now former captain, Mr. Angleton, would lead House Walker's military arm. Between the two of them, they would split up the new recruits and create an organizational structure that would streamline the rapid growth House Walker was going through. Meanwhile, all the ancillary details, like administration and accounting, would temporarily remain under Vera's control. Since House Walker still resided in Dorchester for the moment, there was no immediate need to find someone to run the house.
Glancing over at Academian Quincy, Nick noted the satisfied look on the man's face. He couldn't care less about the charges against House Walker. He really doesn't seem to think the council's decisions will affect anything, he thought to himself, thoroughly numb from all the changes that had been happening. Having apparently sensed Nick's state of mind, Academian Quincy turned his head to meet Nick's eyes, drawing attention to himself and pausing the discussion. While everyone turned to look at Nick, wondering what had caught the Academian's attention, the man said quietly, "I understand that you're worried, but I assure you that the Grand Master and I have it under control." Captain Angleton's firm voice added, "Leave the politics to the politicians." Nick shrugged uncomfortably under their scrutiny. "I still say they might have a point. What Nero did nearly disrupted the delicate balance the essence flows have achieved. During an event like an essence restabilization, his actions could be justifiably regarded as reckless." After hearing Academian's explanation of what Nero did, perhaps we should encourage Nero to step back for a while and spend some time learning and refining his abilities. Ms. Keening's fist visibly clenched on the table, her fervor clearly displayed in her eyes. "That would be a mistake. Lord Walker's presence on the battlefield won this battle for us. Word of his heroic actions is spreading through the camp like wildfire. I've even heard that some people have ferried memory engrams of his exploits back to Dorchester, so they could be uploaded onto the Thought Hub. We need to take advantage of this opportunity to spread House Walker's influence." Nick shook his head helplessly. These people were dead set on making Nero out to be someone he was not. They all looked at him and only saw what they wanted to see.
If things kept progressing the way they were, they'd end up anointing Nero a war saint and founding a new city in his name. Just picturing Nero's face at the imagined coronation ceremony brought back the sense of unreality he'd been trying to shake off since he'd gotten out of bed. Nero felt more than a little uncomfortable as he was dragged through the tense entrance. He could sense everyone watching him, their essence fields making it clear how much they thought of him. It felt like hundreds of hands reaching out, begging for him to validate their faith in him. Emerging into the large, central space of the tent, Nero was surprised to see what could only be described as the core members of his house. They were all patiently waiting for him to arrive. Like statues, they were standing around a sturdy wooden table in the center of the room, while behind them, more House Walker flags hung on the walls as a backdrop. People he didn't recognize moved around the edges of the room, delivering coffee and moving supplies. What looked like canvas curtains along the walls led off into hallways, most likely leading to the tent's bedrooms and kitchen. It was like someone had taken a large circus tent and turned it into a mansion. Feeling the wacko who'd led him here finally let go of his arm, Nero looked over at her in shock as she awkwardly bowed before leaving as quickly as she came. It had all happened so fast that he hadn't even had a chance to say anything to her.
Lord Walker, please join us. We were just discussing when to hold the life oath ceremonies, offered Ms. Keening with a smile.
Turning back to the table, Nero blinked rapidly to clear his mind.
Right. That's the thing where people sign their lives over to me so they don't have to serve their criminal sentences anymore. While Nero joined them at the table, Academian Quincy's smooth voice replied, "Not exactly. They'd technically be swearing to House Walker, not you. House Walker would then be taking on their social debt. However, as you are the only official member of House Walker at the moment,
It amounts to the same thing. Looking like he was unable to contain himself, Nick spoke up. Nero, before anything else, I think we should talk about that last spell you used to end the battle. You probably haven't realized it yet, but Archmage Jennings has been dealing with the fallout since yesterday. Taking his seat, Nero was happy to see a pitcher of coffee and some pastries laid out, just waiting for him to indulge himself. Glancing up at his friend, Nero replied, "What fallout? I thought the kobold bodies and everything else got vaporized. Is there some kind of spell radiation or something?" Nick's reply was cut short as he parsed through the translation of Nero's words. Filling the pause, Academian Quincy said, "No, not so much as any kind of dangerous emission. More like the ether in the area has been slightly affected by the spell's density and flow rate." Nero, now confused, felt like he was about to be getting another lecture. And, just as he'd expected, Nick and the Academian Quincy then spent the next 10 minutes explaining in detail what Nero's spell had done to the ether. When taken as a whole, it sounded kind of bad. I wonder if Jennings is going to be pissed about how much work I caused him. After making a mental connection to something Nick had just said, Nero cut him off abruptly. "Wait a second. So, that's what the council is talking about? The war crime thing that was mentioned yesterday?" he asked. After piecing together what he could understand from what Nick and Academian Quincy were saying, and his limited grasp of local history, he could understand what the council was worried about. It sounded like he'd almost caused the same kind of disruption in the ether that the populators had when they fought in that rebellion. If Jennings hadn't been here, Nero might have actually screwed up the essence flows even worse than they already were. Before anyone could respond to Nero's question, he jumped ahead to the crux of the matter. "So, are there any legal repercussions I have to worry about? I'm like a unique or whatever, not to mention a noble. Considering how fancy all that sounds, what am I looking at here? A fine? A public apology or something? I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be picking up any trash," he declared quickly, worried about what this bullshit was going to cost him. Nick sat there shocked, as if Nero had completely missed the point of what they were saying. On the other hand, everyone else was displaying varying levels of amusement in response to his questions. Ms. Keening was the first to respond, bouncing around in her seat like she was ready to lead the charge in organizing an extensive letter-writing campaign. "They wouldn't dare! You did nothing wrong! Your actions saved countless lives and ended the threat of the kobold invasion. Those bastards should be thanking you and giving you your justified rewards. Don't you worry, my lord. We're with you to the end." Nero tried to keep the confusion he was feeling off his face, but wasn't sure if he managed it. Looking around the table with interest, he tried to feel out what everyone was thinking. Captain Angleton looked stubbornly determined for some reason. Kathleen looked rather proud, and the evaluators both wore matching smirks. Meanwhile, his old friend Nick continued to look poleaxed. Not knowing the best way to handle it, Nero went with an old platitude he'd heard somewhere. "Well, you can't please everybody. Trying to will just end up disappointing both them and you." "Well said!" shouted Captain Angleton, making Nero jump a little in surprise at the man's intensity. What the hell did he just read into that? Nero wondered. Sitting up in her seat, Kathleen's stern visage alerted everyone that she was joining the conversation. Keeping her voice quiet and calm, she said to Nero, "Which brings us back to the beginning. We need to schedule a time for the life oaths. House Walker is currently in an unprecedented growth stage. More people are signing up than we currently have members. Your house needs structure and management to handle this kind of rapid expansion." Nero bought himself time by slowly sipping his coffee. "Do I really need to grow the house? I mean, it's not like I'll be staying in Dorchester forever. There is a hell of a lot of world out there. After we finish off the kobolds, I'll probably be heading out and dealing with the awards and crap waiting for me at the capital. It would be good to stop by the library there and check out some books on magic while I'm at it. I don't think I need an army for any of that, he added sarcastically. Before Kathleen could respond, Ms. Keening interjected excitedly. Where you go, we go. I seriously doubt that when you get there you won't need support. We are willing to follow you into whatever adventure you find yourself in. The Walker Adventuring Company will earn its keep. Don't worry about that. We can take contracts through the local Hunters Hall, or under House Walker's name through the city. Captain Angleton nodded along, agreeing with the former guard. That's right. I and my troops will be handling the training. We'll make sure everyone is ready to face whatever challenge you lead us into. Have no fear, my lord.
Your people will be safe.
Nero's mouth opened and closed mechanically a few times, not knowing what to say in response to that obvious miscommunication. Did he think I was worried about them? How the hell did he get that from what I said? He wondered, completely at a loss. Academian Quincy leaned forward, adding his opinion to the discussion. That's all for later. For now, we need to focus on the present. The Grand Master of Dorchester's Knightly Order and I will handle the council. We'll make sure they live up to the quest they issued. Ms. Averett and Ms. Keening will handle the recruitment of your forces, while Mr. Angleton will manage their disposition. The only thing you need to decide is whether or not you'll personally be involved in taking their life oaths. While it's not strictly necessary, it might further encourage their loyalty, he advised softly. Nero set down his coffee cup before brushing his hands free of crumbs from the pastry. There is no way in hell I'm getting involved. If you all want to build up the house into something, have at it. Aside from my name being on the flag, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just here for the lols. Silence descended on the table like a heavy weight. Nero could feel it in their essence fields. They were all digesting his words with a gravity that immediately made him feel uncomfortable. Whispering softly, Academian Quincy savored the word lols. Enjoyment of the moment and the unflinching pursuit of personal happiness. Wonderful. What a beautiful and profound concept. Nero couldn't help but shake his head in amusement as he watched them all struggling to rapidly comprehend the concept of lols. Once again, he found himself contemplating the potential repercussions of his imagined t-shirt company. Ms. Keening's fervent voice rang out across the table like a declaration of war. Yes, it's about what we want out of our lives after joining House Walker. You're right. You have your own concerns and shouldn't have to cater to our dreams. It's up to us to realize them ourselves. If we want House Walker to flourish, then we can't simply rely on you to make it happen. It's our responsibility. Our destiny. Nodding along, Captain Angleton replied strongly, his voice sounding like a soldier assuring his commander of victory. I understand. We'll get it done, my lord. Your words will be passed among the adherents. You can count on us. Nero's face must have lost 3 shades of color as the blood retreated from his cheeks. What in the ever-bloody hell are they talking about? He wondered. Even Kathleen looked like she'd taken something away from what Nero had said, as she was currently rubbing her chin in thought. Nick decisively ended the conversation by standing up and gesturing to Academian Quincy. Nero's right. He's got more important things to do than deal with politics. He is a unique, of unprecedented potential. Academian Quincy and I have agreed to work with him on his spellcasting, before we return to Dorchester to prepare for our next engagement with the enemy. He trusts you all to handle it, and I'm sure you're up to the challenge, he said supportively. Nero's brain rebooted the moment he heard that he was going to be getting some more instruction in magic. Was what he was hearing accurate? Were they all agreeing to let him fuck off and learn magic, while they managed all the crap he didn't understand or care about? Was there a luck stat or something that he'd overlooked? Academian Quincy stood up to join Nick. We'll be taking Lord Walker to the training field. Scholar Idrius will join you while the other evaluators continue aiding the Grandmaster in dealing with the Council.
Turning to Nick, he added, "They've already passed along your message to your wife."
She assured them that she could handle it. The other members of House Walker's de facto council stood up as well, trading subtle nods of encouragement with each other, reassuring themselves that they could handle their duties. As the group broke apart, Nero remained seated. He felt himself paralyzed with shock at how quickly everything had been decided. Did that just fucking happen? He wondered. "Nero, are you ready now? Or are you still eating?" Nick asked, his voice sounding neither rushed nor impatient. Forcing himself to stand up, Nero replied quickly, "No, I'm good. So the whole war crime thing is being handled? The recruit stuff with all the criminals is being dealt with? And I'm free to do some magic training with you guys?" Academian Quincy and Nick shared an almost impossibly fast glance at each other before Nick replied, "Yes, if you're up for it. We really need to go over the possible repercussions of what your kind of soul magic can do. What you did yesterday cannot be allowed to happen again." Had Nero not been sufficiently stunned by events, Nick's tone near the end there might have made him wince. But, as it happened, he was barely paying attention to what he was hearing. "I've finally achieved the impossible. I've acquired the mythical protagonist aura that will allow me to do whatever the hell I want without any sort of consequences. This is the dream," he thought to himself in awe, his face contorted into an off-putting smirk. "Lord Walker, are you all right?" asked Academian Quincy worriedly. Shaking off the weird thoughts, Nero's eyes cleared and he refocused on the two old mages in front of him. "Yeah, no problem. Let's go learn some magic," he said excitedly, thoroughly putting everything else they'd talked about out of his mind. Like a kid being taken to the toy store, Nero was nearly skipping in excitement as the two led him out of the tent toward the training area. On the way, Nero began mentally compiling a list of all the questions he'd wanted to ask but never had a chance to. Figuring he'd start with the most recent and work backward, he said, "So, I should mention that I've been having dreams of kobolds that might not be dreams. It kind of felt like scrying, but more big picture, if that makes any sense. How do I go about controlling that?" Both Academian Quincy and Nick halted in their steps, immediately making Nero nearly stumble into them. Looking up at their shocked faces, he asked, "What? Is that not normal or something? Jennings made it clear that I needed to be careful not to kill myself while delving and scrying, so I figured that was near the top of the priority list for what I needed to learn." Seeing as the two scholarly men were just continuing to stare at him in shock, Nero added, "Seriously, did I almost kill myself again or something?" "What's wrong this time?" Academian Quincy and Nick recovered at nearly the same time, quickly exchanging looks with one another. While Nick subtly began looking around as if he were searching for spies, Academian Quincy reached out, placing his hand on Nero's shoulder. "Nothing's wrong. We're just a little surprised. Before we voice our suspicions, let's start at the beginning." As Academian Quincy led Nero forward, protectively shielding him with one arm, Nick walked alongside them, keeping an eye out. Nero wasn't exactly sure what Nick was so worried about, but he felt the tense atmosphere and adjusted himself accordingly. Keeping his voice low, he spoke about what few of the dreams he could remember. He painted a tale of his ethereal consciousness floating around, observing the kobolds in their natural habitat. The longer he talked, the more he seemed to remember. He described the feelings and explanations of what he had experienced, in addition to what he had actually witnessed. He recalled details that he thought he'd forgotten about what the kobolds had been eating, how their homes were decorated, and even their social structure, which was more complicated than he'd realized. When he got to the parts about the true kobolds and how they lived versus the ones they'd been killing by the thousands, he found himself pausing due to the uncomfortable feeling in the ether. Like he was coming out of a trance, he blinked away the memories and looked around. Academian Quincy and Nick had led him to a small bench alongside a large open area set up with training rings. While most of the training rings were empty, he could see a few soldiers arranging themselves for their morning workouts. As the central chamber they were currently occupying was large to the point of ridiculousness, there was plenty of space for everyone to do their own thing. Looking up at Nick and Academian Quincy, Nero was surprised to see the worried looks on their faces. Okay, seriously, guys.
What the hell? Why do you both look like I just told you I secretly collect toenail clippings in mason jars? He asked snidely. The mood immediately lightened, and Nero felt the oppressive feeling of their concern through their essence fields retreating. Coughing lightly into his hand, Nick awkwardly began.
Well, it's like this, Nero. Do you remember the time you accidentally sent your consciousness through one of the essence disturbances? Nero took a seat on the bench alongside the two men, frowning in confusion at the subject change. Yeah? Glancing over at Academian Quincy, Nero added, But I thought we weren't supposed to talk about that. Shrugging uncomfortably, Nick replied, Nero, Academian Quincy is an evaluator. In addition to being a much more knowledgeable scholar than I am, he's also at a much higher level. With his position at the Royal Academy and his orders having directly been given by the Crown, he had every right to discuss his target with whoever he wanted.
Despite our friendship, I couldn't have lied to him when he asked me to tell him about you. Chiming in, Academian Quincy added, You don't need to worry. Your friend hasn't betrayed you. The evaluators and I are merely here to learn about you and have unanimously agreed to aid you in any way we can. Nothing we've learned or will learn will be used against you. Nero couldn't help but snort in amusement at their obviously naive sincerity. He hadn't exactly understood what Nick was so worried about, so he wasn't all that offended that his friend had ratted on him. Besides, Nick was the one worried about anyone finding out. Nero hadn't cared in the slightest. Okay, so what do my dreams have to do with that? Was I sleep scrying? Is that a thing? Did my soul leave my body and take a walk across the ether? He asked humorously. Academian Quincy replied, That's one way to describe what you did. However, a better way to think about it is that you projected your presence along the ethereal flows which are tied to the kobold forces. Nick took over. Remember when I was describing the wilds to you? We talked about how the forest had an identity that could be affected by what was currently residing in it. The entire material world works in very much the same way. The Kobold Society's identity has, for all intents and purposes, invaded our own, overlaying itself on top of who we are as a people. What you tapped into was that essence flow. Your soul followed those flows back to the source, letting the Kobold Society impart its essence into your mind. Trying to interpret what Nick was saying, Nero asked, Like brainwashing? Or more like sleep learning? Both Academian Quincy and Nick took a moment to mentally translate Nero's words. Sleep learning is a good way to think about it, replied Academian Quincy. Nick nodded in agreement. While you left your body behind to observe the other plane through the essence disturbance, you didn't need to do that when you looked in on the kobolds. You merely delved into their identity through their spreading influence through the ether. You weren't in any way in any danger, so in that regard you can relax. Academian Quincy took over. However, that you were able to delve so deeply into the ether without meaning to is rather worrying. There are high-level mages who've trained for centuries to be able to do what you did, though they tend to be awake and in control of their delves. Nero chuckled good-naturedly at the jab. Well, I'm just a natural, I guess. Is this anything like the will of the world thing that subconsciously teaches people how to use weapons during training?
Nick smiled and replied, "Very similar, yes. The world carries the entirety of everyone's experiences as an echo. Interestingly enough, you already know about the transmission medium." Nero immediately got the hint. "The soul stuff in the ether that I was using? That's the leftover remnants of identities after people died, right? The potential gets stripped and added to the material plane, while the experiences and memories get added to the world's memory. But wait, it's just the mind that's being left behind, right? The soul gets sent on to the outer or upper, whatever, one of the other planes," he asked, losing his train of thought a little near the end of his hypothesis. Academian Quincy seemed a little surprised at how quickly Nero had parsed together that subsection of ethereal theory. "Yes, that's more or less correct. However, you're wrong to assume that the soul is completely separated from that soul stuff, as you call it. What you were using was actually the remnants of the departed souls." Scoffing loudly, Nero replied quickly, "Bullshit. I know a soul when I see one. And those were not souls. It was just a bunch of potential with unactivated memories clinging to it. The memories passed on fine. I just repurposed the potential." Nick frowned in annoyance at Nero's blatant disregard for their society's long-standing beliefs based on millennia of research. "You can't be sure of that, Nero. There have been countless studies Yes, I can. I'm sure because I can see it. You're acting like a blind man arguing that the sky isn't blue. Although I don't know how I can prove it to you. I'm telling you, that soul stuff is not souls. No matter what dumbass study you show me, I'm not going to ignore my own eyes and just take your word for it," Nero declared heatedly. He was really getting tired of having this argument. Academian Quincy's voice was trembling as he asked, "You can see souls?" Nero looked back and forth between the two shocked men. "What? I thought I mentioned that. Can't everybody? How else do you resuscitate people?" Nick's timid voice was barely a whisper when he replied, "Nero, resuscitation is a conceptual spell, worked out over hundreds of thousands of painstaking trials. No one, and I mean no one, is capable of remembering what happens after a soul delve. It's just the application of theoretical knowledge trained into a spell skill. Do you actually recall what the inside of a soul looks like? What you experienced?" Nero looked back and forth between the two stunned men, thoroughly caught off guard by what they were saying. He felt himself mumbling incoherently, "But the book said, or I've thought it said, there was a part about the connection between the soul and a tether." Pausing to take a deep breath, Nero closed his eyes and said quietly, "Well, shit." Chapter 216. Clinical Judgments. If it weren't for her years of practice hiding her emotions, Mage Adept Newbanks would have been wringing her hands in anxiousness. All her available moves have been played. Now, all she could do was wait and see if it would be enough. Glancing around the Hall of Leadership, she took stock of the counselor's dispositions. Lords York and Peyton were the easiest to figure out. They merely wanted to maintain their prospective positions through the city's upcoming troubles. They'd voted to stay in Dorchester, gambling on the successful defense of the city's walls. Both of them knew that after the ether stabilized, their houses would reap a substantial benefit in the kingdom's power ladder. Lord Volton was a little more difficult to anticipate, as he was too clever for his own good. He was the kind of man who would mistakenly seek an advantage when there was none to be found. It wouldn't be out of character for him to cause a disruption just for the sake of chaos. Then there was Lord Bennings. As the head of the local Tower of Law, she would likely keep her opinion in line with the facts. While she no doubt had some personal political motivations, she wouldn't dare risk her position by letting them influence today's proceedings. Or, at least Mage Adept Newbanks hoped she wouldn't. Lord Newling was already taken care of, she had made sure of that. House Newling was currently the weakest of the ruling houses, and all it took to bring them in line was some subtle threats concerning their actions in placing spies within the military. As close friends of General Branson, they had no choice but to publicly oppose him. But for the remaining two, there was nothing she could do. General Branson and City Lord Cosgrove each had their own agendas, and therefore both were beyond her control. General Branson was already guaranteed to lose his position in the coming days. Therefore, his entire focus was set on persuading the council into declaring Lord Walker a threat to the city. If he couldn't succeed today, then his most likely defense of his actions would fail miserably during his upcoming tribunal. He needed his actions to be explained away as justifiable foresight. Turning her attention to the final member and current head of Dorchester's Council of Leadership, Mage Adept Newbanks could barely keep her glare under control when she looked at the infuriating woman. Like a poisonous viper, she's been just waiting for the opportunity to strike, she thought miserably. Lord Walker's presence had been destabilizing the city for months. His actions might have aided the city lord in some small manner, but he is also responsible for her having to execute both her heirs and, arguably, her favorite consort. Also, if rumors were to be believed, she'd be soon invalidating her current consort agreements and freeing her house from any and all entanglements. With her current stranglehold on the power structure of the city, City Lord Cosgrove has no reason to keep an unstable element like Lord Walker around. Sighing in defeat at how powerless she was, Mage Adept Newbanks turned her head to watch Grandmaster Lancel approach the council. Taking a good look at him, she had to admit he was an impressive specimen of man. Although he wasn't nearly as high a level as his presence suggested, in this backwater little city it was more than enough to suppress these petty nobles. Striding across the room, the city seal under his feet, he projected an air of indifference and mockery of the council's power. Adding to the Grand Master's intimidation factor, Mage Adept Newbanks noted several evaluators from the Royal Academy calmly following behind him like aides. Their presence was a silent but potent factor supporting his position. While she hadn't been able to personally speak with the man, she had made use of several intermediaries to pass on information to bolster his defense of Lord Walker. It hadn't been easy, but she'd provided several citations referring to cases of historical law, testimonies from citizen groups, and even some research papers concerning soul magic and its few, but varied, lawful applications. Mage Adept Newbanks knew the evaluators and the Grandmaster were intent on defending Lord Walker's actions and maintaining his presence in the city. As she hadn't heard from the king, all she could do was support them silently, hoping that they would ensure the king's plans continued unabated. Lord Walker must remain in the city. He must stand against the kobolds and ensure the city isn't evacuated. If that didn't happen, all the careful and stressful planning she'd done over the past month would end up being pointless. Unable to stop herself, she let out a final sigh of frustration. There was nothing more she could do. She could only hope that her sleepless night would provide an outcome that didn't result in her being sent back to Hennings, stained with the indignity of failure. Both Academian Quincy and Nick took turns lecturing at Nero about the factual realities of the afterlife. Flanked by the old mages in the middle of the bench, Nero had no choice but to continually turn his head as if he were stuck watching a tennis match. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see soldiers training. While they were using other training circles, keeping a respectful distance from them, Nero could sense through their essence fields their dedication and enjoyment of what they were doing. Yet, here he sat, stuck listening to these old men talk and talk. As the two knowledgeable mages systematically destroyed his worldview, Nero found himself involuntarily shifting in his seat, lamenting the fact Nick and Academian Quincy had chosen to have this conversation in the middle of the training fields. Had it not been for the continual metaphysical bombshells he was hearing, he would most likely have already objected to their casual disregard for his comfort. Nero had read about the afterlife and the different planes, but he hadn't had it explained to him by people with such scientific accuracy. The way they were talking about it was so matter-of-fact that it seemed increasingly impossible to argue with them about it. They continuously cited studies, referencing famous scientists and researchers, all the while treating their religious beliefs as indisputable truths. Nero had no choice but to accept what they were saying. "Fine!" he shouted, successfully ending their assault. Hopping to his feet so he could address both of them without turning his head back and forth like an idiot, Nero rounded on them like an angry girlfriend unwilling to suffer the loss of an argument. With his voice barely containing his hostility, he growled, "I'll grant you that most of what you are saying is probably true. You've both probably studied the different planes well enough to know what God has staked claim where. I also won't argue that you couldn't possibly know what happens when a person dies. Considering that the scientists you've mentioned tracked and documented how it happens, I'd be a fool to disagree with you. I'll even grant you that your understanding of the differences between the mind and soul is probably right on the money as well." Holding up his finger accusingly, Nero continued on, despite their obvious happiness. "But I will not change my mind on what it was I was using to fuel my spells. They were not souls." I don't know how I can explain it any simpler than that. Before the two old mages could respond, Nero began pacing back and forth, ranting and raving for all he was worth. "You obviously can't see what I see. I'm telling you for a fact that the soul stuff floating around after someone dies has nothing to do with their soul. I'll give you that it is made up of the same kind of stuff, that particular type of essence or whatever, but there is no identity there. When I've dived into someone to bring them back from the dead, I've seen their souls returning from wherever it was they went. I've watched the connection between their mind, body, and soul re-establish itself." Stuttering to a stop, Nero's tone changed completely as he just thought of something. Ignoring the two mages, he rubbed his chin harshly with one hand, while his other waved around crazily. "That tether. I bet that's what gets released when a person finally dies. It's probably the manifestation of their current potential, waiting for them to incorporate it into their identity. The soul on the other side is made of the same stuff, so it resonates or something, like it's the same frequency." Academian Quincy leaned forward on the bench, intending to interrupt. "Soul tethers are merely a conceptual Completely ignoring the man, Nero barreled on with what he'd been saying. "So, by using that soul stuff, I'm actually doing a service. I'm cleaning up the ether of all the leftover crap that hasn't had time to dissipate. The memories and experiences still get absorbed by the world. It's just the wasted potential that I'm repurposing. Exactly like I said." Academian Quincy and Nick shared a look, not knowing how to respond to Nero's rapid theory crafting. Throwing his hands up in excitement, Nero turned to them and said, "Do you see what this means? Someone could bottle that stuff without feeling bad about it. They could create their own essence crystals. I mean, think about it. It's basically the same stuff, just not crystallized yet." Nodding to himself, Nero added, "That also explains where essence crystals come from. The world doesn't want those memories yet. Killing an animal that has already been adopted into the local ecosystem doesn't give you one. It's only beasts and monsters that are foreign to the area that result in their creation. I wonder if that's the method that the monsters use to take over an area." Happy with his conclusions, Nero stood there proudly, mentally going over the argument he'd just come up with in his head, finding it both plausible and unable to be easily refuted. Quickly coming out of his thoughts, Nero looked over to see both old men staring at him in shock and horror. Assuming they were probably still worried about him accidentally destroying the local ethereal balance or something, Nero waved his hand dismissively and added, "Don't worry about the essence flows. As long as I don't overdraw on them too much, there shouldn't be any future problems. My mistake was not regulating the spell form I was using. I just shoved too much potential in it and let it go ham. Probably not my best idea, to be honest, but what are you gonna do? Shit happens." Seeing the two mages exchange another uncomfortable look, Nero decided to change the subject back to something he was interested in. "So, now that I've agreed that you all know everything there is to know about the afterlife, and that I won't be causing any more ecological essence disasters, can we talk about magic now? I have questions that need answering." Both Academian Quincy and Nick stood up slowly, seemingly cautious of upsetting Nero, or possibly not getting their point across. Nick stepped forward first, his voice both serious and concerned. "Nero, you must never crystallize souls. That practice is both abhorrent and massively illegal. Even as a unique, that kind of research will get you executed by anyone who learns of it. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?" Nero blinked up at Nick in confusion. All right. It was just an idea. But to be clear, I'm not suggesting we crystallize souls. I'm just saying that the leftover potential from someone dying could be put to use. You're a researcher, for God's sake. Can't you come up with a legal and scientific way to study the idea before jumping to conclusions? Nick turned to look at Academian Quincy in fear, his horror at not having succeeded in getting Nero to drop the subject obvious. Stepping forward to place himself next to Nick, Academian Quincy looked down on Nero with a pronounced frown on his face. "It's not that simple, Lord Walker. The subject has been deemed closed by the Royal Academy, and any research into that subject has been declared illegal. Nothing short of intervention by the royal family could affect that ruling." Nero shrugged, not particularly bothered by that. To him, it sounded like nothing more than rich assholes being set in their ways. He was all too familiar with the concept. Suddenly having an idea, he smirked and said, "Well then, I'll just have to ask the king about it when I meet him." Nick visibly shook in fear at the idea of Nero bringing his idea to the king. "Are you insane?" Nero, understanding Nick's position, held up his hands in surrender. "Don't worry so much. I'm not going to do anything stupid. Have a little faith in me, would you? If I do end up talking to him about it, I'll be discreet. I'm not going to advocate killing people to farm essence crystals or anything. I'm not a monster." Academian Quincy's face contorted into a confused but thoughtful expression. "No, you're not. But you aren't exactly fully human, either." Nero looked over at the man in shock. "Well, that's kind of a dick thing to say," he thought to himself in annoyance. Before he could formulate a response, Nick took the opportunity to defend him. "He is human. That isn't a fact that's up for debate. Both his identity and his soul confirm it. If you have any intention of questioning that, I'll file an appeal with whoever I need to. You will not have him classified as a threat, not while I'm still breathing." Nero was a little surprised at the venom in Nick's tone. He knew the man was intimidated by Academian Quincy's level and power, so seeing Nick take such a hard stance made him feel all warm and fuzzy about his friend. Academian Quincy shook his head in denial at the accusation. "I'm not saying Nero isn't a human. Or at least, that's not what I was implying. The thought just occurred to me that Nero lacks a lot of the empathy that is ingrained into people by virtue of being exposed to other people's essence fields. It's not a bad thing, or at least I don't mean it that way. He is simply only interested in his own pursuits. I'm starting to think he may not see other people as relevant." Nick's mouth opened and closed a few times, unable to form a counterpoint. Nero, standing there in confusion, asked, "You're saying that I'm a sociopath?" Academian Quincy met Nero's eyes unflinchingly. Not exactly. Sociopathy is a documented phenomenon where a person's identity is resistant to exterior emotional stimuli. In practice, you share many of the same traits, but your scans don't show the same markers that are commonly associated with that sickness.
To be clear, all I'm saying is that you may be the perfect example of a person dedicated to their path without any other considerations. Considerations like the people around him or their opinions. Nick's voice changed into one of scientific analysis. He does have a tendency to ignore other people's opinions with alarming regularity. He also tends not to emotionally register the severity of the situations he finds himself in. What do you propose is the cause of his emotional detachment? Nero frowned at Nick's obvious mischaracterization of his personality. Academian Quincy placed his hands on his hips, taking a moment to choose his words carefully. I believe it is due to his soul being so unique. He hasn't yet completely adopted this plane of existence as his own. On some level, I think his soul believes he's just visiting. So, in a way, he is more like a planar invader than a human being. Nero felt the academian's conclusions hit him like a hammer.
Have I really been that much of an asshole? I thought I got along with everybody. I have friends, followers. Hell, if that former assassin guy is any indication, I've probably got a cult springing up in my honor, he thought to himself. Unable to come up with a reasonable response to what they were saying, Nero stood in silence, thinking over his past actions from an objective perspective. Continually forgetting everyone's name is probably not a good sign, though, he admitted to himself sadly. Nick didn't give Nero time to think, continuing the conversation as if he weren't even there. It could be a question of his soul's instinctual identity overpowering the one he manifested on this plane.
We've already seen evidence that his personality is being shaped by it, so it would stand to reason that his emotional state is being influenced as well. While the two old mages continued debating his faults, Nero took the opportunity to walk under their eye line back toward the bench they'd been using. Plopping himself down, Nero numbly thought about what they'd said about him. He hadn't felt this bad about himself since he'd learned that everyone in his middle school was under the impression that he had a learning disorder. Looking at it rationally, Nero couldn't deny that he was a bit distant from people here. Aside from Nick and Vera, and maybe Kathleen, he usually kept people at arm's length. But that was just because he couldn't trust anybody, right? Rose was always around, but she was a former spy and basically eye candy. The wackos barely knew anything about him, and the soldiers he'd trained with were nothing more than work acquaintances. Honestly, who else did he really know?
Even Nick and Vera were only friends with him due to convenience. They got just as much out of the relationship as he did, didn't they? He made them a ton of money and improved their social status by association. It may be a bit of a dick thing to admit, but it was true. Vera was like a big sister, an adopted big sister, but still a sister. Nick, on the other hand, was a bro. They looked out for each other and gave each other shit. That's friendship. True friendship. Looking up into the sky, Nero ignored the calm, analytical voices of the old mages. While he could hear them still debating the pros and cons of his personality, Nero was focused on completing his internal audit. Perhaps he needed to branch out and embrace the world a little more. It was weird, and the people were stupid, but it had its charms. Treating it like a game wasn't a good long-term strategy.
It may work temporarily, allowing him to not go crazy in the face of everything constantly not making sense. But eventually, he'd have to come to terms with the fact that he was here, and now part of this world. Luckily, his goals didn't really need to change, just the way he went about them. He could still have the life of adventure and excitement that he wanted, but now he had to allow for the idea that he wasn't alone anymore. Glancing over at Nick, ardently defending his failings, Nero felt his signature smirk return.
He hadn't known the man all that long, but he truly did like him. With Nick, there wasn't any subtext or games. The man was a dork, a wonderful and amusing dork. How he ended up with a woman like Vera was anybody's guess. Thinking of Vera and everything she'd done for him, he felt his center swelling in appreciation for her care and support. Yes, she probably had her ulterior motives, but she'd still looked out for him.
When it came down to it, she deserved the benefit of the doubt. Even Kathleen wasn't all that bad. While it was true she was entirely too focused on some imagined future where he ended up being a war legend or something, she did care for him in her own way. Whether he liked it or not, he was now the leader of the wackos. In fact, he was the head wacko in the WAC, and it was time he started acting like it. Academian Quincy's voice was calm and collected as he responded to Nick's most recent point.
I agree. The personality matrix his soul has infused into his identity is probably not being affected by anything he learns or experiences here. But we can't know that for sure. You've seen yourself that his unity status is abnormal. Rather than developing in tandem, it's entirely possible that his soul is appropriating his experiences on this plane into his soul's core identity. His physical and material mind may only be a reflection of that identity.
It's been proven conclusively that the mind is a physical representation of a person's identity on the material plane. However, Lord Walker may be the exception to that rule. Nero barely followed what they were saying, but he had to admit it sounded impressive. Closing his eyes, he reached out to his link. After making the connection, he brought up the "thank you" messages from the wackos he'd put off dealing with. If I'm going to be the leader they seem to think I am, I'm going to have to stop pushing everyone away. No one got anywhere by ignoring their responsibilities, and one pointless life should have been enough for me to learn from my mistakes. It's time to nut up or shut up. They want me to be a leader, so that's what I'll be, he said to himself, feeling his determination settle into his center like concrete. Not wasting any more time, he opened up the first message at the top of the list.
Seeing it was from Natalie Keening, he read it one more time before he began writing his reply. Chapter 217. What You Mean and What You Say. Captain Angleton skillfully filled out the paperwork for his dismissal from the Army, artfully stating his reasons and intentions to join Lord Walker's growing house. Meanwhile, he stood in front of his troops, giving them what could most likely be the final speech he would give as captain of Dorchester's army. You've all joined the army for your own reasons. However, each of your paths has led you here to today. Many of you were once part of the hunter squads, road crews, or scouts. You've seen firsthand how political interests have interfered with our duties to the citizenry of this great city. When given the chance to join the elites, you took it. Here, you expected to fight on the front lines against the dangers of the wilds, protecting and defending Dorchester from the terrors it will face. But instead, your training was cut short, thrusting you into a war against the kobold threat. While no one's fault, you were cheated out of your promised training. For that, I apologize. Then, after having taken the field against the enemy, you were forced to fight a suicidal battle to close a portal to the kobold's plane. Against all odds, you prevailed. While unbelievable, it's true. A danger the likes of which generations of citizens had never imagined was stopped by you, true elites of Dorchester. As a result of that victory, you were tasked with a greater responsibility. The kobolds, while pushed back, were not defeated. Replacing their lost troops with reserves from the mountain, they continued their push above ground. But you were not deterred.
Alongside your brothers and sister, you fought hard to return to Dorchester.
And after you succeeded, you rejoined the army's main force and were ordered to reinforce the weakening lines, once more throwing yourself into danger to defend the city you call home. But, instead of support, you were again given a suicide mission. This time, not due to the vagaries of fate, but by the will of the army you dedicated your lives to. Army Command sent you all off to die, sacrificed so that the kobolds would overcommit to their offensive. And for that, I can only once again apologize. As your captain, it was my responsibility to lead you to victory, and in that regard, I failed. It was not me who led us out of that trap, but a humble young lord who refused to stand by and watch us die. Perhaps it was fate that led him to be watching our struggle, or maybe just chance. Either way, when the portal opened on the mountain, he was there. When the kobold horde overtook us, he was there. When the siege worms brought the ceiling down on top of us, he was there. I know following me into his service may not be the right choice for many of you. You all have families and responsibilities that you shouldn't leave behind. But for me, this is something I feel I must do. Lord Walker does not talk about his honor, integrity, or commitment to excellence. He demonstrates it every day. He does not waste words proclaiming his virtues. He displays them proudly for all to see. From the moment he arrived in our city, he rose up from his commoner beginnings to earn the title of Lord by defending the city from one of its traitorous nobles. He then earned his victory in the arena, trouncing an assassin sent to end his rise by more petty and vindictive nobles. Time and time again he stood against those who'd block his path, adamantly refusing to give in. He then joined us as an elite, setting aside the comfortable life he could have had as a noble, and thereby earning our respect. Then, on the mountain, after facing more assassins and defying more nobles, he took up his magic and decimated the kobolds by the hundreds, personally closing the portal that would have been our doom. None of us would be here today if it weren't for his personal intervention. Pausing his speech, he looked around at his assembled troops, his firm gaze locking eyes with every one of the elites under his command. He couldn't stop his heart from pounding in his chest like a jackhammer, the subject and contents of his speech too much for him to handle. Never in his life had he meant what he said so much as this moment. I will follow Lord Walker along his path, hoping that I will find my own. I don't know where he intends to go, or what he intends to face, but I'll be standing alongside him, facing it with what I hope is conviction enough to carry us through. If any of you wish to join me, you're welcome. I've spoken with Grandmaster Lancel, and have been given his blessing. In his own words, if we send off the pride of Dorchester into danger without supporting him, then what is left for our walls to defend? Go, protect him as he carves his legend into the world, and represent Dorchester as his faithful knight. Always remember your oaths of knighthood. While you may no longer be a knight of Dorchester, you will always remain a knight of Oglivark. So, my companions, who will follow Lord Walker with me into the unknown? He'd had much more experience reading pings than he had creating them, so Nero shouldn't have been surprised when things didn't progress as smoothly as he'd hoped they would. 2. Ms. Natalie Keening. From me. I'd first like to express a common phrase, thanking you for your support. Think about that time we were in the same place together, and you said a bunch of stuff about how your life sucked, so you decided to follow me. Then there was that shared experience we had, or something. Now you think that I care, and have a personal connection with you. In the future, make sure to keep problems and issues that I don't want to worry about away from me while doing your own thing. You're the one in charge of personal relations and stuff, so don't make me look bad. I'm giving you all the responsibility because I don't want to do it. Remember that you think I care, and that your job should be important to you. If you run into any problems, you should figure them out on your own. As Nero had gotten better at reading pings by letting them mingle with his mind, injecting their information directly into his consciousness, he'd instantly done the same thing when he opened up the reply function. Instead of coming out as a well-polished propaganda message, he accidentally created a PR nightmare just waiting to happen. The message was composed so quickly that he almost sent it off without reading it. Luckily, he managed to stop himself in time. Easing back on the mental connection to his link, Nero's face paled as he read what he'd just written. Okay, mental note. Don't let the freaky mind computer interpret your intentions, he warned himself. Quickly deleting the message, he tried again. This time, he carefully thought about what he wanted to specifically write down, rather than just letting the reply fill itself out based on what he was thinking. To Ms. Natalie Keening. From Lord Nero Walker. Before anything else, I'd like to thank you for your unwavering dedication to the Walker Adventuring Company and all that it stands for. When I first heard your story at the Verena estate, I felt an immediate connection to your struggles. We all strive to break out of the lives we've been stuck in, but very few of us have the courage to go through with it. I knew from the moment I met you that you were destined for great things. There isn't a doubt in my mind that you will lead the Wackos to glory, earning both achievements and wealth. Have no fear. The Wackos will come to trust you, just as much as I do. That is, as long as you address their concerns promptly, and with the wisdom you have shown time and time again. I may be the face of the WAC, but you are its heart. Be assertive, be confident, and be in charge. If you ever have questions or need my support, I'll be there to back you up. However, I doubt someone of your talents will need much help, so instead, I'll just say thank you for all of your hard work, and congratulate you for a job well done. Keep working hard, and I'm sure you'll succeed in your quest for greatness. Nero quickly looked over what he had written, his smile growing wider as he nodded along with each line of bullshit. He had to admit, while it wasn't super inspiring like some of the crap he'd read back home, it should sufficiently get the job done. It wasn't like he didn't like the woman or anything, but her story of wanting to find a sense of relevance in the world was so cliched that he couldn't summon up the energy to give a shit. Everybody had a story, and when it came down to it, they were all basically the same. Life sucks, and they want something more. Yet she had stepped up to lead the Wackos, and he was more than happy to let her do it. He'd read enough corporate encouragement emails to know how to inspire her to get the job done. Back when he'd first started out, he'd fallen for a few of them himself. He recalled the ill-fated promotional campaign he'd tried when he'd first ascended to the position of store manager. The memory of working for weeks to convince corporate to give him funding for his banners and signs still caused him stomach pains. Then there was that dumbass cell phone costume he'd made that poor kid Kyle wear. He could still remember the smell of sweaty plastic and shame. Shaking off the memory, Nero reread what he'd written one more time before sending it off through the battle hub. Hopefully, it would encourage the woman and keep her focused on heading off any problems before he needed to deal with them. Perhaps in the future, he'd give her a bonus or something to make up for dumping everything off on her. Maybe a pizza party meet and greet for all the Wackos when they get back to Dorchester. Despite how pointless events like that are, they never fail to inspire team building and cohesion amongst the staff. Plus, pizza was awesome, so it was a win-win for everybody. Moving on, Nero opened the next ping and carefully typed another few lines of encouragement. He made sure to reference what the person had written, giving the reply a sense of his personal attention. He knew it wasn't much, but as the leader, it didn't have to be. From what he could tell, any attention at all he paid to them was much more than they were expecting. Nero knew that he needed to foster a sense of detachment, while making sure that they knew he cared about them. After some time, he'd probably end up getting more involved with their lives, but this was a good first step. Minimal involvement, maximum results, he said to himself with a grin. Are you even listening? Nick asked, annoyed that Nero wasn't paying attention. Blinking a few times while he mentally stepped back from the connection to his link, Nero asked, Huh? What? Seeing Nick's frowning face, Nero immediately went on the attack. Oh, are you guys done emotionally dissecting me? Can we talk about magic now? Instead of continuing with what he was going to say, Nick began stuttering in offense at Nero's accusation. Academian Quincy smoothly stepped in to cover for him. We were just discussing the idea of you seeing a qualified mind healer to study your mind/soul connection. While we don't think there is an immediate danger of disassociation, we don't want to prematurely rule out the possibility. Nero's confusion was evident on his face, and all he could do was stare at them blankly as he tried to work through what they were saying. These assholes think I need a shrink, he concluded angrily. Absolutely not, he growled. Nick held up his hands as if pleading for Nero to listen to him. If you had been paying attention, you'd see that our concerns are not without reason. As a soul from... Standing up from the bench, Nero interrupted him before he could get going. I get it, you're worried about me, and that's actually kinda nice. But you don't have to be. I'm fine. I've already taken steps to start creating emotional ties with the wackos, and I recognize that I've been a little too selfish. However, I don't think it's all that surprising that I've felt a little out of place since coming here. Everything about you people is weird to me, and I'm still getting my footing, he said calmly, trying to sound like the reasonable one in the conversation. When being confronted with someone who was advocating for him to seek mental help, he knew it was a bad idea to sound too defensive about it. He'd seen enough intervention shows to know that sounding like a lunatic wasn't conducive to avoiding getting his head shrunk. Academian Quincy and Nick shared one of their looks, probably speaking over a private mental connection they'd set up. Nero couldn't help but narrow his eyes in annoyance at the feeling of being left out. I wonder how many times people have been talking behind my back about me right in front of me without me noticing, he thought to himself. With a calm voice, Academian Quincy reluctantly said, I suppose you have a point. As we discussed, we also don't have a frame of reference for how social interactions worked in your previous world. So it's feasible that your tendency to keep yourself emotionally distant isn't as much of a warning sign as we thought it was. Nick put his hands on his hips and grunted disapprovingly. If he doesn't address this now, he'll never develop the emotional stability to join a spell circle, he declared emphatically. Nero suddenly regretted not having paid attention to what they were talking about. What's this about spell circles? He asked excitedly. Rolling his eyes, Nick replied, We were just discussing this right in front of you. Academian Quincy's smile looked a little strained as he took up the explanation. Spell circles are made by mages working together to develop and manage a communal spell form. Nero nodded, understanding what the academian was getting at. Like the shield spells that were protecting the army. I remember struggling to join my essence field to the people powering it. Exactly, replied Academian Quincy. Nick still looked pissed, but was unable to stop himself from starting his lecture. That's correct. From what I witnessed, I could see that you don't have sufficient control of your essence field to sublimate it into a greater whole. Spell circles require you to manually resonate your emotional state and identity in order to achieve synchronization with the mages around you. Together, you can cast and maintain a level of magic that would be impossible on your own. Nero nodded in agreement, stating, Yeah, I already figured all that out. It's like choosing to join a monster mob, becoming one of the many. It felt too weird, and I didn't like how it was messing with my mind. "It's an important skill for a war mage," Nick admonished quickly. Waving his hand in dismissal, Nero replied, "I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just not interested in it at the moment. There are much more important things we could be working on." Academian Quincy interrupted the burgeoning argument with his curiosity.
Like what?
He asked. Nero smiled up at the man and said, "Like more complicated spell forms, or different essence streams that I haven't worked with yet. My repertoire is still pretty basic, and I need to see more examples of different spells if I hope to develop anything more complicated than simple stuff that I've already figured out. Also, stuff like teleportation and other things I can do with my collected essence. You know, the basics." Interested, Academian Quincy asked, "What do you mean by collected essence?" Nero paused for a moment to try and remember whether that was a term he'd come up with himself or if he'd heard it somewhere. After shrugging to himself when he decided it didn't matter, Nero replied, "It's what I call the essence that I pull in to fuel my mage armor. I figured out that it could also fuel my spells if I specifically tie them to it. It's how I was able to carry my spell forms with me as I ran around the kobold encampment causing mischief." Academian Quincy sputtered a very out-of-character laugh. "Mischief? You call that mischief?" Nick, however, didn't let himself get distracted. "So, you managed to figure out how to tether spells to your essence shield on your own. That's remarkable. Did you also manage to solve the assimilation and conservation problem? I've read that most novice war mages struggle with that." Nero didn't exactly know what the assimilation and conservation problem was, but he could take a guess. "It wasn't too difficult. I just had to manually refill the essence bubble I was carrying around. It would be easier if I could figure out a way to have my collected essence automatically feed off the ether on its own, but I'm not sure how to make it do that." From the look on Academian Quincy's face, Nero wondered if the man's brain was overheating. If it weren't for the translation magic of the world picking up the slack, Nero had no doubt that the man wouldn't have any idea what Nero was talking about. Nick, on the other hand, had long since grown used to Nero making up his own terms, and kept up with the explanation without any problems. Rubbing his chin in thought, Nick replied, "Well, I'm not sure if what you're suggesting is even possible. The entire point of an essence shield is to isolate the essence you've taken under your control from the ambient essence flows in the ether. Connecting your personal flows with the ether would result in a metaphysical contradiction." Nero frowned in thought, somewhat understanding what Nick was saying, yet he found himself unable to accept such an absolute when it came to something like magic. The entire point of magic was its potential achievement of the impossible. With a little thought and some effort, he was more than confident he'd figure it out. Changing the subject, Nero said, "Well, it was just a thought. Instead of that, how about you guys show me some spells I've never seen? I was promised some magic training, and all you two have done since we got out here is asked me questions. I'm not the one who's supposed to be leading these lessons, O great mages of Oglivark." While Academian Quincy looked somewhat offended, Nick laughed out loud at Nero's ribbing. With a smile on his face, Nick replied, "Well, if you didn't keep doing things that were so outside of our abilities, we wouldn't have to ask for any explanations. It's rather difficult to teach a pupil who is both simultaneously more advanced than us and so uninformed." Nero chuckled along with him, unable to argue with the backhanded praise. "Yeah, I'm an idiot savant, sue me. Can we move it along now?" Academian Quincy's eyes danced in delight as he whispered to himself, "Idiot savant. A person who is both naturally skilled and clueless. What an interesting concept." Nero heard the academian's muttered nonsense. While that was exactly what Nero had meant when he'd said it, he knew that wasn't what an idiot savant actually was. However, considering the developmental disorders usually associated with the phenomenon, and the frankly uncomfortable conversations needed to clarify what he'd meant, he decided to let the man's interpretation stand.
Besides, Nero doubted he'd ever used the term for anything other than that particular interpretation of the definition anyway. Having a thought, Nero looked over at Academian Quincy and asked, "Hey, if I were to tell you that your hat looks gay, what do you think gay means?" Academian Quincy's face scrunched in confusion before replying, "Well, doesn't gay in this context mean a social failure of fashion choice? Or in other words, lame?" Glancing up at the floating light hovering over Academian Quincy's hat, Nero couldn't stop himself from chuckling.
Yeah, that's what it means. Just checking to see how the world translated it. Don't worry about it. Nero was once again amazed at how the world chose to translate what he meant to say rather than what he actually said. The social context and history of the words he was using didn't seem to be passed along unless he meant them to be. While it successfully eliminated a lot of the subjectively perceived insults that ended up causing friction in his old world, he couldn't help but feel a little remorseful that he would never again get chewed out for poorly choosing his words. Letting the subject drop, Nero returned to what he'd wanted to talk about since they'd arrived: magic. "So, are you guys going to show me some new spell forms, or am I going to go back to my tent and read?" he asked cheekily. Chapter 218. Respect is Earned. Ambassador Ironwick stood directly in front of the teleportation room receiving area with a pronounced frown on his face. He hadn't so much as twitched since he'd arrived. If it weren't for the slow, grumbling sound of his breath, which inexplicably carried throughout the room, he could easily be confused with a dwarf-shaped statue made in his likeness. The Hennings teleportation team monitoring the equipment didn't dare breathe a word, already having been informed of the ambassador's fiery temper. Instead of speaking out loud, they were currently relying on their links for communication. As a result, there was no warning given when the teleportation array activated. Even in the face of the alarmingly bright golden light, the ambassador's expression didn't change at all. Aside from his pupil's involuntary reaction, he remained steadfastly in place. When the light died down, 4 robed figures could be seen standing in a row behind a fully armored dwarf, carrying an axe as tall as he was, with the blade resting over his shoulder. For the first time since he'd arrived, Ambassador Ironwick spoke. His voice resembled the sound of cracking granite. "So they decided to send you, did they? Well, I suppose you're about as well liked at the moment as I am, so I shouldn't be surprised," he growled unhappily. The armored dwarf blinked away the after effects of the odd human technology, reasserting his connection to the ground under his feet. After a second or two, he got his bearings, focusing on the ambassador standing not 10 feet in front of him. His expression adopting a scowl, the armored dwarf replied, "Don't get all high and mighty with me, General Ironwick. I'm not the slagging idiot who decided to upend 2 years of careful preparation because he couldn't put up with living among the humans." Trembling in rage, Ironwick shouted, "That's an infernal lie! Who told you that?" Walking forward to step off the Astra teleportation platform, the armored dwarf grinned at the sight of Ironwick losing his composure. Using the hand not carrying his axe to wave away the question, he replied, "Let's just get this over with. We need to seal the agreement with the humans and get these rune mages to our new mountain as soon as possible. We've got kobolds to kill." The ambassador's eyes widened in surprise, while his taut fists weakened until his hands unclenched. "Already? But what about the preparations for the immigration? And whose army will we be using? Why wasn't I asked about any of this?" he stuttered. The armored dwarf stood directly in front of the ambassador, his presence pressing down on the old dwarf. With a wry grin on his face, he declared, "You weren't consulted because your opinion no longer matters. The kings believed they had years to prepare for setting up a colony, but instead they're facing a war. Rather than let you continue to bungle things, they sent me to clean up your mess. Now, any other pointless questions? Or can we go and claim my new mountain?" Ambassador Ironwick's jaw firmed under the constant barrage of insults, his inner fire reigniting itself in the face of the challenge. Narrowing his eyes, Ironwick asked, "Do you even know anything about the mountain I chose for our people? It's already abandoned. The kobolds you're so interested in killing aren't even there. They're in the mountain adjacent to the human city, Dorchester." Bursting into laughter, the armored dwarf replied, "Of course I know that. We've had priests scrying the region from the moment we found out about your idiocy. Everything's already been decided, no thanks to you. I'll be leading my forces to help the humans clear out the threat, while my clan makes our new home fit for dwarven living." Off balance again, Ironwick muttered, "Wait, you? You're going to be the new king? Why would they pick you?" Looking at Ironwick like he was an idiot, the armored dwarf replied, "Obviously because they wanted me out of their lands and out of their beards. They needed someone who could lead a new dwarven city, and that someone also had to know how to fight. Who else would they pick? You? Try to think things through before you speak. You sound like an idiot when you don't." Growling, Ironwick stepped forward, practically bumping heads with the armored dwarf. Shouting into his face, he yelled, "Your clan is disgraced because you ran from a fight. You aren't fit to lead anything, let alone a city. You're a coward and fallen king. You've no right to be here." The armored dwarf's grin didn't falter in the face of Ironwick's wrath. Keeping the same light-hearted tone he'd used since he'd arrived, he replied, "That may be what you think. They may be what the other kings think. But I, Mathros Mithrilstrike, know who I am." Firming his shoulders and widening his stance, the armored dwarf let the bottom half of his 4 feet tall axe slide through his fingers to hit the floor with a bang, his presence unfurling into the room, the ether warping around him. He declared in a firm and unyielding voice, "I am, and always will be, a king. I am the protector of my clan, and a proud and noble dwarf. I will lead my people into their new city, one which you foolishly chose right next to a kobold city with multiple portals already in place. Aye, it's true that the mountain you chose is not currently under threat of kobolds. But I'd be a pretty poor king if I ignored a threat growing in the same range as my home." Ambassador Ironwick unconsciously took a step back before straightening his back in defiance of Mithrilstrike's pressure. "So they gave you this city to get you out of dwarven lands and hope you will die without their support." "I suppose they won't be sending any troops or supplies other than what your clan can bring on its own. For what it's worth, I didn't know about the portals. The humans didn't report anything about them. I didn't know. I'm sorry." Despite being nearly the same height, Mathros Mithrilstrike seemed to look down on the ambassador, former General Ironwick, as he said softly, "None of that matters now. My clan has a chance for a new life under a new mountain. Rest assured that no slimy, stinking kobolds are going to stand in my way. They'll die. My clan will live. That's all there is to it. So you can either beg King Shimmershield to release you from your duties and join me, or you can stay here and play ambassador with the humans. Either way, you're going to take me to this human king and get me my mountain." By the time Mathros Mithrilstrike was finished speaking, his voice was thundering about the room, shaking the very walls with its strength. Standing there with his beard blown back over both his shoulders, Ambassador Ironwick stood frozen in shock at the barely contained power coming off the Dwarven King in waves. Unconsciously gulping to re-wet his parched throat, Ambassador Ironwick replied, "Aye, King Mithrilstrike, that's what I'll do." Nick, having given up on getting Nero to discuss anything other than magic, replied, "Fine, let's start with something simple. Turning toward the center of the training circle they were standing around, Nick raised his hand and began carving a spell form into the ether. Nero, fully utilizing his rapidly developing essence field, watched closely. He could feel that Nick wasn't simply carving the spell form. He was also somehow imbuing his essence with the intent to deliberately show Nero what he was doing. It was an odd feeling to both see and feel Nick's essence imparting his will on reality. While Nero had seen this type of technique being done before, he'd never been able to see the spells being formed so clearly. To him, it was like watching ink flowing out of pen over an invisible page. Even the subtle nuances he would have missed before were now clear to him. He really did find magic fascinating. While Nero was enthralled with what he was seeing, Nick's voice took on the familiar lecturing tone Nero had gotten used to hearing. "Now, first you must make sure you fully encapsulate my spell form with your essence field. Try and feel what I'm doing. If you recall how you learned the elemental wheel spells, you shouldn't have any problems getting the general concept down rather quickly. From there, I'll draw out the spell form on the ground, just as Specialist Howard did when he trained you. If you're careful, you should be able to start trying it on your own." Now, before we get to that, this particular spell form is... While Nero half listened to his friend, his attention was focused on watching Nick's essence form several familiar patterns in the ether, along with some others he didn't quite yet fully understand. Nevertheless, by the time Nick had completed the spell form, Nero was pretty sure he'd figured out what the spell form would do when activated. From what he could tell, it was a basic frost spear variant. Mostly normal, but with an additional component mixed in that he vaguely recognized. Several of the unknown elements he could see reminded him of the sections he'd used to make his sticky spells. At a guess, Nero thought the extra spell bits probably added a freezing effect to the target, either causing it to lose heat or, more accurately, add cold. He wasn't too proud to admit that he still didn't fully understand the temperature essences, but he knew from experience that he didn't need to as long as he got the general idea.
"All right, I got it," he said before carving into the ether a copy of the spell form.
Nick paused his lecture in surprise, stuttering as Nero slowly started carving. "Already? I haven't even shown you a written example of the spell form. Even with me helping you see the shape, you shouldn't be able to see the spell form itself. Has your ability progressed to the point where you can actually see the spell forms taking shape?" "That's quite impressive," he said excitedly. Nero's attention was focused on his spell form, so he hadn't bothered looking over at Nick. Therefore, he unfortunately missed the eager and slightly deranged look on the man's face. "Well, no. Or yes. I mean, I've always been able to see how other people cast their spells. Usually, some parts are a little fuzzy for the complicated spells, or I have to ballpark some of the shapes. Really simple spells I could always copy, but I've always had trouble with the complicated stuff. But lately I've gotten better at isolating the essence streams I'm looking at. Having the opportunity to watch people casting during the fighting definitely helped. Now that I'm standing right next to you, I can easily distinguish your essence from the essence flows floating around it. It's not all that difficult once you get the hang of it. The hard part is getting a good sense of the individual parts of the spell form. Do either of you happen to have a primer or a list of all the different functions that the essence loops represent? Like a reference book or something?" he asked, his full attention still locked on the spell form he was fiddling with in between his hands. Nick and Academian Quincy shared another one of their private looks before Academian Quincy replied, "Yes, there are compendiums for known essence arrangements. They are often used in spell creation experiments and for enchantments. However, there is still a great deal to learn before you can apply them to existing spells. Those essence arrangements are conceptual applications of reality that need to be carefully adjusted to the spell form. They are recorded and logged by machines capable of observing the underlying structures that make up the material plane. You can't just arrange them however you like and expect a spell to work as you intended. Nero, still not paying too much attention, replied,
Yeah, I noticed that too. Back during the fighting, when I was mixing together the pieces of the different spells I'd learned, I kept having the spell forms fracturing and refusing to snap together. It was a real pain in the arse, and it took a while before I figured out how to feel out what I needed to change in order to get them to cooperate with me.
Academian Quincy looked over at Nick and muttered, Snap together. Nick, on the other hand, sounded exasperated, or, more accurately, spiritually defeated.
Of course you did. Well, let's set that topic aside for now. How about you try and activate the spell form? However, before you do, make sure that... Without waiting, Nero infused some more center into the spell form, activating it. He smiled widely as the spell sucked in several familiar essences from the ether. He never got tired of seeing magic do its thing. Interestingly, he could feel both Nick's and Academian Quincy's essence fields interacting with the flows. It was like they were both there, but not in any way interfering with what he was doing. Nero couldn't help but wonder what the difference was between now and when they were in an active combat zone. If their influence wasn't a problem when they were training, then why was it such an issue during a fight? He understood the concept of layered essence fields, control zones, and how the strength of the mage affected his ability to control the flows, but he didn't understand why that's the way it worked.
To him, it was like understanding how hot air balloons stay up in the air due to the variations of air density as a result of heat, but not understanding how someone could possibly steer the damn thing. It just didn't make sense beyond, that's just the way it is. Lost in his thoughts, Nero watched as a small spike of ice emerged from nothingness and came into being. The moment the creation process finished, the foot-long spike launched itself at the ground like it had been shot from a potato gun. As he'd expected, the moment it hit the well-packed dirt, the surrounding area's temperature dropped drastically. Through his essence field, Nero watched with interest as the essence altered the material world around him. While the ice spike and the essence flows seemed illusionary, the resulting change in temperature was most definitely not. This must be another example of environmental effects in action.
If the essence from the spell had been stopped by someone's essence field before it could influence reality, then the cold effect wouldn't have happened at all. And if that's true, then it might be possible to surround someone with spells radiating cold until the temperature around them dropped to dangerous levels, thereby bypassing their essence field's natural resistance, he thought to himself. Nick coughed lightly, playing off how annoyed he was at how quickly Nero had learned his spell. Yes, it seems you figured it out. Like the standard group of spells from the elemental wheel, this another example of a Tier 1 spell. The spell form is a hybrid spell, utilizing features from several variations of the elemental wheel spells, combining both temperature, water, and earth forms to... Right, I see that, Nero said quickly. But what about some Tier 2 spells? Are those the ones that Specialist Howie was using? You know, the ones that looked like three-dimensional puzzles?
Academian Quincy chuckled at Nero's deliberate mispronunciation of Specialist Howard's name. Nick replied, Yes, spell forms become more complicated as you move up in the tiers. In order to achieve more varied spell effects, more essence structures are needed to be balanced into the spell form. As an example, take a look at this Tier 2 spell form, a relatively simple Tier 2 fireball. Watch closely, and you'll recognize a lot of familiar elements. Although in this case, I doubt you'll actually be able to see anything. But don't be discouraged. You should still be able to get a general sense of the elements involved. Nero did as instructed, carefully watching how Nick carved the spell form into the ether. Just as the man had said, Nero could see several parts that had commonalities with the fire spells he already knew. What he found most interesting, however, was how the spell form seemed to wrap around itself, interacting with the layers underneath what Nick was carving. By the time Nick was done, Nero could only describe the spell form as a ball of yarn,
or a rolled-up image ready for a trash bin. Had he not witnessed the spell form's creation process, he doubted he'd be able to interpret what he was seeing. Shaking his head in defeat, Nero asked, "I'm sorry, I missed too much of it. Can you do it again?" Surprised, Nick asked, "Wait, you can still see the actual essence patterns, not just recognize the shape? Aren't they overlapping and interfering with each other?" Nero looked over at Nick and replied, "Yeah, I can still see them, kind of. It's just all tangled up. How do people usually learn them?" Academian Quincy chimed in. "Usually, a mage will start with a written description of the spell form.
For Tier 1 spells, they will memorize the theoretical form of the spell before carefully copying it into the ether. From there, they will have to meditate on the various elements that make up the spell form, thoroughly understanding each section and tailoring it to their personal understanding of the required essence flows. For more complicated spells, like ones utilizing multiple essence flows that they don't yet understand, the mage will need to practice with the spell form until it activates on its own. There is, of course, an element of trial and error involved, as the understanding of essence flows is not a simple matter. Finally, the spell form becomes ingrained in their mind, allowing the mage to fully comprehend and apply the spell form, and subsequently cast the spell. Nick eagerly took up the next step of the explanation. For Tier 2 spells, it's a much more complicated process. Typically, mages learn them in sections before ultimately combining them into a workable spell form. It's not easy, and I myself have only learned a few. Academian Quincy voiced his admiration for the budding mage beside him.
"That's more than most mages at your level. You should be proud that you've been able to incorporate that tier of spells into your understanding of the ether, especially considering the environment you've been living in."
Nero just barely stopped himself from mocking his good friend for blushing at Academian Quincy's praise. "Perhaps I really am growing as a person," he sarcastically congratulated himself. Coughing lightly to move the conversation along, Nick continued, "Well, regardless, Tier 2 spells require a great deal more effort than Tier 1s. While they are still written out in spell tomes in 2 dimensions, there are annotations on the page that show you the rotational angle that needs to be applied when carving them out in the ether. A lot more guesswork is involved, along with a great deal more danger. Mishandled Tier 2 spell forms can cause a significant backlash during training if you aren't careful. Learning them is not something a low-level mage should attempt." Nero nodded, as he could tell they wouldn't be as easy as just writing out what he was seeing. However, he also didn't think it would be all that difficult to learn how to do it. When it came down to it, they were just 3-dimensional models. As far as he was concerned, rather than trying to learn how to read the blueprints, he should just study the completed product and copy that directly. "All right, I get it. Tier 2 spells are tricky. How about you show it to me again, and this time carve it slowly," he said, while crossing his arms and concentrating on the area in front of Nick with every bit of his focus. During the fighting, Nero had seen the kind of destruction Specialist Howie had wrought among the kobolds, and that was without the benefit of his cheat-like ability to borrow power from the soul stuff in the ether. If he were to be able to learn a few Tier 2 spells, and then fuel them with souls, Nero was sure to raise his combat level further into the realms of absurdity. Of course, stable spell forms would also probably be much less likely to cause damage to the essence flows in the ether, so Jennings wouldn't have to clean up after him again. Hopefully. Possibly. Chapter 219. Not One of Us. Academian Quincy stood off to the side, carefully observing as Lord Verena struggled to teach Lord Walker magic. While both student and teacher were enthusiastic and engaged in the process, it didn't seem to make their progress any easier. Rubbing his chin in thought, Academian Quincy tried to analyze the situation objectively. Unfortunately,
His efforts weren't amounting to much.
Using the connection he was maintaining through the communication orb in his pocket, he said, "Everyone, I'm going to need to disconnect for a while." Scholar Idrius, who was currently relaying the situation going on with House Walker's adherents, replied, "Why? What's wrong?" He could feel the bundled memory feeds he was receiving from the evaluators all pause as they stopped transmitting and turned their full attention to him. "Nothing's wrong. I just want to pay a little more attention to Lord Walker's training. I'm having a little trouble understanding what I'm looking at. I don't want any distractions at the moment," he replied. Their interest and desire for more information was clear to him through the connection they currently shared, but he didn't know how to explain what he was feeling, so he changed the subject. "Idrius, you can continue to monitor the social aspects of Lord Walker's growing influence. The rest of you, continue to follow Yarbarrow's lead." "We can't allow for local interests to interfere in Lord Walker's growth. When I figure this out, I'll reinstate the connection. Although if you need me, don't hesitate to contact me," he ordered tersely before cutting off his connection. Feeling the parts of his mind that had been set aside for the connection return to his main consciousness, he rolled his shoulders in relief. While it wasn't necessarily difficult to maintain such a deep connection, doing it for prolonged periods of time was annoying. Turning his full attention back to Lords Walker and Verena, Academian Quincy narrowed his eyes and focused. For some reason, he felt that he needed to understand what was wrong with what he was seeing. Looking at the situation logically, Lord Verena was following the standard model for teaching a young mage spell forms. Granted, the speed at which they were covering spells was drastically sped up, but that didn't feel like the main issue. It was definitely something else. Lord Walker wasn't struggling to understand or connect with the essence flows. He wasn't having trouble remembering or conceptualizing the essence structures that made up the spell forms. He wasn't even having trouble with his ethereal connection. So what was it? Watching carefully as Lord Walker fired off an uneven ground spell, he had to admit the young man was a once-in-a-millennium talent. With such little center being provided, the entire training circle was affected. The ground rose and sank randomly, turning the terrain into divots and eddies that would make any soldier groan in annoyance. "Okay, I guess I can understand what you're saying, but why do I have to mentally connect with the ground in the area before I cast it? Can't I just think about where I want it to be and let her rip?" Lord Walker asked, his tone full of questions. Waving his arms widely, Lord Verena responded, "Because that's how you ensure that your spell works as intended."
If you don't carefully target your spell, then the ambient essence fields of whomever you're targeting will interfere with your construct creation. Lord Walker replied quickly, "Okay, but why? I mean, I'm not actually targeting them, so their essence fields shouldn't get in the way, right? It's not like their essence fields are mingling with the ground under their feet. Or at least, I don't think they are. Wait, are they?" Abruptly rounding on Lord Verena, Lord Walker continued, "Hold up. If I can arbitrarily designate what I'm targeting, then why can't I just use a spell to create an odorless but deadly gas in a bubble around people's heads? Like, if interacting with physical objects works the way you say it does, then it should be possible, shouldn't it?" Lord Verena's face was contorted into a frown, his patience warring with his professionalism. The man's emotions seemed to vacillate between pride at how quickly Lord Walker was learning, annoyance at how difficult it was to get the points he was trying to make across, and intrigue at how Lord Walker's mind seemed to work. Academian Quincy had never seen a teacher struggling so much to get through to their student. Typically, a learning mage may have trouble with certain aspects of a spell, but never had he seen someone so naturally gifted have so much difficulty understanding the very spells they were successfully casting. His brain suddenly stuttered to a stop, and he realized what he'd been missing. Lord Walker was successfully casting these spells. That shouldn't be possible if he didn't thoroughly understand them.
It was a fundamental aspect of nature. You couldn't create a representation of reality without first understanding it. That was not a matter of debate, or even something that had ever been questioned.
Stepping forward to interject himself into the conversation, Academian Quincy eagerly asked, "Lord Walker, a moment, if you will. When you cast a spell, what exactly are you thinking about?"
Both Lord Verena and Lord Walker turned in surprise, each with a questioning look on their face. Having gotten used to answering and doing things he didn't fully understand, Lord Walker replied without hesitation. "Well, first I think about connecting my center to where I want to put the spell form. Then I think about what the spell form is supposed to look like when it's completed. Then I think about letting it suck in whatever essence it needs, before finally thinking about where I want the spell to go off. You know, the standard spell creation process." "Onto something," Academian Quincy replied. "You don't consider the resulting construct you are intending to make, or the specific types of essence your spell form is collecting?" Lord Walker shook his head. "Not really."
"Usually I just focus on the spell form and let the rest of that stuff take care of itself. I used to do all that when I was manually moving the essence around to get the effect I wanted. But with spell forms, it's much simpler. Why?" Academian Quincy didn't know how to respond. That's not how magic works," he thought to himself, helplessly. Nero returned to the ridiculously large tent that had been set aside for him and his wackos. He'd left Nick and Quincy back at the training field. When he'd left, they had been in a deep discussion about the intricacies of magic. He needed a break. He'd been practicing magic since he'd woken up, and he needed some time to think through what he had learned, or unlearned, or been told. Too much of what Nick had said didn't make any sense to him. Nodding politely to the guards, who snapped to attention as he walked through the front entrance, Nero made sure to keep the frown off his face. It was both weird and kinda nice being able to feel how much they respected him. While he didn't doubt there was some kind of essence technique that allowed for people to hide their feelings, he doubted it would be any easier than the one he'd learned to hide his essence trail. This world was different in so many little ways that it added up to a completely different social structure. Just imagining what it would have been like in his old world if the employees couldn't hide their disdain for their superiors was enough to blow his mind. He knew not everyone necessarily senses things the way he does, but the subconscious effect was still there even if people didn't realize it. The better in tune he got with his essence field, the more he was able to see the subtle differences he had been missing. Fundamentally, people here weren't all that different from the ones back home, but they'd developed in a completely different environment, and as a result, they thought differently. They were a lot more socially conscious, and therefore more concerned with the greater good. They weren't exactly kinder or more moral, but they were more aware. That really was the only way he could explain it. Even he'd caught himself considering the consequences of his actions more, since he'd started feeling everyone's state of mind projecting itself out into the world. It was like when he'd been a kid, and an adult had asked him how he would feel if someone else did what he did to him. Back in his old world, he'd had to think about it. But here, it was right there for him to see. He couldn't ignore it. When he acted like a dick, he could feel the other person's essence field recoiling. There was simply no way he could miss it, now that he could see it. Walking through the common room toward the buffet table, which had been permanently set up, Nero started filling up a plate with his late lunch. Along the way, he let his senses flow out around him, tasting the sea of personalities that were present in the room. The few people who were paying attention, or talking about him, were all radiating a feeling of emotional warmth and acceptance. It was like being surrounded by Care Bears or something. Taking a seat at one of the empty tables, Nero absently started eating while glancing around the room. These were his people,
and the fact that he could no longer go about his day without being confronted by that fact was just weird. Shaking his head in defeat, he set that train of thought aside for the moment and went back to thinking about magic. While he hadn't exactly understood everything that Quincy and Nick had been going on about, he'd understood enough to know that how they looked at the world was entirely different than how he did. They saw magic as a type of personal creation, like they were gods or something. To cast magic, they used their center like it was their very being.
For them, it required dedication and study. Years of it. He'd read about how mages learned magic and had mistakenly thought they were just idiots. Now he knew differently. It was him. He was the weird one. Where they had to painstakingly connect with the essence flows, learning all about them through meditation and effort, he could just guide them to where he wanted them to go. It was no wonder they found his ability to manipulate the essence flows so interesting. It was entirely outside of their abilities. It was like that old story about the guy with eyes in a land without sight. He was just built differently. Academian Quincy had chalked it up to his unusual soul, while Nick thought it was some kind of inherent ability. Either way, they had both agreed it was exciting. Nero, however, didn't feel all that pleased about it. Earlier in the day, when Quincy had hinted at him being something other than human, that had hit Nero right in the feels. It had really stuck with him. Despite Nick's assurance and referenced data which proved his identity, Nero was unable to forget that he was still body-jacking a corpse. He hadn't wanted to say anything for fear of what they would think of him, but he honestly thought his ability was due to him not being part of the local essence cycle. Apparently, they'd both forgotten about the fact that everything here was connected. But he hadn't. In a very real way, he was a third-party player interjecting himself into their lives. While he could feel like he was connected to them through their essence fields and their emotions, he wasn't really one of them. While he may not have realized it, on some level he'd probably always known that's how it was. Chewing on his food, he looked around at the 10 or so wackos chattering away on their break, feeling a sense of disconnect with them. In many ways, he was like one of the magic constructs that was both part of the world and not. His presence was fueled by his desire to be here, and it was overriding the will of the world. It was a heavy responsibility, and one he'd been ignoring. How had the story of Dorchester supposed to have gone if he hadn't been here to interfere? Would the Dorchan Noble War have turned out differently? Were the Cosgrave heirs always supposed to have died? Was there some kind of ethereal force of fate he'd been disrupting? Had him being here caused the essence density to change and the kobolds to climb out of their holes? Was it all his fault? Or had he saved everyone from their fate? Was it possible for him to ever know? Scowling at the heavy thoughts he was having, Nero angrily picked up his plate and tossed it in the pile with the dirty dishes. Taking along the canteen he'd filled up with some fruit juice, he went off to find a place without anyone around so he could think. This isn't me. I'm not some emo-obsessed teenager obsessed with contemplating his place in the world. So I'm different, so what? I'm still me. I'm still awesome. Now I've got people placing their faith in me, big deal. I ran a moderately successful cell phone store for years, I can handle that, he told himself stubbornly. Stomping through the encampment, he ignored the feeling of people's attention on him. The last thing he wanted to deal with right now was people thanking him for what he'd done during the battle. Eventually, he arrived at an area currently filled with people watching some fights. The general sense of attention was on the training circle, which they'd turned into an arena. The crowd even had shields set up to contain the chaos. His presence went entirely unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, he luxuriated in the blessed anonymity. Suddenly, he felt an odd ripple through the ether, which had him instinctively turning around to see what was happening. Almost like he was peeking behind a curtain, he saw a flash of gold light resolving itself into a person. It was likely hidden under an illusion, and therefore invisible to most people, but he had no trouble seeing it. Locking eyes with Jennings, he almost couldn't contain his urge to laugh at the surprised look on the old man's face. Apparently, he hadn't thought Nero would notice him. With a smirk, Nero asked, "Are you here for a thank you? 'Cause seriously, I do owe you one for fixing the essence flows that I screwed up. I may have gotten a little carried away with that last spell of mine. Admittedly, I didn't really think that one through. So, sorry about that." Archmage Jennings' presence seemed to shift, becoming more fully real and now visible to everyone around him. Noticing everyone stepping back, along with the looks of recognition on their faces, he said, "Let's go for a walk, Nero." Just like that, Nero felt the man's essence reach out to surround him. Stifling the urge to interfere with the process, Nero let it happen. The world twisted and turned, before reassembling itself back into something he could comprehend. Finding himself now inside a tastefully appointed room, Nero looked around in appreciation of being back inside Dorchester. Or what he assumed was Dorchester, based on the ambiance. Wooden walls, along with some paintings, familiar overhead essence lighting, and ornate rug-like carpets. If he weren't in Dorchester, he'd be surprised. Not bothering with being polite, Nero jumped into one of the chairs, sighing in relief at having the chance to enjoy cushioned seats again. Glancing up at Jennings, he said, "Thanks, man. Seriously, I needed this." Chuckling, Archmage Jennings walked over to sit opposite Nero on another chair. "So, you've finally discovered what makes you different from those around you." The Archmage's tone wasn't in the least bit judgmental or accusatory, and what he said certainly wasn't in the form of a question. Nodding, Nero replied with a weak smile. "Yeah. I don't think Nick or the others have figured it out yet." Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Archmage Jennings replied, "Just to put your mind at ease, I can tell you that you are, in fact, a human. You are not a sociopath, mentally unstable, or in any way outside of the norm. Well, not when it comes to who you are while you're here, that is." Curious, Nero asked, "Okay, but what do you mean by that?" Smiling gently, the Archmage replied, "I mean that for all intents and purposes, you are a perfectly normal and average 14-year-old human being. Nothing more, nothing less. However, that is not all that you are. I have always referred to you as an anomaly for a reason. You aren't supposed to be here. Therefore, you have a unique and valuable perspective from which you view the plane around you." Utterly confused, while somewhat mollified, Nero asked, "So, I'm like an outsider looking in?" That's a perfectly understandable way of interpreting what I just said, but nonetheless entirely accurate. You're more accurately both here and not here. Your soul isn't a product of this reality, or at least, I don't think it is. Therefore, you'll never be fully in tune with the essence around you. As a result, you can understand it, recognize it, and use it, but you can never truly join with it. That is both a boon and a curse. For example, you will never be able to achieve godhood. When you reach level 100, reality will reject you. You'll have to move up the dimensions and leave these planes behind," he said gently, as if he were delivering Nero terrible news. Nero looked over at the man in confusion. What?" Sighing in exasperation, Archmage Jennings replied, "I honestly didn't plan on telling you any of this anytime soon, both because you wouldn't understand it and because it wasn't currently relevant. but I don't want you misunderstanding what that academician mistakenly concluded. When a person reaches level 100, they attain unity. While you can't possibly understand what that means right now, you can just think about it as being perfectly in tune with your body, mind, and soul. For people who are a product of this level of existence, that would mean also being perfectly in tune with the universe, all planes of the universe. As a result, they could become gods, merging with reality to create their own plane of existence and influencing those around them. However, it also means that a person could transcend this plane of existence and move up to a higher dimension, being reborn into a higher state of being. Nero listened closely to what the old man was saying, relying heavily on the translation magic to read into what little subtext he could understand. Okay, so it's like a game where you reach max level and then start the new game plus. Stunned, Archmage Jennings' eyes practically rolled back in his head as his brain struggled to comprehend the concept of what New Game Plus meant to Nero. After barely a moment, his glare focused on the young man like a laser. That is an incredibly interesting way to interpret what I've just said. Has your previous world mastered dimensional travel? Nero met Archmage Jennings' stare for a few seconds before he could no longer contain himself. Bursting into laughter, he said, "Oh man, fuck it. Let me tell you about video games and how your world could be described in the context of what I'm familiar with." Chapter 220. The Science of Gaming. In the common room of House Walker's tent, Kathleen Averett stood at the head of the table, her steady gaze sweeping across the assembled warriors seated before her. Behind her hung House Walker's colors, the symbol of their lord watching over the proceedings, as if he were there, grinning down on them himself. Seated to her right, former Captain Angleton, now referred to as simply Knight Angleton, met her stare with a confident one of his own from his seat. On her left, Natalie Keening, now titled Group Leader Keening, sat stoically in her seat as well. Former assassin and convict Michael Herring was on Group Leader Keening's right, his smile wide and infectious. Across from him, on Knight Angleton's left, was Sholar Idris, the evaluator team's representative and demonstration of the Crown's interest in their lord. Further down the table, there were Oscar Hudgins and Nora Faulkner, among others. Each one was hand-picked by her and the other leaders of House Walker for their dedication and resolve. As a group, they were shaping up nicely. Breaking the silence, Kathleen said, "As you all know, we'll be returning to Dorchester tomorrow. While our tasks may be many, we are more than equal to them. Each of you has been briefed on what you will need to do, and I have every confidence that you will succeed in your missions. Trust in yourselves and those around you, and together we shall ensure that House Walker's name echoes throughout history, immortalizing our deeds into legend and earning our place in the halls of power." The looks of determination on their faces she received in response to her words lit a fire in Kathleen's heart. While she would never admit it out loud, some of these weak-willed Southerners had some potential. Knight Angleton's firm voice interrupted her thoughts. "You can count on us. We will not fail in our duties to our lord." Group Leader Keening offered a nod of her own in agreement with him before asking, "How have the arrangements gone with Lady Verena?" Still standing, Kathleen glanced over at the woman before pulling out the communication orb she'd borrowed from Lord Verena. "Yes, everything has been arranged. Even if there is no settlement to be had with the Council of Leadership, House Walker's finances are enough to support us indefinitely. Our Lord's stake in the arena, along with his various businesses, are doing quite well, and his estates are being prepared for us." Chiming in, Michael Herring said, "I've heard that since the army has pulled out of the wilds, the hunters have been incredibly active. House Walker's trading posts have been doing a brisk business, And the general consensus among those fighting out of the Hunter's Hall is that Lord Walker is personally discounting supplies in an effort to aid the city's protectors. Several people spoke up in agreement, making it clear that they'd heard something similar. Kathleen knew that the rumors weren't technically true, as the essence crystals being funneled through the trading posts were making the young lord rich. However, there was no reason for her to clarify anything. Besides, it was the young lord's clever business practices that allowed for such goods to be distributed at the lower prices the hunters were seeing. Looking around the table, she nodded in appreciation at the sight of such dedicated warriors. Folding her arms across her chest, she almost smiled. House Walker now had money, soldiers, an estate, and a quest. Things really were looking up.
Having spent the last few hours trying to explain common themes, accepted practices, cultural references, and tropes in general to Archmage Jennings, Nero was exhausted. It wasn't so much the topics or the content they were discussing that had been sapping his strength. It was Jennings' absurd, logical parallels he continually spouted on and on about. They were what was making Nero's head hurt. Archmage Jennings stood before two giant holographic chalkboards he'd whipped up, madly connecting different informational boxes into a complex web with various colored lines. So, in the arena of tactical games, a singular player is in charge of his troop dispositions only on the macro scale? That makes sense, I suppose. But what I don't understand is how your society came up with the idea to copy the game. Nero was sprawled out in his chair, rubbing his temples as he tried to follow what Jennings was saying. I don't know what to tell you, man. Game designers and writers just theorized worlds like yours and then ran with it. They needed some way to represent concepts like magic and stuff so that the games could be balanced. I'm pretty sure you guys have a game or whatever that is pretty similar to the tactical RPGs I used to play. I'm almost positive I saw some stuff on the Thought Hub about it. Dismissively waving his hand at Nero's rambling, Jennings replied, Yes, of course we do, but that's not the point. Turning to gesture at a particular section of the board behind him, he continued, This particular concept you spoke of, heroic units, our games don't have such a clever feature, not to mention your description of morale values and unit health. Our games are merely logical representations of the real world that, before today, I thought were relatively accurate. But now, I have to admit that we've been neglecting several important aspects of warfare. Nero frowned, dropping his hands lazily to the armrests.
You guys included magic and stuff, right? How could you forget something so simple as troop morale? How do you calculate when a unit breaks up or stops fighting? Do you just assume everyone is going to fight to the death? That's idiotic. Archmage Jennings replied quickly. No, not at all. We simply use a loyalty function to predict what percentage of casualties it would take for a force to give up and retreat. Admittedly, it is merely an analytical representation of historical data sets collected from various battles, but we couldn't do any better. Until now, that is. We never factored into the equation the commanders and their effects on their soldiers' morale. As you pointed out, the essence field combinatorial effect can easily influence large units of soldiers during a battle. Also, this concept of heroic units casting buffs has some interesting implications concerning troop loyalty and battle prowess. Nero watched helplessly as the Archmage continued to write haphazardly across the holograms with his glowing finger. Since Nero had introduced the old man to the concept of gaming, and subsequently mentioned some parallels he'd noticed, Jennings hadn't stopped bouncing around like a toddler on a sugar high. For a ridiculously old man, he was surprisingly spry. Of particular interest to Jennings was the concept of unit designations. Nero had pointed out that in most games, melee units were limited to fighting in melee, ranged units at range, etc. While Nero had offhandedly mentioned that it was weird to see such a concept being explained away by how this world's essence worked, Jennings had taken it as a challenge to then try and find more similarities between Nero's gaming knowledge and the world around them. The Archmage equated center with mana, somehow concluding that competent resource management could explain rising mana reserves in regards to center recollection. Gaming conventions concerning XP had obviously been equated to experiences being integrated into a person's soul. That one even Nero hadn't disagreed with. However, he had to spend half an hour explaining in detail how there was no way a game back home would give a player XP for anything other than combat. Unfortunately, as the conversation progressed, Jennings forced him through thorough questioning to remember games like Dungeons & Dragons, which had encounter experience, and numerous other gaming systems that awarded XP for completing quests like deliveries and successful missions. Nero had been forced to admit that when looked at in the right way, experience in this world did work a lot like the XP systems he was familiar with back home. Annoyingly, the longer their talk went on, the more abstract Jennings's interpretations became. He'd likened zones and maps to areas of differing density, adamantly ignoring Nero's repeated attempts at explaining that the comparison was, at best, only partially correct. Over and over, Nero was forcibly backed into a corner, having to reluctantly admit how similar some of the concepts were. It became oddly surreal, as he'd spent most of his time since coming to this world reorganizing what he'd learned into terms he could understand, which had been gaming terms. Now, faced with Jennings doing the same thing, he found himself focusing on all the small ways in which the concepts he was familiar with didn't apply. Nero tried and failed to explain how dungeons weren't supposed to be places where enemies continuously spawned. To be clear, while they did functionally continually restock themselves, they were created to be story centers that multiple groups could challenge to progress the individual stories they were following. However, words failed him when he tried to explain story progression and what terms like main character actually meant. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't explain to Jennings that in his world, there was supposed to be a sense of permanence. Games were merely intended to represent things. They were not, and had never been, intended to accurately describe anything. They were just stories that were supposed to be enjoyed, not simulations. The Archmage, however, couldn't care less about Nero's objections. For him, there were simply too many coincidences for him to ignore. Despite Nero's continued denials, the old man refused to let up. He used his centuries of experience to question Nero about every facet of gaming culture, along with fantasy tropes and intellectual properties Nero was familiar with. Nero hadn't realized how much he actually remembered. Now, as he watched Jennings muttering to himself, slowly trying to work out an accurate mathematical model of an army's morale, Nero felt nothing but shame and confusion. How in the hell did I end up having to be the one defending the idea that this world is not a game? He wondered to himself. Needing this to be over, Nero said, "Listen, man, I get it. Games are cool, and you want to crib what you can and apply it to this world's favorite pastime. But seriously, it's been like hours. Haven't you had enough? Can't we discuss magic or something?" The Archmage turned around, an incredulous look on his face. "Nero, don't you see? It's like you've been training your entire previous life to come to this world. Don't you realize how incomprehensible and extraordinary that is? Haven't you wondered whether or not your soul, which had been floating through the spatial layers, specifically chose this world, due to your familiarity with these concepts? How have you not at least considered the possibility that all of this, you coming here, your effect on this world, could it not all be for a reason?
Nero, still slouched on the couch with his feet propped up on the coffee table, returned the Archmage's intense and excited stare with an unamused glare of his own. No, I haven't. Those types of stories are stupid. Even if I chose this world, so what? Would you expect my disembodied soul to go somewhere it didn't recognize? As for the whole fate thing, who cares? Maybe I was completely outside of the time-space continuum and chose this particular time and place carefully so that I could make my mark. Or maybe it was just dumb luck. Either way, worrying about it is pointless.
Besides, I have bigger things to worry about. Don't you think Nick and the others are freaking out by now due to my absence? I need to get back, he said with a tone of helplessness. Unfortunately, the Archmage didn't agree. No, you really don't. I've already contacted your house and alerted them as to your whereabouts. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on them. You'll be pleased to know that they have successfully organized your growing army of mercenaries into quite the little force. I believe you've chosen your subordinates well, he said, his tone weirdly proud for some reason. Continuing to glare at the clueless old mage, Nero replied, So, you're intent on keeping me captive here? Are you going to squeeze every bit of knowledge out of my head like I'm some sort of interdimensional content creator?
That's not cool, man.
Bit a dick move, to be honest.
Rolling his eyes, Jennings turned around to return to his board, saying over his shoulder, Stop being so dramatic. While Nero stewed in silence, Jennings' hands occasionally flew across the hologram, altering equations and adding notations left and right. As far as Nero could tell, the man was completely and totally absorbed in the process, feeling a profound sense of unhappiness about how his intentions to mock this world and all of its inhabitants by comparing them to games had turned out. Nero resigned himself to enjoying some snacks while doing a little light reading. For the next few hours, Nero was forced to occasionally answer Jennings' questions as he tried and failed to understand the subject of planes. With having to constantly think about games and fantasy novels from back home, he found himself unable to stop himself from interpreting everything he was learning through the lens of what he was familiar with. It was both helpful and incredibly annoying. He was constantly coming to conclusions that were immediately disproven by the following paragraph he read. Eventually, he noticed an odd peculiarity that he decided to ask Jennings about. Hey, old man, have you ever told me the name of this planet? I honestly can't remember if you did, he asked curiously, somewhat amazed he didn't already know. The Archmage, now having multiplied the number of holograms he was dealing with, turned around to look at Nero with confusion. What do you mean by name? Why would we name the planet? Nero's mouth gaped, successfully expressing his confusion. Well, why wouldn't you? You named the kingdom, the continent you live on. It only seems natural to name the planet. Archmage Jennings placed his hands on his hips and looked up at the ceiling, seemingly deep in thought. It's sometimes hard to imagine how you see the world around you. You really do have an odd and interesting perspective. Perhaps some context would help. Waving his hand, Jennings moved all the holograms off to the side of the room, stacking them neatly in rows to preserve what he'd written. In their place, he conjured a new hologram, one Nero had seen before, a slowly spinning globe that represented the planet on which he now lived. This is our planet. We don't necessarily have a name for it, as we aren't all that interested in it. Travel to other areas is difficult, and our concerns limit us to the immediate areas around us. We refer to our place in the universe as the material plane. Alongside us, at various other spiritual frequencies, are the other planes of existence. In many ways, it's easier to travel to the other planes than it is to travel to the other continents or surrounding planets in our solar system, he lectured matter-of-factly. Looking Nero in the eye, he made it clear how serious he was when said, "What you need to concern yourself with is the planes corresponding to our little slice of the material plane." With another wave of his hand, Jennings conjured a pillar of stratified light right next to the globe. From the glaring bright white at the top, the pillar slowly transitioned through gold, green, and brown, until finally ending in a deep and angry red. Highlighting a thin section of green, Jennings said, "This is a rough representation of the upper to lower planes. See this region here? This represents all the material planes that are capable of stabilizing essence enough to create matter. Each one has a world of its own, and that world exists in the same time and space as the own we are currently living on. Now, when there are so many planes so close to us, why would we concern ourselves with naming the planet?" Nero sat up in interest, trying to wrap his head around this new information. "So what you're saying is, there are a ton of alternate dimensions that are easier to explore than the world around us?" "That seems unlikely." Raising an eyebrow imperiously at Nero, Jennings replied, "Oh, really? Have you not realized that the kobolds currently invading come from one of these other material planes? Well, technically one from the elemental sections of the planar map, but nonetheless my point stands." Pointing harshly at the section of the pillar which was still highlighted, Jennings said, "Within this narrow band of reality, there are an infinite number of planes that are filled with dangers. Every time an essence disturbance materializes, a connection to another plane is made. Dungeons and rifts are commonplace, and not all of them lead to fully realized material planes. There are demi-planes, isolated pockets of temporary reality, and even hidden sanctuaries filled with ruins that are constantly popping up all over the kingdom. It takes every bit of humanity's attention to keep them from overtaking us. As a citizen of Oglevark, not to mention a member of the human race, you have a responsibility to help us fight for our place in this universe. This is not a reality that is kind to the weak." Nero stared at the ominously glowing pillar in thought. He'd known about the dangers and read about the various threats that could come knocking, but he hadn't truly understood it until now. "Those kobold sons of bitches really did come here to expand their plane," he said to himself. Looking up at the Archmage from his cushy position on the oversized chair, he said, "I get it. You don't have to worry that I'll fuck off and go exploring. There is plenty of adventure to be had right here." Stealing one of his favorite quotes, he added, "Besides, all my stuff is here. I won't let anyone mess with Dorchester." Frowning at Nero, Jennings replied, "Not to mention your house and the nearly 150 people who have left their lives behind to follow you." Nero's grin faded a little before he shrugged and said, "Yeah, of course. Them too." Chapter 221. Self-Deception as a Coping Mechanism. After having a rather interesting discussion with Academian Quincy concerning Nero's background and its likely effect on his personality, Nick retired to his room to check in with Vera. Leaning back into his chair, he reached out to Dorchester through his communication orb and waited patiently for his wife to use her twinned communication orb to accept the connection. When he finally felt the connection activate, he let himself get lost momentarily in the familiar feelings of his love's presence. "Hello, my dear. How did your conversation with Ms. Averett go?" he asked with a smile. He could feel Vera mentally sighing as she replied, "Everything has been arranged for your return. That woman is both frightfully capable and utterly irrational. If it weren't for young Nero's surprisingly strong economic position, she'd be ruining him." Nick had expected some conflict between the two women as to who was actually in control of House Walker, but he hadn't thought Ms. Averett was the type of person who would be considered wasteful. "Oh? What did she do?" Vera replied, "Technically nothing yet, but from what I can tell,
She's planning on expanding Nero's house further by capitalizing on his recent notoriety.
Even more confused, he asked hesitantly, "What notoriety?" Over the connection, Nick could feel Vera's irritation quite clearly.
I think it was the Blackwoods that started it, but with how the council is acting, I can't be entirely sure.
Sitting up in his seat, Nick panicked for a moment at what the Blackwoods' involvement could mean. His tone cold as ice, he asked, "What did they do?" Obviously intending to calm him down, her voice became soothing and eerily calm as she began explaining.
I'm sure you remember, Nero has been a topic of conversation for some time. Between his part in the Noble War, his eye-catching appearance in the arena, and his not-so-secret conflict with the nobles, many people have been following his story. I think we were just beginning to see the nobles' response to his growing popularity, with the recent opinions being distributed through the Thought Hub. Many prominent figures have begun openly questioning whether or not Nero is as impressive as some of the stories people are hearing make him sound. Whoever is behind it was careful enough to begin slowly shifting public opinion rather than outright confronting it. It was very well done, and if they had more time, their plan probably would have worked.
To be honest, I only really noticed the pattern when that researcher, Madeline York, began voicing concerns about House Walker's exploitation of density shift. Other respected city leaders publicly responded, either partially agreeing with her or reframing the issue while taking Nero's exploitation of Dorchester's plight as a given. Taken together, it was clear that a subtle campaign to discredit the usage of our trading houses had begun. I didn't even oppose it at first, as it worked to advertise our new enterprise. But looking at it now, in the long run, I fear it could have done a great deal of harm to House Walker's name. In the coming months, when our competitors opened their own trading houses, people looking for an alternative would jump at the opportunity to boycott us. However, I no longer see that happening, since this morning the Thought Hub was overrun by memory engrams from returning soldiers who made a point of highlighting Nero's contributions, she said in amusement. Baffled, he asked, "Okay, but what does any of that have to do with Kathleen? And how can you be sure it was the Blackwoods behind it? The Yorks and the Blackwoods aren't in any alliance that I've ever heard about. In fact, if I remember correctly, Lord York and Lord Blackwood used to hate each other. I would have thought Lord York would be grateful to House Walker for exposing his actions, leading to both his disgrace and execution." Vera's reply was swift and sharp. There isn't a noble in Dorchester who doesn't fear House Walker's rise. Even after being raised to a unique, he's made it clear he'll be leaving a presence in this city through House Verena. You should consider what will happen to us after Nero moves on to another city. Nick had to admit that she had a point. It only made sense that the nobles would already be preparing to counter Nero's influence. Planning for the future was just good sense. A long-term public relations campaign against House Walker's interests should have been something he'd expected. Vera continued, "Regardless, Kathleen had already anticipated the nobles spreading word about Nero's war crimes and had one of the WAC's new members create an informative memory engram that she intended to have me distribute in order to counter their claims. When I told her about what was going on across the Thought Hub, she had me distribute it immediately. She also requested Nero's estate to be restaffed and supplies arranged for her growing forces. I've also sent out 2 wagon loads of armor, gear, and weapons, which should be reaching you by tonight. The Army's engineers have already built a connecting road through the mountains to your position, and I hear they are preparing an assault force to head into the mountain after the kobolds." Sounding annoyed, he replied, "And that's enough to affect House Walker's finances?" Vera replied, "Not at all." However, once I distributed the informational memory engram she'd asked me to, the Thought Hub began receiving more and more testimonials from returning soldiers who had personally witnessed Nero's heroics. In less than a day, everyone in Dorchester has been talking about it. The religious quarter has become even more vocal, declaring that this is proof of their claims of his divine purpose. I've been flooded with requests to join him in his noble crusade. When I told Kathleen about it, she began talking about expanding Nero's mercenary company into a hunting division under the personal control of Nero. She's having me recruit and outfit teams to go out into the wilds and establish House Walker's presence. We've run the numbers, and if we don't screw up, House Walker will be raking in the profits from the essence crystals we'll be receiving. Paling at the idea of even more warriors being infected with Nero's idiocy, he asked, "How many more people is she expecting?" Vera replied in amusement, "It's been less than 12 hours since we started, and I've already signed 3 respected teams totaling 19 people." Her requirement that they agree to follow Nero into whatever danger he decides to get mixed up in didn't put them off at all. In fact, they seemed quite excited about it. From the initial responses I've been getting, you can expect that there will be quite a few more like-minded people joining the Walker Adventuring Company in the future. Nick replied with a sigh, "Wonderful. Just what we need. More wackos." By the time Archmage Jennings returned Nero to House Walker's tent, it was already well past sundown. Still processing everything they'd talked about, Nero walked through the tent flaps with a frown on his face. The common room was filled to the brim with wackos, drinking and laughing. The festive atmosphere immediately assaulted his senses with the contrast to how he was currently feeling. Noticing a slight incongruity in the ether on his left, Nero turned to see Kathleen approaching him at a brisk walk. Focusing his essence field around her, he could tell that her presence was slightly masking itself among the various essence fields of the people around her. Had he not already been familiar with the technique, he would have easily missed her. She is disgustingly good at hiding in plain sight, he thought to himself in wonder. When she stopped hiding herself, the transition was so quick he almost missed it. Appearing fully in the room, she asked, "Are you all right, little lord?" Smiling fondly at the familiar term, he replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Gesturing off to an area away from everyone, he led her away while quietly asking, "Jennings said that he told you where I was." While slowly nodding, Kathleen's face remained expressionless. "Yes, I handled everything in your absence. You have nothing to catch up on. What I'm more concerned about is what you discussed with the Archmage," she asked, her voice laced with quiet intensity. Smiling weakly, he replied, "Nothing sinister, I don't think. We just talked about the game and my place in the world." Replying with some steel in her voice, she said, "Your place is with us. You don't have to give up your plans to adhere to his wishes. As a unique, even he does not have the right to influence your decisions." Shaking his head at the care she was showing him, he said, "No, he wasn't trying to convince me of anything, or at least I think he wasn't. You have to understand, up until recently, I've been just going with the flow. Aside from the few times where I stuck my nose in where it didn't belong, I've mostly been just reacting to things as they come. But now, having had to come to terms with the fact that I'm a player, along with all of the crap that I've somehow gotten myself into, it's all just a little much to take in." Slightly frowning in confusion, she said, "Everyone is a player in their own game. That's what being awakened means. When you are a child, your caretakers are there to protect you. But when you become an adult, you awaken your power and are forced to confront the obstacles the world puts in your path on your own. While it is a heavy responsibility, it is one we must all carry." His shoulders drooped as he sighed in exasperation at her monologue. She really can't help but talk like a wizened mentor guiding him toward his destiny through metaphor and spiritualism. What's worse, Nero now knew enough about the world to know for a fact that she was actually being literal. Crazily, translation magic had no problem equating what he meant by player to how she was using it. This was a world where touchy-feely crap blurred its lines with games and fantasy in a mishmash of real-world responsibilities and accountability. To Nero,
It was like finding out all the little ways in which winning the lottery ruined your life. Taxes, meetings with accountants, familial requests, false friends coming out of the woodwork, days and days of endless work managing the new fortune. Being confronted with the reality of the consequences ended up souring the fantasy. Here he was, in an actual fantasy world, with freaking magic, no less, and he was being corrupted into becoming an emotional little twat, concerned with keeping his people alive and confronting terrors in defense of all of humanity.
A fate he'd always sworn to himself that he would avoid if he was ever lucky enough to find himself in this situation. This all reminded him of when he'd been forced to learn what insurance premiums meant, when he'd had to pick out his healthcare provider after having made manager. The feeling of being dragged, kicking and screaming into adulthood had nearly driven him to alcoholism. If it hadn't been for his girlfriend at the time, he'd probably have run off to Hawaii and taken a job at a surf shop or something. Now, once again, circumstance was forcing him to adult, which was actually his least favorite verb after retching and excreting. Looking resigned to his fate, he reached out and gently patted Kathleen on her arm, silently assuring her that he was fine. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm just going to keep focusing on my shit and let the rest of it fall wherever it wants, he said firmly before changing the subject. Now, I heard from Jennings that you've organized House Walker or something? When will we be rejoining the fight with the kobolds? Easily slipping into her command voice, she replied, We're just waiting on the wagons Lady Verena sent with our supplies. Tomorrow morning, we'll be presenting you with options as to how you want us to proceed. Surprised to hear that Kathleen had been communicating with Vera, he asked, How about giving me a preview? What are you and everyone else thinking? Crossing her arms and adopting the warrior look Nero had become used to seeing, she replied, 3 options, my lord. 1. We stay here and follow the secondary army into the tunnel the kobolds have provided us. The army intends to press into the mountain on 2 fronts, and we have the option of choosing which front we'll be joining. 2. We return to Dorchester and collect those recruits who are there waiting for us, before heading to the mountain gate and joining the forces there. Finally, we can split our forces, sending our troops to wherever you'd like, while you go to the Mage Tower and use your abilities to aid the campaign there. In that case, I'll be leading House Walker's forces into the field. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Nero found himself focusing on one particular sentence she'd quickly glossed over. Wait, we have more troops waiting for us in Dorchester? Has Vera been recruiting? Shrugging away the question, Kathleen replied, Don't worry about it. It's being handled. You just need to decide where House Walker will be going. Personally, while I'd like to see your continued involvement in the upcoming battles, tactically it would make more sense to make use of your ability to pierce the kobold's illusions through the Mage Tower. Intelligence is currently the weakest aspect of Dorchester's preparations for the assault. Your aid would no doubt be of great help to all of us. Rubbing his hands across his face, he felt like screaming. He really didn't want to spend his days locked in a room scrying stuff. Despite how interesting the Magic Tower probably was, he was sure doing monitor duty would be utterly boring. Everyone else would be out having fun, fighting and getting into trouble, and he'd be stuck watching their adventures. He'd always been more of an RPG fan than an RTS enthusiast. He enjoyed being part of the action, not coordinating it. Changing the subject once again, he asked, Any word from the evaluators and that Grandmaster guy? How's the thing with the council going? Keeping her expression blank, she replied evenly, It's being handled. You don't have to worry about it. I'm told you'll be receiving a briefing about it tomorrow at the meeting. Staring at her, he waited patiently for her to say more. When a few seconds passed and he realized that what little she'd said was all he was going to get, he sighed and said, Okay, that's fine, I guess. Look, I really need a break, so I'm just going to go to my room and call it an early night. In the morning, I'll let you know what I decide.
Fair warning, I'll probably just end up going along with whatever you guys decide. More than done with the conversation, Nero embraced the culture's weirdness and walked off without another word. Aside from a few polite head nods he'd been forced by circumstance to give out, he made his way through the common room without any issues. Finally stepping into his little room, he closed his eyes and enjoyed a moment of utter silence. His mind was awash with concerns about what he was going to do, how he was going to pay for his soldiers, the responsibility of the life oaths he was taking on, and how his dream of being a reality-altering mage with a mobile tower fit into all that. When he'd first showed up here, everything had been so simple. How had it all gotten so complicated? Stripping off his clothes, he collapsed onto his cot and looked up at the ceiling with dead eyes. He wasn't just a guy in a fantasy world goofing off anymore. Now he was a noble at odds with other nobles, currently under watch by the big bad powers that be from the capital, and now, apparently, the Hope of Dorchester. Snorting in amusement at the idea of people actually having decided to follow him anywhere, he closed his eyes and sank into his inner world. Like always, he found himself on his path, the woods stretching out around him like a comforting blanket of possibilities.
Overhead, the sun still shone alongside the puffy white clouds. Under his feet, the familiar stone path stretched out before him, the shadows from the trees around him dancing merrily due to the gentle breeze. However, despite how pretty everything looked, something wasn't right. Instead of seeing his experiences floating around, waiting for him to incorporate them into his identity, all he saw were wisps of memory already fading out of existence. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. Where the hell is all my damned experience? He thought to himself angrily. Mentally lashing out, he gripped one of the wisps and tried to pull it toward him. Instead of coming along easily, he felt the memory slip through his grasp, vanishing into the air like smoke. Well, this isn't good, he muttered. Looking around for a hint of what had changed, his attention was caught by the path in front of him.
While usually it looked like it stretched all the way into the mountains in the distance, it now inexplicably veered off course. It was a slight curve that resulted in the path disappearing around a few trees. Although it could very well still be heading toward the mountains, he could no longer see it. Face-palming, he groaned in annoyance at the utterly on-the-nose metaphor for having lost his path. Sometimes I really hate this world, he thought to himself. Not having any other ideas, he checked his identity panel and wasn't surprised to see his experience level exactly where it was the last time he'd looked. It would seem that his rapid progress had suddenly come to a pathetically depressing full stop. Tipping his head back and closing his eyes, he whined to the sky. All right, I get it. I've lost my way. So, do I need a shrink or a mind healer or something? Even though he hadn't exactly expected a response, the silence he received as an answer still pissed him off. Having no better ideas, he angrily sat himself down on the ground and stared hatefully at the trees in the distance. Okay, I can figure this out. Everything is a metaphor here. I've lost my path, so I have to find it again. Paths are personal, so it's probably some stay true to yourself nonsense, or maybe an embrace your destiny kind of a thing. Either way, I need to have some kind of personal revelation that will put me back on my path. Sounds doable? How hard could it be? He thought to himself. It turned out to be very hard, as he ended up staring blankly at the trees for what felt like hours, without anything to show for it. He'd wasted more than a little time trying to mentally review his life, treating his personal history as some kind of story and writing a character description for himself. Nero Walker is an average guy with unrealized but limitless potential.
With a cheery and good-natured personality, he lived a wonderful life, full of friends and love. Unfortunately, always feeling like he'd been missing something. When he tragically died before his time, he found himself on his own, in the void between worlds, lost and alone. Through luck or destiny, he was able to find himself a new world to call home. It had magic and wonder, along with the promise of adventure that he'd always longed for. Like a duck in water, he'd finally found his place in the universe. Quickly making friends, he rose up through the ranks of citizenry until he became a lord with a house of his own. Loved and respected by those who've chosen to follow him, he valiantly confronts the dangers of the world and protects those he's come to care for. When that didn't work, he moved on to his next idea: begging for help. Returning to the world, he opened his eyes and sat up with a scowl on his face. Looking up randomly into the air, he said,
"Hey, Jennings, if you happen to be paying attention, I could use a professional consult. Something is wrong with my noggin, and I'm 90% sure it's your fault. So get your ass over here and fix me." Chapter 222. I've got something to say. Had it been anyone else demanding his presence, they would feel honored that it took him less than 5 minutes to arrive. But for Nero, apparently, that 5 minutes was more than enough for his insecurities to overwhelm him, sending him into a panic-filled tantrum. From the moment he'd arrived, Jennings hadn't had a chance to say a word. Instead, Nero had quite thoroughly filled the room with his ranting and raving, all the while pacing back and forth and waving his arms around like a conspiracy theorist, proclaiming the true and suppressed history of the pyramids.
Yet, being old as hell and well beyond Nero's capability to handle, Jennings merely took a seat on the room's solitary chair and listened patiently to what Nero had to say. Surprisingly, much of what he was hearing was actually rather interesting. He hadn't realized the detail and realism of Nero's soulscape. While everyone at some point developed a mental representation of their path, he'd never heard of one so all-encompassing and thorough. With such a strong representation of his path, Nero would likely be able to troubleshoot his leveling process rather easily as he continues to progress. To Jennings, it sounded like it was worthy of being labeled an ability all on its own. That wasn't to say he wasn't concerned about what Nero was saying. He knew many people who fell off their path and were never able to recover. Keeping true to a path wasn't a simple matter. It took effort, reflection, and hard work. Everyone had at some point felt their path slowing down at some point. However, what Nero was describing sounded more like a block, and that was more than a little worrying. Leveling blocks were usually a result of a person having done something they couldn't forgive. It was a deeply personal issue that would likely require years of attention from a mind healer. He was quite familiar with the phenomenon and had seen many examples of leveling blocks over his many years at the Tower of Magic. Parents accidentally causing the death of their children, supervisors giving into greed and allowing outside interests to overshadow their duty. Researchers who, through their ignorance, unleashed unintentional horrors into the world. Even something as simple as losing an arena challenge to a political enemy that they didn't expect to was sometimes enough for someone's path to falter. And that's the real problem. This world is so hung up on everything being a metaphor that things stop meaning the thing they were meant to. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, seriously. The world is made up of essence, but essence can't make anything permanent unless a person's belief is strong enough for some shit.
Come on, how in the hell does that make any sense? Nero shouted madly, while shaking an accusing finger into Jennings' face. Throwing up his hands, Nero began pacing around again while continuing his rant. A whole world where leveling isn't based on killing things, but on how well you know yourself or some bullshit. I know myself fine, damn it. I'm awesome. You hear me? There is no reason that I should have lost my path or whatever other ridiculous term you're thinking about in that old-ass head of yours. Pausing in place for a moment, Nero seemed to think of something before turning back toward Jennings and shouting, "You know what really pisses me off? It's the way everything here sounds like nonsense while actually meaning something."
Kathleen is constantly saying shit that sounds like it came from the type of book people read while taking a dump. And I'm supposed to somehow take it literally? Seriously, man, this world is not the fantasy world I was promised. If there is some kind of overseer or admin, I'd like to file my complaint now. Jennings had to stifle a chuckle at that one. The thought of Nero confronting the great dragon who controls this region and shaking his fist at her in outrage was almost worth arranging just so he could be there to watch. Shoulders slumping in defeat, Nero's voice lowered to normal, by contrast almost sounding like a whisper. "Honestly, Jennings, my man, I've been white-knuckling it for a while. Every time I think I've finally figured this place out, another aspect of life here that I knew nothing about shows up and ruins everything. I just wanted to learn magic. You know, fight some monster and see some crazy shit.
I'm not cut out for all this responsibility." Jennings sighed. Perhaps he shouldn't be too surprised by the young man's apparent breakdown. The world he's found himself in is probably drastically different than what he was used to. The fact that he's adapted as quickly as he has is impressive enough to have possibly blinded those around him to his struggles. Perhaps I've been a little too hard on him. It would be a waste to squander his potential before I get to study it, he thought to himself. Collapsing onto the cot, Nero stared up at the ceiling and asked Jennings, who was currently occupying the room's only chair. "So, thoughts, opinions, impressions. Let me have it. I'm sure you've got theories and crap about what is wrong with me, so let's hear them." Nero had run out of things to complain about and was perfectly happy waiting for Jennings to subtly call him an idiot by lecturing him about how the world actually worked, and specifically, what he had missed. Compared to the cacophony that had been filling the room due to Nero's rant, the current silent atmosphere felt heavier than usual for both of them. His tone almost apologetic, Jennings began, "Young Nero, you may not believe it, but I understand what you're going through. When I was a much younger mage myself, I'd had to deal with the same kind of feelings. Finding one's path is difficult, but staying on it, that's the true challenge. You should be proud of how far you've come, and trust that in time, you will go even further. Despite this small setback, you will no doubt become the man everyone is expecting you to be." Propping himself up onto his elbows so he could lock eyes with Jennings while still lying down, Nero glared at the man with an expression on his face that demonstrated his feelings quite clearly. Fury, hatred, annoyance. These simple terms weren't enough to encapsulate the all-consuming rage he was currently feeling at the world, and at Jennings, who was currently serving as its representative. Seriously, more self-help bullshit wrapped up in a nice fatherly advice package and delivered with a you-can-do-it bow. I'm about this close to taking a flamethrower to this whole country before taking my chances with the upper realms as a soul ball again, he thought to himself harshly. Wisely keeping his mouth shut, Nero dropped back onto the bed and resumed staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, Jennings continued to spout platitudes about how hard work and perseverance were all that was required to overcome what Nero was dealing with. Rather than helping Nero with the real, actual problem of having his experience not registering within his soul space, the pain-in-the-ass archmage continued on about feelings and responsibility, confronting what he finds uncomfortable and being true to himself. Stifling a groan of annoyance, Nero half listened to the man,
hoping that at some point the man would start addressing the reality of the situation and stop offering platitudes. Unfortunately, it seemed he wouldn't get that lucky, as Jennings' talk therapy, or whatever it was called, went on for quite some time. Finally, having enough of it, Nero sat up and interrupted him. "Do you even understand what it is I'm worried about?" Nero asked harshly. Jennings' expression was basically the same one Nero had seen on his high school guidance counselor's face, as she recommended he work hard at community college before earning his bright future at some point down the road. "Of course I do, Nero. You just need to give yourself time. Have faith in yourself. You'll find your path again," he said cheerily. Losing it, Nero shouted, "I don't care about any of that! I never have! I just want to level."
Can't you understand the concept of being pissed at the fact that in order to move forward, I have to constantly work on myself? I'm a doer, not a thinker. The only thinking I want to do is about magic, and even that requires philosophy here. I feel like I'm getting bogged down in so much touchy-feely crap that I'm losing myself. Don't you get it? This is not me. I'm just not cut out for the emo life. I don't belong here." Jennings sat in silence, rubbing his chin in thought while he looked over at Nero with patience and understanding. Having heard himself, Nero sat in stunned silence for a few seconds before incomprehensibly bursting into laughter. "Not an emo. Hypocritical much," he thought to himself sarcastically. Hopping to his feet, he firmed his will and straightened his shoulders. "It's time I stop letting this bullshit get to me. I decide what I'm going to do, nobody else. No more Mr. Hero guy. It's laying down the law time," he said to himself firmly. Turning his head to glance over at Jennings, he said, "All right, I get it. Be true to myself and all that. Thanks for trying to help, I appreciate it. I know what to do now." Stunned at Nero's rapid mood shift, Jennings looked up at the young man from his chair, not knowing what to say. Practically stuttering, he said, "Very well, but if you need anything in the future, I and many others are here for you. We all believe in you, and will happily help you however we can." Snorting in amusement, Nero replied, "Right, just not with any advanced magic that I'm not ready for, and only when it won't affect my path." Stepping forward, Nero patted Jennings on the shoulder gently, as if he were placating a small child while saying, "You people can be kind of adorable, you know that? But seriously, thanks for coming when I called. You're all right, man. Now go get some sleep, or whatever arc-magi things you need to do. I got some people to set straight." Walking out of the room, Nero left Jennings sitting there in silence. The old mage was both happy that Nero seemed to be his old self again, while also wondering what the young man had been talking about. Weakly muttering, "Adorable." He remained in the room for quite some time, lost in his thoughts, before finally teleporting back to his office. Nero, on the other hand, was a man on a mission. He stalked through the tense hallways toward the common room, intent on getting his life back under control. When he arrived at his destination, he immediately spread out his senses to find Kathleen. Ignoring everyone who tried to catch his attention, he slipped through the crowd and walked up to the table she was currently holding court at. All the big names were there. There was that assassin guy who had proclaimed his undying loyalty. Angleton, who even now looked at him like a football coach staring at his star player. Two of the evaluators, that Idrius chick and Academian Quincy, both still wearing their dumbass light hats. That woman, Keening something, who was in charge of the wackos. Nick, who was the only one who actually looked happy to see him, and finally, Kathleen, whose face, as usual, looked like it was carved from marble. With his newfound skill at seeing what others missed, he even noticed Rose standing back against the wall, listening in on the conversation while everyone ignored her. Once a spy, always a spy, he thought to himself humorously.
Seeing that everyone was already staring at him, he didn't bother to wait for their greetings. Okay, so I'm going to make an announcement. I have no idea how this is going to go down, so I'm apologizing up front if this somehow screws up any of the hard work you've been doing, he said firmly, before turning around and walking off toward the side of the room where his house's stupid flags were hanging on the walls. After eyeballing the space between the flags, he figured he was close enough to the middle for government work, and cast the pillar spell he'd practically mastered. As the ground beneath him rose up, he looked over the large room, guessing that probably half of his current forces were here at the moment. Well, maybe half. Who knows how many idiots have signed up to follow me at this point, he thought to himself wryly. Now, standing well above everyone, he cupped his hands and shouted, "Hey, attention everyone! I'm sorry to interrupt your night, but I've got a few things to say." The room quieted down quickly as everyone turned to stare at him. While expressions varied, Nero could tell that, on the whole, they were looking at him like he was a televangelist broadcasting his message across the great state of Alabama. Shaking his head in amusement at the situation he found himself in, he thought to himself, "Yeah, this has to stop. This has to stop, like, right now." Projecting his voice as best he could, he began, "I know many of you have joined up based on some kind of belief that I am some kind of hero or something. Whether it's because I healed you or you think I saved you, I'm sure you've all got some image of what I represent in your head. I get it, I do. But I'm here to tell you right now that you're wrong. I'm not saying you've been deceived or lied to or anything, but I think you are just projecting." Seeing looks of confusion spreading throughout the room, he tried to explain. "What I mean to say is that what you think about me is entirely based on what you hope I am." Trying to choose his words carefully so that he could get his point across the way he wanted to, he rubbed the back of his neck and sighed before continuing. "Look, I've read a lot of your stories from the letters you sent. You all have histories that have shaped who you are, just like me. Whether you were a criminal or a soldier, a caravan guard or a housewife, you were looking for a change. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have signed up to be a wacko. That isn't any of my business." Firming his shoulders, he took a deep breath and decided to finally get to his point. "What I am saying is that you deserve to know what you're getting into. I'm not a nice guy. I don't particularly care about what kind of crappy life you've led. In my opinion, everyone's life pretty much sucks. And then you die. Along the way, hopefully, you have some good times and find a few friends to make the experience suck a little less. I'm no different than the rest of you. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get through the day without feeling like an idiot like everyone else. I didn't save anyone due to some grand calling or moral principle. Basically, I healed a bunch of people because I wanted to practice healing and couldn't figure out how to help out with the shield. That whole thing with the ambush where I led the charge to save everyone. I barely thought about anything other than the fact that it was a shitty plan that I didn't agree with. Hell, even the thing with the siege worm started off because I thought whoever was in charge over there was being a fucking moron. I didn't necessarily think about saving anybody. I just had an idea and went with it. Granted, things got a little out of hand there at the end, but that just goes to show you the point I'm trying to make. I'm telling you all right now, stop believing in whatever idea you have of who I am, because you're wrong. I'm no leader. Hell, I'm not even a good follower. You people keep talking about paths and crap, and regardless of how much I hate it, I'm starting to see that I can't avoid dealing with it. When it wasn't affecting me, I was perfectly fine letting you all think whatever you wanted to about me. While I didn't necessarily enjoy it, at the time I didn't see the harm in it. But now, it's starting to mess with my head. So, let me set the record straight. You can join House Walker if you want. You can follow me into whatever danger I end up in. I'm not going to stop you. However, you need to know that I'm not going to be running anything. That's all Kathleen and the others. They'll be in charge of all that stuff. I'm, at best, a figurehead. To be honest, even that amount of responsibility is something I'm probably going to do my best to ignore. I didn't come to this world at the behest of some deity looking to help you all out. I'm not interested in confronting the system and freeing you from the classist chains you're all toiling under. I'm not a noble crusader who's interested in politics and helping the people. And I'm certainly not some asshole who's going to sit on some chair and tell you how to live your life. I'm just not the kind of person who is capable of caring that much about anyone other than myself. I know who I am, and I'm not going to pretend anymore. This world apparently won't let me. So, I'll try to be very, very clear. I'm interested in one thing, and one thing only. I want the freedom to do whatever the hell I want. To that end, I'm interested in magic and money. The two things that will allow me to see the world and enjoy myself without worries. This is a world of magic and wonder, an actual fantasy world that has monsters and dungeons, and I'm planning to see it all. Holding his arms out wide, he smiled like a madman and shouted, "I'm going to seek out new life and new civilizations, boldly going wherever the hell I want, feeling the wind in my hair and the blood pumping in my chest as I kill exotic monsters that I've only ever heard of. Along the way, I'm probably going to hook up with numerous barmaids and farm girls, likely lying my ass off and running away from commitment while doing it. No duty and honor is going to put me in a box and put a label on me. And I'm warning you right now, you can bet your cartoonishly sweet asses that I'm going to piss some people off along the way. That's just who I am. I aim to be an adventurer. Nothing more, nothing less. One day, when I'm old and gray, I'm going to be sitting comfortably in my magic tower, drinking booze and telling stories about what I killed where and which assholes I pissed off while doing it. Maybe I'll get lucky and have a harem of big-titty elves and some brats. Or maybe I'll marry a damned dragon. Who knows? I sure as hell don't expect to be planning all that far ahead while I'm out there living my life to the fullest. But one thing is for sure. I'm sure as shit not going to be anybody's damned hero. Finishing his speech, Nero lowered his hands to his side and waited for the expected fallout. He could feel the silence in the room, and it was heavy enough to squash a professional wrestler. Inside his center, he could practically sense the heavy blockages on his soul slowly fading away. It was as if all the tension he'd been carrying was being left behind. Standing there on his pillar, finally having freed himself from the burden of having to be someone he's not, he closed his eyes and tilted his chin up to the ceiling, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Unfortunately, his happiness didn't last long, as the room practically erupted in applause. Opening his eyes, he stared out across the common room in confusion. Throughout the tent, he saw people smiling crazily as they whooped and cheered. Some damned idiots were even crying as if they were overcome with emotion. It was like he'd just given his acceptance speech for a Lifetime Achievement Award or something. Well, okay then. Honestly, what the fuck is wrong with these people? He wondered to himself in confusion. Chapter 223. But no, please? After the little lord's impromptu declaration of intent, he vanished like a father having smelled shit in his child's nappy, leaving her to clean up the mess. And what a mess it was. The followers of House Walker who were present when Lord Walker addressed the common room had needed to be forcibly broken up and given busy work to get them to disperse. Some had been assigned to deal with the arriving supplies from Lady Verena. Others had been sent out to relieve the perimeter guards. Most of those who were left hadn't had a chance to rest and had needed to be ordered to bed like unruly children. After finally getting everyone calmed down for the most part, Kathleen reconvened House Walker's current leadership to discuss how the little lord's speech affected their plans. It took some effort, but Kathleen managed to restrain herself from rubbing her temples in irritation at how she was feeling. This particular state of mind had become all too familiar to her. It was a complicated mixture of pride, envy, respect, and annoyance. By this point, she'd learned to expect the little lord's antics to inspire such emotions. Forcibly keeping her voice calm and controlled, she asked, "So, thoughts?" All around the table, excited faces exchanged meaningful looks. Kathleen could feel their resolute determination feeding off each other's emotions in the ether. As she wasn't even remotely good at emotional sensing, she knew they must all be practically vibrating in their seats for her to be able to notice it. Knight Angleton was the first to respond. His fist clenched tightly on the table, she could see the muscles in his neck visibly trembling. Louder than was needed for everyone to hear him, his voice filled with admiration, he barked, "Such presence! Such honesty! That is what true honor looks like. No games, no politics. Never in my life have I witnessed such humble leadership in practice." Stifling a sigh, Kathleen couldn't even disagree with him. She herself wasn't unaffected by the little lord's words. When it came down to it, there were only 3 types of leaders. Some gained followers for a goal, either duty or purpose. Then there were those who wanted power for power's sake. And finally, those who gathered a following by setting an example. Each type had their time and place, but it was the last category from which the true legends were born. They were the ones who blazed a path through the world, allowing others to follow in their wake toward greatness. Kathleen watched calmly as the recently assembled council of wackos erupted in conversation. She could hear each of them explaining in detail how their lord's speech affected them and how they had chosen to interpret it. It was almost like they were unable to contain themselves in the face of their excitement. Starting softly, she began to speak. Her voice cut through the chatter like a knife, swiftly silencing everyone at the table. "When I was a young warrior, barely older than the little lord is now, I was lucky enough to see a live retelling of the March of Vanifus. At least some of you must know the story. Even here in the South, I'm sure there are those who have heard of it." Academian Quincy appeared out of nowhere, standing behind Scholar Idrius, arms crossed, with a pensive look on his face. His voice firm, he replied, "You are referring to Vanifus's address at Morrowcrag. While I agree there were some similarities, I don't think that's a fair comparison." Almost smirking, Kathleen looked across the table and up at the evaluator, matching stares with him. "Oh, you don't see it?" A young warrior, not wanting to lead, stating unequivocally that no one should follow him into the danger he intends to seek out. The implacable faith that he will succeed, that nothing shall stand in his way. His fervent desire to face his challenges on his own, choosing to be unburdened by the sacrifices of others along the way. Did you not feel the ether quiver in anticipation of his future deeds? Nearly exploding out of his seat, Michael Herring, the former assassin, now fervent wacko, shouted, "The Walker has given us the task of assembling his forces. He marches to battle, and we will be there to support him. I've already sent runners back to Dorchester to share his proclamation with the citizenry. Word will spread, don't you doubt it. There is a true hero among us. One who doesn't fight for wealth or acclaim, vanity or duty. He doesn't want followers fighting and dying for him. His purpose is wholly and completely pure. He fights because that's what he was born to do. The enemies of humanity will quake in fear at his coming. Like the heroes of old, he'll bring ruin to the wilds, leaving civilization in his wake. Like a tsunami of sound,
The table erupted in cheers.
Aside from a few people who managed to keep their feelings in check, the ether around Kathleen practically hummed with the emotional resonance. Unable to contain her smirk, she thought to herself, "Well, it looks like I've got a lot of work to do. Not that the little shit is going to appreciate it." Nero had quickly retreated from the insanity he'd left in the common room. It had taken some quick thinking to apply that "I'm not worth paying attention to" technique he'd recently learned, and a lot more center than he'd expected to have it actually work. Who would have thought vanishing from sight in front of so many people would be so difficult? He complained to himself. Regardless, he'd managed his escape and was now back in his room, hiding. Seriously, what the hell was that? He asked himself, trying to stop his hands from shaking. He could still feel the wall of sound that had hit him after he'd finished speaking. He'd never in his life seen so many people that keyed up. Even when he'd attended a concert or two, he couldn't remember crowds ever being that out of control. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart, he thought to himself, there weren't even that many people there. This emotional feedback thing is like mob mentality turned up to 11. Walking across the room, he plopped himself down on his chair and exhaled heavily. Thinking back, he tried to recall exactly what he'd said. He couldn't figure out what they were all so happy about. Hadn't he specifically told them that he wasn't interested in them following him? He knew at one point he'd made it clear that he wasn't going to be in charge of anything. Hadn't he? Muttering softly, he said to himself, "It must be some kind of reverse psychology thing. If this kind of shit keeps happening, I might be the only politician in history to be elected by campaigning for people not to vote for him." After taking a few minutes to get his thoughts in order, Nero decided that there wasn't any point in worrying about it anymore. No matter what he said, they were going to believe what they wanted, and he adamantly refused to be guilt-tripped into living a life for anyone other than himself. He could still hear the echoes of the Archmage's lecture about his responsibility to the world he'd found himself in. Not to mention Nick and Vera's subtle pushes toward living up to his potential. And the less said about Kathleen's weird hopes and dreams for him turning into some kind of warlord, the better. Visibly shivering at the memory, he forcibly banished the images of former Captain Angleton's respectful stare, along with the former assassin dude's adoration. "Nope. Just nope," he said to himself before stripping off his clothes and collapsing onto his cot. He'd done his best. If tomorrow they still wanted to prop him up as some kind of figurehead, then so be it. There was no way in hell he was going to lose sleep over it. Besides, he had bigger things to worry about. Sinking into his soul space, he found himself back on his cobblestone path in the forest of his mind. Looking around, he didn't immediately notice anything all that different from before. Well, aside from the fresh memories floating lazily around him. Smiling widely, he reached out and yanked them all toward himself, like a fat guy scooping up the free donuts at the morning meeting. Feeling the emotional memories imprinting themselves onto his soul, he reveled in the experience of having his center reinforced. He barely cared that he wasn't getting all that much out of them due to his not actually studying and trying to learn anything from them. The fact that they were here, and that his ability to level was working again, was more than enough. There would be plenty of time for leveling in the future. For now, he was just happy his soul space was back to normal, or whatever passes for normal in this batshit world. After confirming that he'd gained a full experience point, he closed his identity panel and returned to his exhausted body. Despite being at 100%, he still felt like recent events had sufficiently wiped him out. Maybe tomorrow I'll enjoy a sick day. I'm not sure exactly who my boss is going to be, either Kathleen or Vera, probably. But whoever they are, I'm sure they'll get on just fine without me, he thought to himself, as he drifted off to sleep. Unfortunately, his rest did not go uninterrupted as he spent his entire sleep plagued by visions. However,
Unlike before, they weren't just dreams of kobolds and their weird lives. He also found himself occasionally catching glimpses of the Archmage, specifically his history.
Nero didn't understand exactly how it was happening, but he was able to see a much younger-looking Jennings joining the Tower of Magic as an apprentice. He was able to witness Jennings's rise through the tower, like a flip book. From the time Jennings had spent in service to various cities, his centuries of service to the former king as a problem solver, the times he had his heart broken and suffered betrayal, all of it played out like a flip book. Although Nero never actually learned anything about the man, he was able to get a sense of who he was as a person and how his life had shaped him. There were never any names spoken or conversations witnessed. Instead, it was a lingering impression left stamped into his brain like a really well-done painting. That wasn't to say that was all he saw. His dreams also showed him the kobolds, but this time it was much different than before. Instead of seeing their civilization, he was able to get a sense of their individual lives.
He saw thousands of kobold from their birth to their death, most following basically the same format. They were born in clutches, half-heartedly trained by the upper castes before being sent off as fodder. Their lives were so hazy, so devoid of meaning, that they slipped through Nero's consciousness like whispers. All he was left with was a sense of sadness at such wasted potential. By the time he woke up, he felt both rested and stretched thin. The fuzzy recollections of what he'd witnessed washed over him from the moment he opened his eyes, like waves of stories he'd only half listened to. What the hell was that? He wondered while rubbing his eyes and tiredly throwing his legs off the bed so he could sit up. Frowning in thought, he tried to hold on to what he could, struggling to remember everything that he'd experienced. Like always, the dreams slipped through his mental fingers, leaving only impressions in their place. However, now that he had a better idea of what was happening, Nero was at least able to make some educated guesses as to what was going on. He wasn't sure how, but he just knew that whatever Jennings had done to fix the ether had left something of himself behind for Nero to find. Essence was essentially potential infused with a type, so Jennings' center was the essence of Jennings, and Nero realized that he must have been sleep-delving the Archmage's essence he'd left behind in the ether. Widening his eyes in surprise at a thought he just had, he wondered, if I collected enough Jennings' essence and figured out an appropriate spell, could I summon a Jennings of my own? Could I do it with other people? I could become one of those summoners from that anime with the Grail. That would be freaking badass. Shaking his head at the thought of how far ahead of himself he was getting, he stood up to have a morning wash and get some breakfast. Before long, he was dressed and ready, inconveniently forgetting about what kind of reception he should be expecting at the buffet table. Like an idiot, he strode out of his room and down the hallway, his thoughts firmly on what type of food would likely be available. Not even noticing the people who were pausing in respect at his passing, he thought to himself, eggs, definitely eggs, and some kind of steak. I'm feeling like something heavy, too. Maybe they have a sausage gravy equivalent here. Oh, biscuits and gravy would be fucking awesome right now. Emerging from the hallway, he was halfway toward the buffet table when he sensed everyone staring at him. Slowing to a pause, he looked around to see the entire common room standing at attention at their tables. Nobody saying a word. Like mannequins, they were all holding fists to their chests and smiling widely at him like fanatics. Oh, right. They're still all crazy, he said to himself. Coughing lightly into his hand to clear his throat, he awkwardly waved his hand and said, "Good morning, wackos. You really don't have to salute me or anything. Like I said last night, I'm not your leader. I'm just here for the coffee and bagels." Suddenly grimacing, he clarified, "Well, not bagels. That was just a... You know what? Never mind. Seriously, go about your business. I'm not even here."
Immediately putting them all out of his mind, he turned back toward the buffet table and got to work. While humming an impromptu breakfast tune that sounded like a pathetically poor rendition of Fall Out Boy's Dance Dance, he filled up a plate before quickly disappearing it into his personal space. Without even missing a beat, he started collecting for plate 2. Behind him, the entire room had returned to their seats, but rather than resume talking with their comrades, they were instead watching him intently.
Questions as to why he was taking extra food, and if it was because he was expecting a prolonged time on the front, were asked in whispers. Other hushed voices wondered what song he was humming. A few were even remarking on his attire and what his being out of his armor could mean for them. All the while, Nero went about his hunting and gathering, completely enthralled with his current task. Around the time he was collecting food for plate number 3, Nero felt a connection reaching out to him from Nick. Pausing what he was doing, he looked off in the direction he felt it was coming from and quickly stabilized the link. "What's up, man?" he asked cheerily. Nero could feel Nick's annoyance over the connection. "Stop collecting food and get over here. Everybody's been waiting for you to wake up. Honestly, how can you sleep so much?" Shrugging, Nero narrowed his eyes, trying to visually locate where his friend was calling from.
Finally seeing him at a table off in the corner with the rest of House Walker's leadership, Nero replied,
"Why are they waiting on me? Didn't you all hear my epic speech last night? I'm not in charge of anything. You guys can just tell me where I need to be and I'll be there, ready and willing to get the job done." Nero could practically hear Nick groaning in exhaustion as he replied, "You're still the head of the house. We can't not include you in the deliberations concerning its future. And do honestly expect me to believe that you'll just go along willingly with whatever they decide for you? What if they decide they want you to sit out the rest of the war and coordinate your forces from your estate?" Paling at the implications of what Nick was saying, Nero suddenly realized he may not have thought his plan through as well as he thought he did. Hurrying over to collect some glasses and a couple of pitchers of coffee and juice, he replied quickly, "Okay, fair point. Perhaps I should be involved in some of the planning. As an advisor. Yeah, an advisor." Nick replied dryly, "Uh-huh. Just finish getting your breakfast and get over here." Like a rubber band breaking, Nick snapped the connection harshly, causing Nero to wince. Thinking as fast as he could, Nero tried to remember the different options Kathleen had mentioned to him the day before. All of them seemed fine to him at the time, so he hadn't thought about what he'd do if his supposed followers went rogue and signed him up for something he didn't want to do. While he didn't want to be in charge, he definitely didn't like the idea of being told what to do. This is how they get you. If you're not the one making calls, then you're the one taking them. I just need to be careful to find the middle ground. I wonder if CEOs have to put up with this shit, he complained to himself, as he slipped through the room balancing his cups over his plate with his chin. When he arrived at the table, everyone was looking at him with varying levels of happiness. Well, aside from Kathleen and Nick, that is. Nick was staring at him blankly, seemingly already tired of dealing with him, while Kathleen's eyes sparkled with a promise of some future payback coming his way in the training yard. "Morning, all. Cooks put out a nice spread, didn't they?" he said with a strained smile while taking the seat to Kathleen's right, which had quite obviously been left open for him. Real subtle, aren't they? He thought to himself. Ignoring him, Kathleen turned toward the rest of the table and continued. "As I was saying, the next few days will be hectic. While Lady Verena assures me that the Walker estate will be ready, she's made it clear that the oath-giving ceremony is going to be much larger than we expected. Several prominent houses have requested to be present, and the city lord herself has made it clear that she intends to attend as well."
"I'll be needing you all to—" Nero listened carefully, trying to understand what she was talking about. As far as he knew, they were supposed to be discussing the next steps in the war.
What oath-giving ceremony are they talking about? Suddenly thinking of the link in his pocket, which he always forgets to check, he reached out and looked at the pings he'd missed. Just as he thought, the world hadn't been kind enough to stop turning while he'd been busy with other things. He hadn't looked at the damn inbox since yesterday morning, and apparently, a lot has happened since then. Having gotten pretty good at scanning the pings quickly, he saw that many of the wackos he'd sent personalized messages to yesterday had already replied, most of which were basically requests for continued correspondence, and had the distinct feeling of wanting to foster a personal connection with him. Aside from them, there were several forwarded pings from Vera via Kathleen, who was apparently somehow in contact with her. They covered some ceremony that needed to be held immediately at his estate, formally accepting the wackos into his house. Between all the political doublespeak he was seeing, he could read between the lines. House Walker was either in need of publicity or needed to follow some cultural expectation he'd almost fumbled. Regardless, Kathleen and Vera had both already set everything up, and his presence was required back in Dorchester before nightfall to prepare. A little stunned at what he was reading as the pings went on, he could see the exact progression of how things had gotten so out of control. The first few messages were about holding a basic oath-giving ceremony out in the field for the few wackos he'd already accepted into his house. Then, after more and more people were added, including the former soldiers and criminals, the nobility had gotten involved. From there, the Grand Master expressed his intention to be there to witness his house's true founding. And now, it was looking like a real party. Nero had paused his fork halfway to his mouth as he was going over the pings. He couldn't even argue with what he was seeing. It was all right there. There was nothing for him to misunderstand. He had visual proof of how it had happened, and the what and why of what he needed to do. Dropping his fork angrily, he audibly groaned before muttering, "Son of a bitch." Nero's outburst silenced the table, everyone turning to look at him with interest. Feeling a little overwhelmed, Nero sat back into his chair, slumping his shoulders in defeat. All he'd wanted to do was fight some kobolds and try out some magic. Had nobody listened to his perfectly reasonable speech? "So, finally read your pings, have you?" asked Nick happily, his disgustingly obvious amusement with the situation earning him a murderous glare from Nero.
Chapter 224. Intentions Matter. While everyone was taking their seats, Mage Adept Hanna Sovros glanced at the new decorations adorning the walls of their secret meeting place. "Really? We have our own sigils now?" she thought to herself in amusement. What had once been a small, out-of-the-way conference room had now spread across the floor like an ever-hungry beast. 3 other rooms had had their walls removed to create this central meeting chamber. 6 others nearby had been appropriated by the burgeoning secret society for logistics and operational management. Practically an entire quarter floor of the Hennings Tower of Magic had been taken over. The level of development they'd achieved was impressive. Their little society had grown enough to include members in every major guild in Hennings, each becoming a faction that worked together for the betterment of its members. By utilizing their contacts in the Royal Academy and the Hennings Center, they'd officially listed this entire area of the tower as reserved for a special project. No one outside of their authority would even find a record of it even existing. They even had 2 archmages covering for them. Barring the direct intervention of Archmage Jennings or the Council of Mages, no one would ever know they were here. Similar meeting halls had been arranged in the Royal Academy, 4 of 18 Henning centers, and even in the Oglevarkian command compound. The coordination involved in hiding so many members had grown to the point where each had its own leadership council. She was brought out of her thoughts by the sound of a chime echoing throughout the room. At the head of the table, their leader, Archmage Falker, called the meeting to order. Not being one to waste time with any pageantry, he got to the point immediately.
With a deep but calm voice, he began, "Thank you all for coming. We have a great deal to discuss." His rise to power had been quick and without issue. Everyone on their tiny council had agreed that they needed someone to lead them who knew what they were doing. The secret society's beginnings had been, at best, disorganized. Now, with the membership rolls expanding, they were finally getting their act together. It had been Archmage Faulkner who had found them, having already been in contact with several other groups who'd been starting up their own secret societies to follow the teachings of the Walker. He'd been the one who stripped away their pathetic attempts at ceremony and spectacle. All it had taken was the question, "What do you think the Walker would think if he saw you all in your ceremonial robes?" Now, even despite having gotten rid of all the candles and masks, the atmosphere in the room was much more subdued and serious. They were no longer here to play at being a cult. Although they didn't necessarily have a strict set of precepts, they at least had a direction. Looking around the room, she felt a surprising amount of pride at how far she and the other founding members had come. Each of them had progressed more in the past month and a half than they had in the past decade, in both their level and their careers. With members looking out for each other, helping and supporting one another, they were building something amazing. Archmage Faulkner's calm but powerful voice echoed throughout the room as he updated the council on how the other factions had reacted to the Walker's proclamation, as it had come to be known. And the Academy has, as they tend to, focused on the historical similarities to other legends in their records. While even they agree that the Walker isn't exactly like anything we've seen before, his words could be interpreted as a call to personal action. In the same way that Vanifus the Protector, Warren the Unifier, and High Prophet Libonitz inspired their people, the Walker has seen fit to encourage and guide rather than to demand and order, he said, before pausing for a moment to bring out a small book from his robes. Holding it up for the entire table to see, he asked, "Have you all heard about the recent book published by Scholar Templeton?" She looked around the room to see if anyone else was as confused as she was. Luckily, she wasn't the only one with a perplexed expression on their face. Instead of waiting for a response, Archmage Faulkner continued on. As a cultural and historical scholar, Scholar Templeton has taken it upon herself to make a study of the Walker's beliefs. Included are essays and dissertations by several great academics, each focusing on one aspect of the Walker's message.
I believe you should all study it, as Scholar Templeton's conclusion practically predicted the Walker's response to his followers' actions. Muttered conversations erupted throughout the room as people couldn't help but comment on what they'd just heard. For them, the Walker's proclamation had come as a shock, and to hear that some scholar from the Royal Academy had predicted it was even more so. Continuing on, Archmage Faulkner's voice overpowered the whispers. That's not to say that everything in this book is to be taken as fact, but I believe it is a good start. Meeting each of their eyes in turn, he said, "While each of us has decided to follow the Walker for our own reasons, we can all agree that it's his passion for advancement and dismissal of traditional thinking that has inspired us. We've come together to follow a legend in the making, hoping to learn from his rise so that we ourselves can reach our potential." His words, actions, and outlook have given us all much to think about, and hopefully helped clear our own paths so that we may follow him to greatness. While together we've pledged to learn his teachings, sharing what little we've understood, and helping each other where we can. Each of us is responsible for our own lives. The Walker himself has made that clear. Seeing nods of agreement around the table, Mage Adept Sovros found herself agreeing as well. When she'd first agreed to join this secret society, she'd only been interested in finding others who felt about the Walker how she did. Yet, now that some time has passed, she'd come to truly believe that the Walker's path through the world would have a great deal to teach her. This little group had become more than just a gathering of supporters. It was now a study group, one which pooled their resources
so that they could all benefit from the legend they were watching being born.
So, in light of what we've heard, and with the support of all the other factions, in the hopes of formalizing our purpose, I'd like to announce that this society's name has finally been agreed upon by all the councils. From henceforth, we shall be known as Grinders, the followers of the Walker. For that is what we are. We are not all adventurers, mages, or scholars. We come from all walks of life, each with their own stories to tell. Yet all of us are dedicated to progressing. We're willing to put in the work to see each of our dreams realized. Whether we are a mage who is dedicated to climbing the ranks in the tower, or a warrior seeking to perfect their abilities on the field of battle, each of us will grind ourselves against the world, revealing who we are in the face of adversity, he said firmly. Standing up from his seat, Archmage Faulkner loomed over the table and spoke with passion. The Walker, every day, has shown us the way.
Despite nobles trying to kill him, sycophants trying to tie themselves to him, and schemers trying to guide him, he refuses to be deterred. He follows his own path, and asks us to do the same. He does not push others down so that he may rise, or care about the failings of the world. He moves ever forward along his path, letting the challenges he faces reveal more of himself as he makes his way through the world. Practically glaring at the room with determination, he finished calmly. So, I ask you, does this council agree to be known as the Hennings Mage Grinders, one of the many factions of the followers of the Walker? Involuntarily standing up in excitement, Mage Adept heard herself shouting in support of the motion before she even knew what was happening. Despite Nero's outburst, the conversation continued on without anyone bothering to ask his opinion. Whether or not it was a coordinated plan, or merely coincidence, nobody seemed willing to treat his participation in the upcoming ceremony as anything other than obligatory. Nero had to reluctantly admit to himself that he might be growing as a person, since if this kind of thing had happened to him when he'd first arrived, he'd probably already be out the door by now. However, after having lived through some battles, and having gotten to know these people, he found himself putting up with their bullshit. While half listening to Kathleen arguing with Keening about how many of the common citizenry should be allowed to personally witness the oath-giving ceremony, Nero was focusing on how the real-world responsibilities he'd been ignoring could affect his identity. Leaning back in his chair with a frown on his face, he thought to himself, I guess it's kind of like the Nicolas Cage theory. No matter what movie you find him in, he's always Nick Cage. He's a complicated guy who can be crazy, serious, southern, drunk, or just batshit insane. Yet, no matter what movie he's in, he's always Nick Cage. Even if these people refused to let him be, he just needed to focus on keeping his head right. He just needed to think of this kind of crap like a job, never letting other people's ideas about who he is affect him. They could call him a leader, a humanitarian, a champion of social justice, all they want. He knew who he was. Hearing the conversation interrupted by Knight Angleton, Nero looked across the table to hear what the man had to say. Whether or not the numbers we are expecting actually show up, we need to focus on our next steps in the war. House Walker has accepted a quest, and every day that we dither here like politicians is another day for the kobolds to prepare. While I admit the oath-giving ceremony is important, we should not lose sight of our larger purpose, he said firmly. Nick, the ever-helpful advisor to all, replied, And you think House Walker's purpose is the completion of the quest? Technically, just by successfully beating back this assault, House Walker could call their duty done and request an accounting. Granted, I'm not saying Lord Walker should, but regardless of how you feel about it, he could. Seeing Knight Angleton's clenched jaw, Kathleen spoke up before the man could respond. What House Walker does going forward is not for any of us to decide, unless Lord Walker wishes us to. We follow where our head of house leads. That's the way every force in the kingdom operates, and will not have that up for debate. Hear me when I say, I will not allow us to be led by a council. We can offer suggestions and opinions, but the final say will always remain with our Lord.
If you do not like that, then go found your own house and see how many people are willing to follow you. Turning her icy glare onto the night, she added, You made a very public commitment to House Walker, and I expect you to follow it. Looking around the table, Nero's mind seemed to summarize what a few people were thinking with just a glance. Knight Angleton wanted to focus on the war. That former assassin, Herring, wanted to bring in more people under House Walker's banner. Keening wanted to let the world know how awesome House Walker was. Kathleen was thinking long-term, currently focused on the house's foundation. And Nick, good old Nick, he just cared about formalizing everything in writing and having the details finally sorted out. Coughing lightly into his hand to gather everyone's attention, Nero said, I've come to realize that when I said that I would leave everything up to you guys, you all interpreted that in very different ways.
Maybe it's due to the weird-ass translation magic or something, but this world seems to reinforce people hearing only what they want to hear. Under his breath, Nero added, Not that my world was all that different. Leaning forward in his chair, he straightened up in his seat and tried to get back to his point. What I'm trying to say is that you all are thinking about House Walker from the perspective of how you feel about it. Or, more accurately, you think House Walker is all about whatever reason you joined up. But that isn't any way to run a business. And that's what this is. A business. Seeing as several people were looking like they were about to leap out of their chairs to object, he held up his hand and said quickly, Hold up. Just let me explain for a second. Running a hand through his hair, he said, I've said it I don't know how many times. I don't want to lead anybody. When I first got raised up as a noble, I accepted it because I was being paid to. And also because I was lied to and told that being a noble would keep me safe. Then I became a unique and found out that I was going to be a house unto myself, carrying it with me wherever I go. So I accepted a few wackos who wanted to come along. I figured I could pay them with whatever I was getting from the investments I was leaving behind here in Dorchester. Then I found out that you all don't have a universal currency, and Nero noticed Nick leaning forward in his seat, eager to contradict what Nero was saying by way of another lecture. Glaring at him, Nero stopped mid-sentence and said, Not the time, Nick! Like a dog smacked on his nose, Nick leaned back in his chair and sulked. Turning back to the table, Nero continued. As I was saying, every city has its own interpretation of currency values. So I figured when I eventually left, the wackos and I could make some money doing quests and adventuring. Win-win, right? The locals get their problems stomped, and we get paid to see the world. As a result, I took a quest from the Dorchester Council arseholes, and off to the battle we went. Gesturing over to the former assassin and Knight Angleton, Nero went on to say, Then you guys came along, and joined up, throwing all my brilliantly thought-out plans out the window. Now, here we are, with a growing force of miscreants, all looking for different things. Don't get me wrong. I'm touched. Really, I am. But you all seem to think of me as something I'm not. I'd hoped last night's little speech would have cleared everything up, but I guess I was just being overly optimistic. Taking a moment to sigh heavily in exhaustion, he firmed his shoulders and soldiered on. But that didn't seem to put any of you off following me. So now here we are. I tasked you all with organizing everything, but I didn't give you any framework. That's on me. Seeing as everyone at the table was laser-focused on what he was saying, Nero stood up from his chair and adopted his manager's voice. As a house, a force, Whatever we are, House Walker will be dedicated to seeking out adventures and getting paid for the privilege of finding them. For now, that will be this fight with the kobolds. From what I've seen, Kathleen has been given overall control of our forces, so she's going to decide where we'll be fighting. As she said, you can offer your suggestions and opinions whenever you want, but the buck stops with her. I get that you all might have your own thoughts about how we should go about our adventuring, but this is how it's going to go. Each of you has the personal responsibility of figuring out how you want to live your lives. Everybody does. I honestly don't get how you can even think of signing over your life to anybody, but that's just me.
That said, if you all still intend to go through with this ceremony thing, then I'm not going to stop you. But just know that even if you follow me off into the unknown, you're still going to have to figure out who you are while you do it. I'm not going to tell you what to do, and you will be free to leave at any time. Nero could practically feel the ether vibrating with how many people were about to object to what he'd just said. Luckily, from his standing position at the table, all it took was a glare to keep them silent. Slowly turning to meet as many of their eyes as he could, he tried to impart how serious he was when he said, "I don't care how you all choose to interpret what being a follower or an adherent means. I'm going to tell you what it means to me. And since it's my name on that big-ass flag hanging on the wall, that's how it's going to be. You want to sign up and join House Walker? Fine. Then you better be damn sure you're ready to go out and face some crazy shit. We're going to be learning on the fly, facing danger, and seeing things that will curl your toes and make you wince. We're going to train hard, gain experience, and push forward. If there is one thing I've learned since I arrived in this world, it's that no matter how much you all work together for the greater good, your path is your own. As a member of House Walker, we'll look out for each other, but you gotta focus on yourselves a little more than you're probably used to. Think of being a member of the WAC as a job, one you're being paid to do. Who you are is independent of what you do. And what we're going to be doing is adventuring. I can't be any more clear than that. If you want to save people, protect the weak, or gain fame, that's totally fine. If and only if that falls within the boundaries of what we're doing as a house. So, this is your last chance to walk away. If I understand what I'm reading about this ceremony, then once you're in, you're in. We'll be massacring these kobolds and kicking them back to whatever plane they came from before riding off into the sunset like some honest-to-God badass adventurers. Turning to Kathleen, he added, "By the way, we'll be needing horses at some point. Can't ride off into the sunset without horses. So, put that on a list somewhere for when we're done here." Resuming his glare, he continued, "All right, that's about it. I've said my piece and pointed the direction. That's where I'm going, and if you still feel like following me, that's where we're headed. Don't say I didn't warn you." Sitting back down, Nero gestured for Kathleen to continue leading the meeting. Before she could, Knight Angleton asked with a disturbingly calm voice, "So, you don't plan to confront injustice wherever you find it?" Nero rolled his eyes so hard his head tipped up at the ceiling, before meeting the man's glare with one of his own. "Of course I'm not just going to sit by and watch people being assholes without doing anything about it. That's what adventuring is. The point I'm trying to make is that if we're on a road and we come across a bandit attack, I want you to understand the why behind our boot-stomping the bastards. We will kill them all, loot them all, track them back to their hideout, and then pillage the damn place down to the studs. We're not moronic heroes heading to our deaths for some ill-defined greater purpose. If I have anything to say about it, and I do, because once again my name is on the damn flag,
House Walker will be about surviving to stick our noses into what we shouldn't and getting ourselves paid along the way. Staring deeply at the night, he said, "Heroes die for their glorious purpose. We sure as hell will not." Turning to Kathleen, he added, "Warriors seek out fights for the sake of fighting. We're not going to be doing that either." To Keening, he said, "We're not going to be glory hounds, wasting our lives basking in the attention, only to find ourselves crippled by our success." To the former assassin, whose devoted expression had become somewhat strained, he added, "You're not following a prophet or an ideal. You're following a man. Prophets are sacrificed for the good of the many to leave a lasting point that will be remembered. Ideals are never lived up to, and those who are held up to an impossible standard always fail to live up to them. I'm telling you right now, I'm just a guy making his way through the world. Nothing more, nothing less." Finally, looking over at Nick with a smirk, he added, "Just ask this guy. He knows I'm not all that different than anybody else. Maybe I've got one or two tricks up my sleeve, but I compensate for that by being utterly and completely self-centered. My morality and opinions are entirely my own, and I'll enforce them whenever I damn well feel like it." Chuckling, Nick replied quickly, "Well, it's all part of the Walker charm, such as it is." Chapter 225. Social Responsibility. Hovering in the air while seated cross-legged and at peace, the king's mind rapidly addressed the numerous pings waiting patiently for his attention. Suddenly, he got an alert from one of the divisions he'd ordered to spy on Lord Walker's budding following in Hennings. Immediately reading it, his entire mind turned its attention to what he was seeing. It seems the young man's fervent request for people not to follow him has resulted in exactly what he'd expected to happen. But not in the way he expected. True, they've formalized their little cult and have now begun acting, yet instead of focusing on what he'd thought they would, they've pivoted their entire purpose. Reading over the report, he had to admit, if only to himself, that he hadn't seen this coming. Their structure was cohesive, logical, and entirely for the good of their members. They did not advocate anything other than personal development, and had no overarching goal. As secret societies went, it was almost refreshing to see them so community-minded. They even had a private thought hub set up to request aid from other members, and an agreed-upon payment structure. At most, he'd expected some idiots in robes following the little anomaly's life like a story. Not this. Whatever this is. Should he do something about it? It had been a long time since he'd been in a situation where he couldn't predict what would happen, or at least have enough information to make an educated guess. Well, as long as the plan for the Tower of Fate continues to follow the expected pattern, I suppose it doesn't matter. I sincerely doubt a community of fanatics advocating hard work and professionalism will amount to anything other than a boon for the city, so it's best to just let them go about their business. I can always deal with it later if I have to. Besides, eventually, the anomaly will have to come here, and it will be interesting to see what happens when he does, he thought to himself with no small amount of amusement. All things considered, the rest of the meeting went surprisingly well. No one asked too many clarifying questions about his principles or who Nero was as a person, aside from needing his reassurance that he would, in fact, be there for the ceremony. The rest of the meeting focused entirely on logistics. While Kathleen led the rest of House Walker's leadership through what responsibilities they would have, Nero was able to mostly mentally detach himself from the conversation and focus on his link. Yet his perusal of the pings he'd missed didn't stop him from occasionally listening in to what the group was talking about, though. Group leader Keening was apparently in charge of politics and party planning, although that's not what they called it. As far as he could tell, despite having been a guard, Kathleen had put her in charge of creating engrams that her team would post on the Thought Hub for some reason.
She also was in charge of coordinating with Vera on getting the ceremony set up. Although, from what he could tell, it sounded more like a fundraiser or something.
There were guest lists mentioned, caterers, decorators, and if he hadn't misheard them, a band. Meanwhile, Knight Angleton was handling their future deployment plans. Conveniently sidestepping the issue of where Nero himself was going to be, House Walker was going to be all over Dorchester for some reason. Hunter teams were being sent out to the wilds to complete missions through the Hunter's Hall. 2 groups under the command of some guy whose name Nero didn't recognize would be remaining here to represent House Walker as the army pushed into the tunnel. And finally, the main force, led by Kathleen, would be heading toward the mountain gate and joining the rest of the army. Not wanting to engage in the conversation, Nero was forced to check his pings to see how many freaking people were actually going to be under House Walker's banner after the ceremony. It took longer than he'd like to admit to find the relevant pings, but find them he did. There were actually 2 lists, the current roster and the estimated one, which included everyone who'd be giving their oaths tomorrow. It even included a schedule listing what times each group would be giving their oaths and had links to each of their records. Altogether, after the ceremony, he'd have 1,543 members of House Walker. It was a ridiculous number, an incomprehensibly stupid number. There were household servants, managerial positions for his interests, including accountants and managers, lawyers, store owners for his trading hubs, guards for his estate and his warehouses, hunters, and soldiers. So many soldiers. Unsurprisingly, there was a note at the bottom in bold which stated emphatically that most of these people would be serving House Verena on detached service, while still ultimately being under House Walker.
Thank all that is holy I'm not going to have to pay for all of these people. Honestly, what the hell is Vera thinking accepting all these applicants?
He thought to himself in annoyance. When it came down to it, Nero could only hope that most of these people would be put off by his recent statements and, as a result, wouldn't show up for the oath-giving ceremony. The rest of House Walker's leadership was going to be dealing with supplies and coordination. Teams were assigned, orders given out, and weird topics like center representation and keep management were also discussed. Nero followed maybe 5 words out of 10 of what they were talking about. Seemingly forgotten, he was free to eat his breakfast and deal with his pings without anyone bothering him. This time, rather than pretending to sound like someone he wasn't, he responded to his personal correspondence in as blunt and straightforward manner as possible.
He made it clear that he appreciated their support, but was currently focusing on his own stuff, and he recommended that they do the same. He ended up replying to over 50 pings with variations of, "It's not you, it's me." In every one, he tried to include 1 or 2 cat poster-worthy quotes to inspire them, while telling them to essentially leave him alone. You'll go only as far as you want to. Who you are is a product of what you do. Be better than you were yesterday. The world is what you make it. None of them were particularly impressive, if he was being honest, but he figured if they hadn't heard them, they'd probably be sufficiently satisfied. All that mattered in the end was that they got the point and stopped pinging him. He had enough to deal with. The other pings he'd neglected to answer weren't any easier to handle. Jennings had sent him a long-winded ping talking in circles about responsibility, destiny, and taking advantage of his level to address the problems that he and other big shots were restricted from dealing with. In response, Nero sent him an equally long-winded and meandering response about his own journey and how everything would work out in the end. Nero wasn't sure how well sarcasm translated across pings, but by the end of what he had written, he was thoroughly chuckling at how pointless his response ended up being. Literally every buzzword he'd ever heard was included: recalibratory living, dynamic learning, coordinated journeying, emotional stability, personal responsibility, enlightened self-reliance, logistical competency, healthy incentivization,
impactful retargeting, and an obscene number of variations of the word synergy.
Whether or not Jennings would see what he was doing was anybody's guess, but Nero made sure to specifically save a copy so he could look at it later and laugh about it. Other than that, he had to deal with forwarded pings from Vera addressing the multiple businesses and deals she'd been handling on his behalf. Most of what he was reading he didn't understand, so he ended up just signing his name to whatever she sent him and offering her his congratulations and thanks. At the end of the day, he either trusted her or he didn't. And considering that he didn't really have any other option at the moment, he was perfectly fine with letting her handle everything. He then had to skim Kathleen's after-action reports. While dull, they did, unfortunately, have a recounting of all the people he'd lost from the forces who'd agreed to follow him during the battle. From what he could see, everyone who'd died was one of the criminals who'd intended to join his house. It was a decidedly somber feeling that went along with his signing their death certificates. Since he'd been sponsoring them, as short a time as it was, he was responsible for tracking them. They'd all died during their assault on the central chamber, having agreed to take the lead in return for a substantial decrease in their societal debt. While he theoretically understood the concept of dying for their freedom, he still couldn't help but think it was a waste. Stupid system full of stupid people believing stupidly that their deaths mattered, he thought to himself sourly. Shaking off the feelings of doom and gloom, he told himself that they were free to do what they wanted, and he wasn't going to waste his time worrying about it. Finally, having dealt with what he could, he marked the remainder to be sent off to Vera to handle when his link rejoined the Dorchester Thought Hub. Some of the pings had official-looking headers and concerned lawyer-looking stuff, either requesting his presence in the capital to receive honors or other such incomprehensible nonsense. Seeing as he had no idea when he'd be able to deal with any of it, he figured it was best to just pass the buck off to her and let her deal with it. By the time he was done with everything, the meeting looked to be wrapping up. Kathleen thanked everyone for their service while making it clear that she would be watching them. From the tone of her voice, Nero could tell that her management style was more suited for threats than encouragement. Now that he thought about it, it was actually kind of surprising how well everyone responded to her fascist commands. Whatever. I'm sure as hell not going to stick my nose into it. As long as she's willing to lead them, she can do whatever she wants, he thought to himself. When he was about to leave with everyone else, Kathleen's hand reached out and gripped his arm in a vice-like grip that left him stumbling. "A moment, little lord," she said threateningly. Awkwardly turning to face her as she still had his bicep firmly in her grasp, he replied with a smile, "Of course, pretty lady. What can I do for you?" Glaring deeply into his eyes with that intense stare of hers, she said, "I still need to hear on what front you've decided to include yourself." When she let go, Nero rubbed his arm and turned to face her. "Right. Well, I figured I'd wait to decide until after the ceremony thing. Who knows how many people will actually show up? Plans might need to be changed, you know. We might not have enough people to send off in all those directions you guys were planning. After all, I've made it pretty clear that they were signing up for a fairy tale. I doubt there will be all that many who are willing to stick around." Raising a singular eyebrow in amusement at his statement, she replied, "I see. We'll just have to wait and see then. Am I to assume that you won't be taking up the Tower of Magic's request to help them with the scrying, then?" Snorting, he replied, "Yeah, you could say that. I'll be in the field, regardless of what happens. I'm guessing most of this craziness will die down when the ceremony doesn't live up to expectations. After that, we'll go back to having our little troop of wackos who will join me with the army heading into the mountain gate. If we have 50 people coming along, I'll be surprised." That statement earned him the other eyebrow along with a small smirk. "Of course. We'll just have to wait and see, little lord." Not liking her tone, he glared at her and replied, "Yes. Yes, we will," before turning around and heading off. She's buying into the hype. It's not surprising. She's always been a little fanatical,
he said to himself while rubbing the arm she'd assaulted. All around him, he could see people stripping the tent down and organizing the supplies for the move back to Dorchester. As he'd gotten used to carrying everything he'd owned on his person or in his personal space, he didn't have to bother with going back to his room. Instead, he headed outside and chose a good, out-of-the-way place to watch over everything. After pulling out his trusty tree stump and a book from his personal space, he sat his ass down and tried to get some reading done while everyone was working their ass off. Unfortunately, he was almost immediately interrupted. First, it was a random person delivering him a replacement set of armor on the orders of Kathleen. Not seeing any reason to wait, he stripped down right there in the middle of the encampment and changed.
While he was doing so, the woman who'd delivered the armor narrated all the features, taking advantage of the opportunity to praise Lady Verena for her foresight and tactical thinking. Nero smiled and nodded, doing his best not to engage so he could avoid it turning into a conversation. Then, before he was even done strapping down his leather chest piece, another soldier strolled up to discuss something with him. "I'm sorry to bother you, my lord, but I just wanted to ask you about something you said," the young man stated, while practically shivering in fear at the prospect of confronting Nero. Feeling half-dressed and half the man's size, Nero found the situation amusing enough to merit a chuckle. Looking up at the overly nervous, armor-clad man, he replied, "Sure, fire away." "You spoke about focusing on one's own path instead of those around you. I'm having trouble understanding what you meant by that."
I'm sure you didn't mean that people shouldn't work together, or that a successful society isn't everyone's responsibility. So, I guess what I'm asking is, what did you mean by that? He asked. Nero suddenly felt the ether in the area practically grind to a halt. Glancing around, he could see that the man's question had earned the attention of everyone within hearing distance, and with how well people could hear in this crazy world, and how much they were paying attention to him, that was just about everybody. "Great, just great," Nero complained to himself, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes or pinch the bridge of his nose in response to the sudden headache he was feeling. Turning to look at the man, he sensed a powerful essence field being down on him. Tilting slightly to the side, he saw Knight Angleton standing off in the distance with his arms crossed, with the most intense expression he'd ever seen on the man's face. Nervously licking his lips, Nero realized he better choose his words very carefully. The last thing he needed was that monster of a man going from a fanatic follower to a torch-wielding lunatic screaming about heresy. Looking up at the man, Nero replied, "Okay, I can understand how you might interpret what I said as not giving a shit about other people. And that is your right. However, that's not what I meant." Seeing as how multiple people were standing in place, clearly waiting for him to say more, Nero felt the emotional weight of multiple essence fields bearing down on him. He really missed the times when he could just argue with Nick in a lab over a cup of coffee. Sighing, he decided to just get it over with. He just needed to bullshit a bit and not get carried away. He could do that. Hopping up onto his trusty tree stump stool, he addressed the entire crowd. "I think you are all living under the mistaken belief that you can only be a good person if that's all you are." I'm not going to tell you how to live your lives, as I sure as hell won't be listening to you about how you think I should be living mine. But society is about realizing that we're all in this together. You don't have to be a good person because some asshole in a chair tells you to. You should be a good person because it makes you feel good to be one. When you help someone with something, it doesn't have to be some sort of sacrifice for the greater good. It can be a selfish act, because everything you do is actually pretty selfish. Hell, look at the economy. The only way an economy works is if everyone gets something out of a deal. Someone makes bread, they sell the bread, and if the bread is too expensive, the customers won't buy it. It's the same thing with good deeds. When you do something nice for someone,
The reason you do it should be because you think it's worth doing, not because of some arbitrary moral decision made by some asshole up in a tower telling you that you should. When you give a hungry person some food, it's because it makes you feel good to help. You shouldn't have to give them your food. It needs to be your decision. Still feeling the attention pressing down on him, Nero felt his inner troll bucking out of his control. Rubbing his hands through his hard, he shouted, "God damn it! I don't want to be the one explaining this to you. I'm not your dad or your moral authority. Just don't be an asshole to each other because you don't want other people to be assholes to you. How hard is that?" Fed up with his mini rant, Nero hopped off his tree stump, picked it up, and threw it over his shoulder. Completely done with the situation, he began stomping off while ignoring all the looks he was receiving. Realizing that this kind of thing was just going to keep happening if he didn't find somewhere to hide, he altered his essence field to blend into the surroundings, fading away into the crowd.
Thinking about what he'd just said, he realized he'd just accidentally preached at them, like an idiot. Okay, that went a little off the rails, he thought to himself. He was the kind of guy who was used to being able to share his opinions on life and moral responsibility without having to think about anybody taking him seriously. He could argue against the belief that you had to be a religious nutjob in order to not be an asshole all he wanted from the comfort of his recliner while sipping a beer. But now, people were in danger of listening to him, and he had no idea what he could do about it. Granted, he had carefully constructed his beliefs over his entire life through careful arguments over the internet. Sometimes he'd play the troll, stirring up the threads to see how people reacted. But in his head, he always filtered what he was reading through what he considered logical and reasonable. He could play the asshole whenever he wanted, while not letting himself become the asshole. Or so he thought. Now, there was no time off. Everything he said was under the microscope, and people were taking him seriously. It was infuriating. Was he never again going to be able to mock people without someone believing he was being serious? Would he never again be able to rant about the military-industrial complex and political interests interfering with society without causing a riot? Honestly, this was the worst-case scenario for someone like Nero. People weren't supposed to take him seriously. If they did, he'd end up destroying the entire damn world. It would be freaking anarchy. Practically having a panic attack, he found himself collapsing onto his tree stump behind a few crates while holding his head in his hands and trying to catch his breath. "Do you really believe that?" asked a voice from his left. Nearly jumping out of his skin in fright, Nero fell over the side and onto his ass. Looking up in shock to see Academian Quincy standing over him with a curious expression on his face, Nero shouted, "What the fuck, man? I thought I was hiding. Hidden. Whatever." Waving his hand as if Nero's pathetic attempts at essence concealment didn't matter, he said, Yes, you were sufficiently hidden. Now, if you don't mind, I'd really like you to answer the question. Do you really not consider duty, honor, and humanity a sufficient reason to act for the betterment of all?" Feeling his heart rate slowly backing down to normal, Nero stood up to pat himself down and glare up at the older mage. Maintaining eye contact the entire time, he reached over to collect his tree stump, sending it back into his personal space. When he was done, he placed his hands on his hips and said, "I get what you're asking, and also understand the danger of putting that kind of belief out there for the masses." I don't know what to tell you. I absolutely don't want to ruin this little slice of paradise you've all created, but I believe what I believe.
Sighing heavily, he broke eye contact to stare up into the sky in defeat.
It's like this. I believe that everything everyone does is, by definition, a selfish act. People delude themselves into thinking they're doing it for some grander reason, but that is just so they can sleep at night. Recognizing that you are doing things for yourself is important. That doesn't mean you can't be a good person. It just means that you realize you're being a good person because you want to be, not because someone told you to. Society is everyone deciding to work together, right? I don't see why it has to be any more complicated than that. Don't be a dick and focus on your own shit. That's my life philosophy. When I see something that pisses me off, I do something about it. Not because I feel some kind of moral outrage, but because I want to.
It's like adventuring. Someone has a problem they're willing to pay to have solved. I get to feel like a hero and be paid for it. If I were really rich, I'd set up some charities and give to the less fortunate, so I would no longer feel guilty living in my sick-ass mansion, sipping on expensive drinks and enjoying the good life. But it's about how I feel. Nobody else's opinion should matter. But now, people are listening to me and trying to be like me. I'm like a social influencer or something, and I'm freaking out, man. I'm not cut out for this shit. Like, if I keep making fun of your dumbass light hat, are you going to suddenly agree with me and take it off? That would immediately take the fun out of giving you shit about it. These assholes are ruining my fantasy world by actually listening to me. Academian Quincy stared down at Nero in silence, his facial expressions giving absolutely nothing away.
For several long seconds, the quiet stretched out, giving Nero the opportunity to notice the tension in his shoulders and the sweat running down the back of his neck. Finally saying something, Academian Quincy quietly noted, "I actually think you make a very convincing argument. What you said isn't all that different than the founding principles on which our kingdom was built. It's why our cities are left on their own, to rise and fall under their own power. And it's the responsibility of every citizen of Oglevark to wake up every morning, choosing to work together so that the kingdom keeps running. Everyone is responsible for their own life, and any duty they choose to accept is worthy of admiration for their sacrifice. You haven't said anything that is all that inflammatory. I don't actually see what you're so worried about." Nero listened in stunned silence, struggling to understand what Academian Quincy was telling him.
When the man finished, Nero's blank stare was all he received in response. That was until Nero lost it and began shouting at the top of his lungs. "What do you mean it wasn't inflammatory? I'm advocating chaos, a world where everyone is out for themselves. Are you all freaking out of your minds? The people in charge have to control the masses, brainwashing them into believing that they need to sacrifice for the greater good. What kind of messed up society would you have if everyone just looked out for numero uno? The people in charge can't be telling the truth. It would bring down everything. It would be bedlam. Cities would fall. Prices would rise. Nobles would become warlords faster than a stripper grabbing a C note." Panting heavily, Nero's shoulders slumped before finishing quietly. "You all are so goddamn crazy. I just can't take it anymore. None of this makes any damn sense."
Let's just go back to Dorchester, sign up some morons willing to follow me underground, and kill some clone baby kobolds. Hopefully, some ultraviolence will make me feel better about having to live in the same plane of existence with all of you lunatics. Academian Quincy awkwardly patted Nero on the shoulder, having no idea what to say to the excitable young man. Chapter 226. We are the sum of our experiences. While waiting in the teleport room for the delegation from Hennings to arrive, City Lord Cosgrove finally had enough time to get her thoughts in order. It had been a hectic past few hours, but she'd managed to get everything handled. Mostly. With barely any more warning than, "Dwarves are coming!" she'd had to organize everything in a rush while having the situation summarized for her by the few people who knew what was going on. Ambassadorial quarters had needed to be arranged, servants and liaisons chosen, and a dedicated guard force assigned, along with 100 other things. She was bound to have missed something. Which, of course, was why she found herself struggling to maintain her regal expression as she listened to her aide, Jessica Chandler, once again going over the most recent updates on the situation she needed to address. As we were already made aware, the dwarves had chosen our city for the experimental region-sharing program. But we've finally heard back from Lord Bennings, and I can confirm that the paperwork was fast-tracked through the capital's Tower of Law, along with the Department of Expansion in the Royal Palace. Trying and failing to keep her tone calm and collected, City Lord Cosgrove snarled, "And nobody saw fit to alert us to the timetable changing?" Wincing, Ms. Chandler replied, "Well, they did, technically. However, it seems the ambassador our people were in contact with has been replaced as the head of the Dwarven colonization team. In his place, the Dwarven kings have chosen to appoint one of their fallen kings, rather than raise up a new one. From what little we know, he's the one who pushed the project forward, and also the reason why we won't have to temporarily house the dwarves in the city, other than the upper echelons, that is. Even then, they don't plan to stay long. From what I understand, they plan to head directly to their mountain and begin setting up their version of our Astra teleporters. I believe that's what all those supplies they requested will be for, but that is merely supposition." City Lord Cosgrove could just imagine the headaches the people in the capital were putting up with, having to deal with the overly impulsive dwarves. Taking a deep breath to cover the sigh she almost let escape, she couldn't help but worry about the upcoming headaches she would have now that they were coming here. Realizing that Ms. Chandler had mentioned that she'd been in contact with Lord Bennings, City Lord Cosgrove turned to her and asked curiously, "How did they end up dealing with the fact that the mountain in question is currently housing the remains of what is now Lord Walker's mining town?" After coughing nervously into her hand to clear her throat, Ms. Chandler replied, "Well, they didn't." Seeing the city lord staring at her in confusion, she clarified, "What I mean to say is that the reason Lord Bennings took so long to get back to us was because she was trying to find the paperwork that she'd assumed had been misplaced. Unfortunately, it seems that no one from the capital bothered to check who currently owns the mountain, as they just assumed that now that the line of Dorchin is gone, the mountain would have been returned to the city." She was unhappy, and made it clear that the matter needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Before the city lord could dig into that delightful complication, she felt the ether in the room begin to quake. Forcing herself to pay attention to the moment, she half-listened to the transportation room operators calling out their checks while they coordinated with Hennings to stabilize the connection. She felt the rest of the attending nobles alongside her tense, none of them ever having met a dwarf and, therefore, not knowing what to expect. Not that she was faring any better. The one experience she'd had with dwarves was seeing them from a distance while she'd been studying in Hennings. Everything she knew about dwarves, she'd read in a book. She let herself feel the stable presence of Guard Dalton and the Dorchester forces here to act as an honor guard for their distinguished guests. The man's essence field was a calming presence she'd grown used to relying on. Blinking away the flash of the teleporter, she saw the delegation already stepping down from the platform. At the head of the group were several humans whom she assumed were here to act as official representatives of the kingdom. Luckily, they didn't seem to have brought along any guards or, heavens forbid, populators. As she met the eyes of the man she assumed was in charge, she was about to offer her greetings when he was awkwardly shoved aside by a 4-foot-tall, fully armored, and heavily bearded, what she could only assume was a dwarf. Being able to easily see over his head, she noticed several other dwarves dressed in everything from robes to full plate, each one demonstrating varying examples of how to successfully scowl. "You City Lord Cosgrove, the human in charge of this city?" The small but ridiculously wide dwarf barked as if he wanted confirmation. Right as she was about to respond, he continued, "Greetings to you. Always nice to meet the neighbors. I'm sure we'll get along well enough. My clan will soon be welcoming you as a trading partner,
offering metalworks and bound enchantments in exchange for food and supplies to get us going. Now, that's the pleasantries out of the way. I'm sure you'll want to talk more later. You humans always do. But there will be plenty of time for that after I get my clan settled.
For now, how's about you show me my mountain so I can get started?
Struggling to contain the frown at the little dwarf's tone, she instead managed to settle for a grimace when she said, "Yes, well, about that." Nero turned to Nick and offered him the blankest expression he could, while stating incredulously, "They built a road. An actual, real, multiple-lane road, up a mountain, through the wilds, in less than a week." Nick kept walking, ignoring Nero's tone with a wry smile on his face. Yes, they did. Nero found himself unable to simply let it go. Fine, let's set aside that they build a road to the middle of nowhere, just so that they could cut down the travel time for the supply train by a single day. How about instead you explain to me how they built it so quickly? Academian Quincy, who had been walking alongside Nero opposite Nick, replied, "They enchanted it." Nero turned his head to give the Academian a good, old-fashioned death stare.
No shit. But maybe you can elaborate a little?
While they were chatting, Nero was focusing about half his brainpower on probing the road underneath his feet. With his improved ability to see and understand the essence flows through the ether, he found the road utterly and completely fascinating. Completely illogical and nonsensical, but nonetheless fascinating. The last time he'd been on one, he hadn't noticed how freaking weird they were. He'd thought they were just roads, not whatever this is. Back when his forces finally broke camp and began heading back toward Dorchester, he'd already known about the road the army had built. But he'd expected a trail at best. Maybe a cleared and flattened path to make travel easier for the soldiers and supplies. What he hadn't expected was a full-fledged road that was every bit as well made as the road he'd found himself waking up on those many months ago.
In fact, if he wasn't mistaken, this road may be a bit bigger than the one he remembered.
Having it abruptly begin at the edge of the army's encampment had nearly had him questioning his senses. It took seeing multiple people interacting with it before he decided to believe his eyes and accept the reality of it actually existing. Easily slipping into his lecture mode, Academian Quincy said, "Well, roads are essential for travel between cities, towns, and villages. They are quite literally the veins that allow the heart blood of our kingdom to flow. Without them, caravans carrying essence crystals would be constantly under threat of assault from the monsters and beasts in the wilds, and travel would require so many resources that it would be counterproductive." From the other side of Nero, Nick added, "Without roads, civilization would be limited to the regional resources they had available. That's why the first cities were so isolationist, and why warlords were so intent on fighting amongst themselves." Nero, not remotely caring about hearing the Oglivarchian edition of The History of Roads, was about to sarcastically demand them to answer his question rather than provide more useless information nobody but them would appreciate. But luckily, Academian Quincy cut him off before he could. Roads were developed so long ago that there is actually no clear answer as to who truly came up with the idea. You see, roads are complicated demonstrations of the earliest efforts of group casting, or more accurately, team enchanting, he said proudly. Taking up the explanation, Nick said, "While the enchantment itself isn't all that powerful, it's the way it interacts with the ether that is ingenious. If you take some time, you'll probably be able to sense the essence flows adapting to the road structure."
A well-made road has many features, namely easing localized essence distribution, preventing animal and monster. Seeing where this was going, Nero interrupted Nick before he could really get going. Yeah, I read all about that. Roads are safe to travel because they are enchanted to help deter monsters and disincentivize local wildlife.
I've already chosen to call bullshit on that, considering the first thing I saw when I woke up on a road was a pack of wolves chowing down on the dead bodies of this body's former caravan members the former me was traveling with. Besides, that's not what I was asking anyway. I wanted to know how it was made. Nothing in the books I read mentioned anything about roads being built this quickly. Granted, I didn't exactly understand the spell form at the end of the chapter, but I would have probably paid more attention if it had mentioned that I could build an entire damn road in a week. Nick scoffed and began to reply. The wolves were affected by the enchantment on the road. It was just that the availability of fresh meat was sufficient. Academian Quincy spoke over what Nick was saying. Don't bother. I doubt he'll take your word for it. Addressing Nero once again, he continued. Roads can be created by an individual, but it's not recommended or practical. It takes an enormous amount of center to imbue them with an identity that will last, and for that reason, team enchanting is the preferred method of their creation. You see, enchanting, at its core, is a form of spellcasting so powerful that the world starts to believe that the spell is, and always has been, how the world works.
It's for that reason that lower-level regions like Dorchester tend not to have many high-level enchanted items.
Nero, sort of following what he was saying, asked, I'm not seeing the connection. I get that overpowering a spell with so much center could create an identity in an object, but what does that have to do with essence density? Nick replied, It has everything to do with essence density. In high essence areas, it's easier to convince the world that spell effects aren't uncommon. Gesturing at the satchel Nero had gotten from Jennings, he said, Take that enchanted bag the Archmage gave you. Do you know how much center someone had to infuse into that thing for its identity to be strong enough to survive in a region like this? Of course you don't, because you haven't even started studying the basics. As he finished, he face-palmed himself, fed up with the contradictory nature of Nero's totally uninformed mastery over magic. Furrowing his brow so hard his face hurt, Nero asked, Shouldn't that work the other way? Wouldn't it be easier to overpower reality in an area with less essence? Academian replied, Well, yes, but no. Temporary effects like casting are much easier in high essence areas, as the essence is practically begging to be of use. However, in order for reality to maintain its cohesion, those areas are much more firm in their identities. So once overpowered or rewritten, the ambient essence can be altered quite easily into whatever form a caster wishes. In less dense areas, the world is much more loose with its physical formations, and therefore much more difficult to convince. While what they were saying sounded logical, Nero still thought that their theory was incredibly backward. And worse yet, he still hadn't gotten his damned question answered. Nick and Academian Quincy shared a look with each other over Nero's head, silently agreeing to let him mentally work through what they'd just told him. Meanwhile, Nero's brain was practically overheating as he'd decided that the easiest way for him to understand enchanting was to just study the freaking giant enchanted road he was currently walking on. Much like the mud walls the kobolds had made, he could tell that it was a construct. Actually, it was more like the massive building they'd made. All one piece. Kinda. He could see stutters and imperfections as he walked further and further along the road. It was like the construct wasn't intended to be uniform. Or perhaps it was just poorly made. His senses probed deeper into the essence making up the road's stone, giving him the impression of multiple robed men and women walking together as the road formed behind them. He could feel the memory of them, working together to cast the spell, funneling their centers, imbuing their belief that the road was real. He didn't stumble or outwardly display any change of expression, but on the inside, his mind was reeling. He knew he was delving, and considering how poorly his last attempt had gone, he knew he had to be careful. It took more effort than he thought it would to stop himself from going any deeper. Somehow,
He just knew that if he tried, he could easily follow the road's identity back to each one of the mages who'd created it. It was like they'd left part of themselves behind, giving something of themselves to permanently trick the world into believing the road had always been here. He even got to see the spell they were using. A simple Tier 1 basic spell. Most of the functions that made it up he didn't recognize, but he did see some elemental aspects that looked familiar.
But it was the way the spell was held together in a series that really caught his attention. It was like seeing another demonstration of the community shield spell, but at the same time different. Yet, in the aftermath of their casting, the road existed. He could see it. It was real. They'd worked together, and now it was here. When he compared what it looked like in the ether with the ground underneath it and around it, he couldn't tell the difference. Suddenly, he understood. The world made stuff with essence. People could use their essence to make stuff. If there is a lot of essence in the ether, the world has to use more essence to make its stuff stable. And so people in those regions had more solid world stuff already there to work with. It was just like people. Higher-level people had more center, or more to the point, their identity was made up of more essence than lower-level people. That's why it was harder to alter them with outside spells. But it's also why higher-level people were better able to alter the world around them than lower-level people. Granted, he hadn't figured everything out. He didn't suddenly create a unified theorem of essence or anything. There were many questions he still didn't have answers to, like, since enchanting a permanent spell into something made from matter from a high-essence area was easier, then why didn't they just create stuff and then export it? Would the lower-density area leech essence away from it, thereby ruining the enchantment? Is that why the bag Jennings had given him was so impressive? Also, how does this realization affect enchantments that make stuff out of nothing? Both the roads and that one example Jennings had shown him were examples of mages pulling matter out of the ether and making something. Was that easier or harder to do in high-essence areas? What would happen if you made something in one place and then took it somewhere else? Would it fall apart? Could you just be riding your wagon on the way to the capital and have the damn thing break back down into essence, leaving you sitting on your ass in the middle of the road, being mocked by the incredulous stare your horse was giving you? Nero was absolutely positive that there was some philosophical or self-helpy way to look at it, but he did his best not to think about it. Having mentally wrapped his head around what little of the concept he understood was more than enough. Yet, despite his best efforts, and probably due to how long he'd been living alongside the locals, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about it. If enchanting is no different than spellcasting, and spellcasting is nothing more than changing the world by giving something of yourself, then knowledge and opportunity only reduce the costs. In the end, it's your will and commitment that make up the deciding factor.
Higher-level areas are like first-world countries, filled with opportunity, a place easy to leave your mark. But in lower-level areas, it takes more of yourself to change the world when that opportunity isn't there, he thought to himself. Immediately, he slapped his cheeks a few times with both of his hands, both to punish himself for sounding like a tool and to snap himself out of it. Feeling the shock at his abrupt self-abuse from both Academian Quincy and Nick, Nero explained, "Sorry, don't mind me. I just figured out that life is just a spell cast by your soul on the world, and your level is basically just an insanely slow enchantment your experiences are powering. You know, reinforcing your identity until you're finally complete. I'm sure you guys already have a clever and pointlessly complicated metaphor for it. But yeah, I'm just now getting it. The world is just a suggestion, and how we live our lives is the proof of who we are, right?" Something like that. The literal definition of experience applies to who we are as we develop. It's kind of obvious when you think about it. God damn, this world is dumb. Not understanding that the shock and confusion Nick and Academian Quincy were feeling was no longer about his outburst, Nero ignored them and silently continued contemplating how whoever created this world took metaphors way too seriously. Meanwhile, the two older mages were deep in thought, contemplating what Nero had said, and subsequently questioning their understanding of reality as a result. Chapter 227. Home is where they tell you it is. While sitting at a desk in the newly reopened Walker estate, Vera paused what she was doing the moment she felt Nick's ping. Mentally checking the time, she barely managed to keep the smile off her face at the fact that he was arriving on schedule and without issue. Opening the connection, she said, "Dear, I'm happy to see you made it back to Dorchester in one piece. Any problems during the trip?" She could feel Nick's affection radiating over the link as he replied, "No problems. The area has been cleared, and the army managed to put in a road, so the trip was easy." For the next few minutes, she chatted away with him, enjoying the feeling of his mind mingling with her own. It was rather surprising to her how much she'd missed him. Although they'd spoken over the communication orb and updated each other on what they were up to, brief communications like that were more akin to information dumps than actual conversations. Now that Nick was back in Dorchester, it was nice to be able to finally reconnect. Unfortunately, there were pressing matters that needed to be addressed, so she eventually steered the conversation to more important things. She asked Nick to provide her with a deeper, more informative, first-hand account of his adventures alongside the wackos, along with his evaluations of both the initial members and those who joined during the fighting. She made sure to thoroughly study the memory engrams he was sending, making mental notes concerning who stood out and who needed to be watched. But mostly, she focused on the young man she'd ended up tying her house's future to. Nero, or she should say, Lord Walker, was now a war hero. The Thought Hub had been buzzing with accounts of his heroics and his victory over the kobolds. Therefore, she needed to know the actual truth behind the rumors in order to keep ahead of the public opinion. While part of her attention was focused on Nicholas's ongoing account of Lord Walker's ether-shattering final spell, she mentally reviewed the pings she'd received from Lord Walker. It seemed the moment Lord Walker had gotten within the range of the Dorchester Thought Hub, he'd uploaded his signatures to the documents she'd sent him. He'd also addressed each of her updates with simple but sufficient statements about how he expected her to proceed. It was an encouraging sign, and one that she hoped meant he'd begun to take his responsibilities more seriously. Of course, that feeling only lasted a moment, as Nick had moved forward in his recounting and had now sent her his memory of Lord Walker's morning address to House Walker's leadership. So, he really intends to let others handle everything, merely providing the direction. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, she thought to herself while stifling a grimace. What was surprising was how happy Nick seemed to be about the young man's proclamation. Interrupting the memory engram she was receiving, she asked, "Nicholas, haven't you considered what it would mean if he loses control of House Walker?"
We agreed to tie House Verena to him as a vassal. A mismanaged House Walker will result in our own sharing its fate. Nick replied easily, "Yes, I'm aware. But have you considered that despite Nero having put Kathleen in charge, you're the one who is actually going to be running House Walker? She is only focused on force deployments and troop organizations. Take another look at the memory I sent you, and you'll see that they never even mentioned anything outside of their combat plans. Nero expects you to be handling the businesses and political side of House Walker. For that, I recommend you get in contact with Ms. Keening and the citizen interaction team she's set up. That woman you found is quite bright and surprisingly motivated." Nodding along, she realized her husband had a point. Lord Walker wasn't interested in learning to lead a house. That much was obvious, regardless of how much she wanted it to be otherwise.
so she'd just have to take the reins.
As House Verena was essentially the Dorchester branch of House Walker anyway, she might as well act as the house head until such time as the leadership leaves for another city.
Yes, I see what you're saying. I guess I'd hoped that he would have grown up a little after having spent some time outside the walls. He has such an instinctual business sense that it seems like a waste for him to focus on this adventure nonsense, she replied sadly. She felt Nick's emotional presence trying to reassure her as he softly replied, I know, dear. But as Nero says, he is who he is. Try not to let your hopes for who he'll become influence how you feel about him now. All we can do is trust that he knows his path and be there for him to help him however we can. Vera couldn't help it, and her mask broke into a small smile. You're right, of course. I shouldn't condemn his choices, as his path is his own.
After all, he's done nothing but help us walk our own since he's arrived here.
Confused, Nick replied. I don't think he's helped us so much as completely diverted us from where we were headed. We had plans, and since he walked into our lives, how many of those plans are still viable? Vera chuckled and replied, Well, the ultimate goal was always for me to lead our house into the upper echelons of the ladder, while you transitioned toward your private studies. You were never interested in going much higher into the leadership of the center research, and I was just waiting for the right time to leave center intake so I could focus on politics. Nick replied, Well, that's true enough, I suppose.
We were just waiting for your shipping business to grow enough to provide our backing when I took up my lordship.
Replying swiftly, Vera asked, And with Lord Walker's support, hasn't it? She could feel Nicholas contemplating what she'd said, and decided to go in for the conversational kill shot. If we remove our bias concerning who we think Nero is to us, and just look at our lives objectively, you'll see that we've progressed further along our path in the past few months than we have in the decades prior to his arrival. We should focus on our own lives, and let our young friend focus on his own. He has been and is a wonderful ally and friend, and we owe it to him to treat him with respect and understanding. Vera could feel Nick's annoyance when he replied, Wasn't that what I was saying in the first place? Stop turning the conversation around on me. You know how I hate that. Replying innocently, she said, I have no idea what you mean, dear. Now, how long until you get here? I need to prepare the estate for your arrival. Having long since gotten used to accepting this type of defeat, Nick replied sadly, Around 30 minutes, probably. We'll be there soon. Do you want me to pick you up anything while I'm out? Vera's small smile grew a little wider on her face, having missed the feeling of poking at her wizened and politically inept husband. Together they walked in silence for over 10 minutes before Academian Quincy asked, Lord Walker, when you say that leveling is like enchanting yourself, you aren't talking about casting an enchantment on yourself or anything, are you? I only ask because that's an incredibly dangerous route of advancement that has led to more than one mage being corrupted and subsequently damned to one of the hells.
Of course, that's only when they aren't caught and executed for their crimes before they have time to ruin their souls. Nero, having been brought out of his thoughts by the question, turned to look up at the man with confusion before parsing through what he'd just asked and finally understanding the man's confusion. Chuckling, Nero replied, No, nothing like that. I'm sure some dumbasses try and use essence from the ether, or maybe other planes, just shoving it into their center, expecting to gain a few levels. It probably works, too. For a while, at least. Technically. But obviously that would turn them into monsters. Hell, that's basically what monsters are. That is, if I'm understanding those essence spawn point things correctly. Nick started to reply, Well, no, not exactly. Monsters are ignoring Nick, as he was not remotely interested in the specifics, and already having made up his mind.
Nero continued, What I meant was that as a person lives, They either take in or generate essence due to their actions and thoughts, infusing that essence into their centers by giving it meaning. That essence becomes theirs, associated with their personality or identity. From there, the more personalized essence a person has, the higher their level, and the more real they become. Higher levels are more real, right? Just like the matter in higher level areas? So it kind of makes sense that enchanting works the way you say it does. Since matter in a higher level area is a higher level, it's harder to change, but a lot more resistant to outside influence once it has been. Low-level areas are like clay, easy to change, but hard to keep together. Again, just like people. Young people, or people at low levels, haven't really figured out who they are yet. As they get older and have more experience, they figure out who they are, making them stubborn and resistant to outside influences. I bet that's why so many people fall off their path or whatever. They start acting in a way that they don't resonate with. You know, giving in to what the world wants them to be. Letting the opportunities to be who they really are pass them by. Sheep, going about their lives, hating every minute of it. Don't let anyone tell you who you are, right? That's like leveling 101. Your path is your own, or whatever. Nero felt both Nick and Academian Quincy thinking hard about what he'd said, probably just itching to explain to him what he was missing, or in what way he was wrong. But thankfully, they kept their opinions to themselves, most likely having learned their lessons about how he reacts to unasked lecture topics. As a result, they continued for quite some time in silence, giving Nero the opportunity to look around. Nero spent the trip examining the troops and potential members of his house with his essence field. He saw several people he recognized, others he didn't. Their ages were all over the place, as were the densities of their essence fields. He'd learned to ballpark how strong someone was by their field, while also knowing that he shouldn't rely too heavily on that kind of thing, as it could be manipulated. Hell, all of the evaluators' fields fluctuated between practically non-existent and utterly terrifying, depending on how much effort they were putting into hiding them. Nero had yet to see a pattern behind their random essence containment, but he was sure there was one. He just hadn't figured it out. Regardless, overall he felt a growing sense of community building up around him. Everyone's fields slowly seeping into each other as their familiarity with each other grew. Offhandedly, he wondered if, in the future, groups of soldiers would grow into mob units. He could just imagine them being real-world examples of gaming units composed of hundreds of soldiers. It was weird how the world seemed to go out of its way to warp reality into an imitation of the representations he used to know, but he was slowly growing used to it. Everything here was a metaphor. That wasn't to say he didn't find it all annoying on a fundamental level. As far as he was concerned, it was like with every new aspect of the world he learned, whoever had set all this up was deliberately mocking him. Eventually, he and the rest of the troops made it out of the mountains and back into the area outside Dorchester. Surprisingly, he could see the land which had been destroyed by the fighting returning to normal. Rapidly growing trees were already showing up, along with bushes and wildlife. Had it been back home, it would have taken years for this type of recovery. But here, everything was already respawning. Freaky, he thought to himself, with a shiver.
It took longer than he liked, but not as long as he feared, before they were back in the outer town around the wall. But what he saw when they got there was not what he remembered seeing when he'd left. The town was filled to the brim with people moving around and living their lives, clogging the streets like they were at a farmer's market. Despite how many cheered and waved at their passing, Nero still felt the unjustified urge to lose his shit and shout, "Why aren't all you assholes at work? Get off the street and get a job!" Luckily, he managed to suppress that urge and instead asked acidly, "Why is it every time I come back to the city, there are more people here than when I left?"
Scoffing, Nick replied, "Nero, please start using your link. I'm getting tired of reminding you about it." Nero turned to glare at the man, replying, "I am, smartass. From the moment we got in range of Dorchester's thought hub, I've been dealing with the pings that were waiting for me. Luckily, most of them were sent ahead by Vera, but I've already taken care of all those." Returning Nero's glare, Nick replied, "Well, did you check the city's thought hub for recent news and opinion pieces? If you had, I'm sure you would have noticed that everyone is talking about the recent immigration problem and the lengths the nobles have gone to combat it, since currently using the mountain city for the overflow is out of the question." Not willing to get into a debate, Nero didn't bother replying. Instead, he put his energy toward what he recalled from having once or twice looked at the city version of the thought hub. From what he remembered, it was like an overly cumbersome message board, and without having more information on how it was managed, he didn't trust it in the least. But now that he was more familiar with the link, and confident enough in his ability to limit its ability to influence his brain, at least not without him at least noticing, he decided to take a better look around the message boards and play average citizen of Dorchester for a day. While the troops and potential members of House Walker made their way through the streets to the closest teleportation hub, Nero fully immersed himself for the first time in the city section of the thought hub. Instead of just looking at it as a long list of links and pages, he opened up his mind and dove into the stream of consciousness. And boy, was that a mistake. Thousands of conversation threads suddenly categorized themselves as impressions in his head, while associated lists displayed themselves in his mind. Without fully diving in, he wouldn't have had any idea how to find anything in all this content. But now that he had, it was like having every single citizen's Facebook wall presenting itself to him, asking if he was interested in seeing the pictures they'd taken of their kids, while not being too pushy about it. It was like being connected to another brain, one which had memories and structured thoughts that he could interact with at will. For the first time, he finally understood why it was called a thought hub. Mentally stepping back, he felt the impressions slip away, and his connection to his link returning to normal. The lists and categories were all still there, but he felt nothing from them. It was dull, uninteresting, lifeless, just like it had been when he'd first poked around on it. Huh. Okay. I'll admit that's kind of cool, he thought to himself. Diving back in, he surfed around and got a general sense of who people were paying attention to. It was almost like a mental representation of a recommended for you list, based on how many people trusted the postings. It was so similar to what he'd recognized while being so totally different than what he'd expected. He mentally looked in on what people had posted, along with seeing the representations of the noble houses and the connections they had. The city itself had several pages, for lack of a better word. There was so much information just sitting there, just waiting for him to look at it. And all of it was from the first-person perspective of whoever had posted it. There was no illusion of objectivity, as it was quite clear who'd posted what and where the information was coming from. Had someone posted something they themselves didn't believe, then the associated feeling would immediately give the lie away. It was brilliant, and yet utterly terrifying. Mentally, Nero immediately began thinking of ways around such a simple trick. All he'd have to do is convince someone of something, and then have them post his lies. Granted, people would know it came from him, but he could work through multiple intermediaries and probably hide his trail. He was sure more than a few cleverly duplicitous nobles had already figured that out. Dipping into one of the most respected posters' profiles, he saw a recent post from some lady named Melinda York. She was a distant relation to someone on the Council of Leadership, and apparently loved to gossip. Nero was able to watch a memory engram she'd uploaded of a conversation she'd had with several notable citizens who were in the know. It was like watching an episode of The View crossed with a podcast. He felt their opinions as much as he listened to them. While they didn't necessarily influence him in any way, he could tell the things they were serious about and what they were unsure of. Also, he couldn't help but notice the subtle but quite obvious plugs they were giving to their families' businesses. The subject of the day was the war with the kobolds and the effect it had on the city. They covered the strained facilities trying to make room for the immigrating outlying villages, the possible threat of what it could mean to ignore the density shift currently underway. They also discussed the pros and cons of asking for aid from the kingdom, and whether or not Dorchester could survive on its own. At one point, someone brought up the city's new, unique Lord Walker. Nero found it immensely amusing how divisive the subject was. The subject changed before the arguments about what he represented really got going, but it was enlightening nonetheless. Apparently, many nobles weren't happy with the new trading posts he'd had Vera set up. When they mentioned their own businesses, he could tell exactly what they were doing. The method of transmission didn't allow them to lie or obfuscate in any way.
Oddly, he knew that somehow each of the people being shown had uploaded their own version of the memory, seamlessly splicing them together to create what he was experiencing. It was like watching a combined first-person perspective from all of them, while not even remotely being confusing. Calling it weird would be an understatement, on par with calling triple pepper hot sauce spicy. Honestly, Nero got so caught up in the nuances of what he was seeing that he'd forgotten why he'd logged on to the Thought Hub in the first place. His sense of time and connection to his body dulled, and his thoughts felt separate from his physical body. It's like an entire society of influencers, but not a nightmare. If I'd ever had doubts about any of this being real, this clinches it. I could never have imagined a world like this. Hell, even having proof of it being true, downloaded directly into my brain, it still isn't enough for me to truly believe it, he thought to himself sarcastically. Barely having paid attention, he was brought out of his fugue by the feeling of the world around him shifting. Blinking away the light from the teleporter he hadn't noticed he'd taken, he looked down from the ornate stone platform he was now standing on and onto a gravel courtyard filled with patches of perfectly landscaped gardens. Looking around, he saw that he was under a gazebo of some kind, with what looked like massive doors laid down by hinges onto the ground. Had he not been able to get a wide-angle view with his essence field, he'd have no idea what he was looking at. In the distance, he saw what appeared to be the unholy love child born from a tantric sex ritual performed by a massive mansion, a French palatial estate, a castle, and a log cabin. Nero was frozen in place, not comprehending the architectural clusterfuck he was looking at. Feeling a gentle hand on his shoulder, guiding him down the overturned door, which had for some reason been turned into a ramp, Nero awkwardly stumbled forward while most of his attention was focused on trying to figure out where he was. Ripping his attention away from the ridiculously large building in the distance, Nero saw Vera walking up to him with that same stern yet blank expression she'd always worn. However, something about her was different, as instead of being in the center-type robes he'd gotten used to seeing her in, she was wearing what looked like battle robes. Behind her, spread out in rows, were people dressed in matching, elegant uniforms. There must have been 50 of them, maybe 100. Who knows, as there were a lot of them, and Nero didn't feel like counting. It was creepy enough how they were all just standing there, staring at him. His senses made it very clear that they were all filled with expectation and hope, and the entirety of their attention was focused almost exclusively on him. Coming to a halt directly in front of Nero, Vera said, "Welcome, my lord, to the Walker estate. If you'll please follow me, there are some matters that you need to address before you can take your rest." Without another word, she turned around and walked off toward the building in the distance. Nero, after blinking several times to clear his head, turned to Nick,
who was conveniently still on his right, and said, "She didn't even say hi to you. What did you do to piss her off?" Rolling his eyes in annoyance, Nick replied, "I've been talking to her over the link since we arrived in the city. It's not like she was surprised to see me. What did you expect?" Nero shrugged absently, reminding himself once again that he really needed to adapt to the world before something ended up biting him in the ass. Again. The trick's going to be keeping it together and not losing my damn mind like everyone else around here, he thought to himself sourly. Chapter 228. Home is where your bed is. After coordinating with the household staff to get the troops situated in the guardhouse, Knight Angleton found himself standing on the balcony of his new room, thinking about how he ended up here. Looking out over the well-maintained grounds, he saw combat rings for melee training, variable difficulty obstacle courses, recruit barracks for trainees. Anything and everything he needed to forge a powerful private army. It was both eerily similar to the elite training compound he'd recently been asked to run, and yet utterly different at the same time. Turning away from the sight, he walked back into the officers' room he'd taken over. Instead of the militaristic stone walls he'd grown used to, everything was adorned with artistically carved wood and finery. Even the oversized desk looked as if it were worth more than his former yearly salary under the employ of the army. Yet that wasn't why he'd signed up to follow Lord Walker. Hearing the door to his office open, he saw Blackwood entering the room with an uncharacteristically professional look on his face. "The rooms are all assigned, and arrangements have been made for tomorrow's ceremony," he said, without preamble, before coming to a stop and standing calmly with his hands crossed behind his back. After offering his friend a small nod in greeting, he said, "And their mood?" "No problem, sir," he replied quickly, before adding in an uncertain tone, "I believe they are still waiting for you to express your opinion." Managing to stop himself from scoffing, Knight Angleton made his way over to the desk and took a seat in what was now his overly stuffed leather chair. "My opinion?" he asked sarcastically. Something in his tone must have felt like permission to drop the formalities, as Blackwood's tense shoulders relented, and he returned to his normal, relaxed state. Walking lazily over to the desk, he plopped himself down onto one of the guest chairs and threw his feet up on the desk. "Well, yeah. Everyone has been wondering how you're feeling about what our new lord said last night. You told them that you'd be getting some answers this morning, but then spent the entire trip here lost in thought." Knight Angleton met Blackwood's gaze across the desk, his stony demeanor clashing with Blackwood's smirk. Rolling his eyes to break the tension, Blackwood asked, "So, what's the plan, Knight Angleton? We've all put in our resignations and agreed to follow you. Are we going through with the oath tomorrow, looking for another sponsor, or forming our own mercenary company?"
Not to put too fine a point on it, but time is running out, and the troops would like to know what you're thinking. Tapping his fingers in thought on the arm of the chair, Knight Angleton asked, "What do you think?" Blackwood replied immediately, apparently not needing any time to consider his response. "Me? I'm with you, regardless of what path you decide we should take. We all recognize that we would have died out there if it weren't for you. If it weren't for him," Knight Angleton contradicted him harshly. Nodding in agreement, but continuing, Blackwood said, "Maybe so. But they aren't his troops just yet. For now, they still follow you. If you were to say that we've repaid our debt with our aid during the rest of the assault on the kobolds, no one would disagree with you. However, that being said, if you don't give them a reason to stay together, many will scatter. In fact, unless you specifically ask them not to, most will probably choose to take the oath to House Walker, as they liked what he said." Keeping the surprise off his face, Knight Angleton asked, "And you? Do you like what he said?" Sensing how serious Knight Angleton meant the question to be, Blackwood paused for a moment to choose his words carefully.
I can't say that I disagree with him. While I've always respected the knight's code, I haven't always agreed with the many interpretations I've read about its application. As you know, I was raised in the nobility, so when I tell you that duty and honor should be considered an afterthought, and instead urge you to look out for yourself first, you should know what I mean. Blackwood bit back a chuckle at the grimace on Knight Angleton's face. The man was never comfortable acknowledging the darker aspects of humanity. Instead of letting him respond, he continued, Lord Walker made a point of telling everyone that he wasn't going to lead them or lie to them about what it was they were signing up for. He went out of his way to state his goals clearly and concisely, telling everyone exactly how he intended to use his house's forces. He also basically commanded everyone to think for themselves and figure out what kind of life they wanted to live, as he isn't interested in mindless followers. The young man didn't appeal to their humanity or call in the debts of honor everyone clearly owed him. He made their service voluntary and demanded they understand the inherent responsibility behind that choice. I've heard many speeches from people in authority, nobles, commanders, the general, even my father. But what Lord Walker said sounded more like something one of the founders would have said. For that, people respect him. They want to follow him, to see where his path will lead. Many of them had given their lives to the army, and having that trust betrayed has left him feeling empty. Instead of trying to fill that void, Lord Walker demanded that they take control of their lives and remember that their path is their own. And for that, I respect him. Seeing as Blackwood was finished, Knight Angleton said, While Lord Walker has shown his preference for duty and honor, he's also made it clear that he considers them a luxury he'll only afford himself when he can. If we do choose to follow him, we'll be nothing more than mercenaries. Blackwood scoffed loudly, before responding with a tone full of mockery. And being part of the army was different, how? Having acquired the estate as a reward for his inexplicable, though successful, participation in the noble war between House Dorchin and the city's leadership, Nero was surprised to see so many people happy to see him. He'd been an absentee employer at best, and he'd expected to be receiving glares filled with accusation rather than the worshipful stares everyone was throwing at him. While Vera was pointing out the historical significance of the gigantic portrait hanging on the wall, Nero nodded along, feigning interest in what she was saying. Yet most of his attention remained on the gaggle of servants who were following them around. Through his essence field, he knew they were there, just waiting for the opportunity to be useful. He found it more than a little creepy. Seeing as Vera had reached a natural stopping point in her speech, Nero took the opportunity to change the subject. Hey Vera, I get that you want me to know the house I'll be living in and all, but is this kind of in-depth tour really necessary? Can't I look all this stuff up on the Household Thought Hub, which I'm apparently now in charge of? He asked, sounding rather unsure of whether or not someone had made some kind of mistake. Vera's stern gaze turned toward him as she continued to lead him out of the large empty room and back into one of the central hallways. Of course, my lord. Although a general tour may not be needed, is there anything in particular that you'd like me to clarify for you before I show you to your offices? Rolling his eyes, Nero replied, Vera, seriously, knock it off. I get it. You want me to be serious, and you're trying to set professional boundaries or something by acting like this. But it's really unnecessary. And more importantly, it's never going to work. I'm not going to suddenly start acting like you want me to, no matter how prissy and uptight you act. I'm just not capable of that particular brand of douchiness. Sighing heavily in defeat, Vera replied, Very well. You don't want a tour of your new estate, and you don't want to assemble the staff for a comprehensive review. So, what do you want? Pausing his steps, he felt the crowd of servants circling him at a distance, stumbling to a stop.
Looking over at Vera, he tried to stuff as much sincerity into his stare as he could when he said, "I want you to run my house like you have been, sucking any and every advantage you can for yourself while you do, while not completely screwing me over or making me end up destitute in the process. I want you to continue to be my partner and confidant. I'm, as usual, in over my head, and I need you to continue to explain to me all the things I'm too stupid to see." Gesturing to the servants hovering 20 feet away down the massive hallway, he continued, "For example, why don't you start by explaining how I have an entire super mansion worth of servants already?"
They can't have been from the former owners, as I doubt you'd keep around anyone still harboring loyalty to the Dorchans. The barest hint of a smirk appeared on Vera's face as she replied, "You're the lord of a house on the rise, and plenty of people have been inquiring about the opportunity to join. Through service and loyalty they can advance, and one day earn a place at your side. Well, their children might, or their grandchildren. But the opportunity is there, and many are looking to seize it." Staring at her blankly, he replied, "Uh-huh, right." Taking a step closer to her, he whispered, "And how am I paying all these people? I thought we went over my finances and decided that all of this was unnecessary." Vera snorted and replied, "We did, and it was. But now, everything is different. You're due compensation for your quest from the city, and many people have pledged to sign their lives over to you during the life oath ceremony tomorrow. What's more, the trading posts you tasked me with setting up are making quite a profit. Between the essence crystals we're receiving and the trade goods we're selling, House Walker's finances are more than sufficient to handle filling out your household." Halfway through her speech, she began walking off, clearly expecting Nero to follow her. "You need to understand, Nero. Now that House Verena has pledged allegiance to House Walker as its Dorchester auxiliary, you're now receiving a tithe from my share of profits as well. Nicholas's too, for that matter, though his aren't all that impressive. With the hunting teams Ms. Averitt is setting up, your investments in the arena, and precision shipping, along with several other sources of income I've developed for you, you don't have anything to worry about regarding your coffers," she declared smugly. Nero shook his head in disbelief at what he was hearing. "So people are really just signing over their life savings to me and declaring themselves my followers, fully understanding that I'm going to bounce all over the place and get into trouble for the sake of adventure and expanding my horizons?" Vera replied quickly, sounding almost insulted that he had to ask. "Of course. An opportunity to follow a unique at the start of his legend is something very few will pass up without a good reason to stay on their current path." Nero listened as she continued to drone on about why people were so intent on following him. She covered in great detail how people viewed this as an opportunity for personal growth, and even went so far as to make it sound like they were right to be paying him for the privilege of being his, for lack of a better word, peons. To Nero, it sounded like they were treating it as an apprenticeship or something. Eventually, she led him to his room, having realized how little interest he had in exploring the ridiculously large supermansion he'd found himself living in. The chamber, she understatedly referred to as the master bedroom, was large enough to play a solid game of laser tag. The arched ceiling was tall enough to have shadows hiding murals and floating lights, interspersed between massive chandeliers housing swirling balls of essence. The walls, like everything else in this place, were filled with meticulously carved designs that made the whole room feel unnecessarily fancy. Wardrobes, couches, rugs, lamps, tables, and every other type of furniture filled up the space around the central pedestal that housed his bed. As if they expected him to be some kind of sultan, the bed had a canopy that made it look more like a gazebo than a mattress. At best guess, he'd be able to fit every woman he'd ever been with in that bed, and still have room for all of their sisters. Granted, that number wasn't all that impressive, as some people's might be, but it was still a ridiculously big-ass bed. After sweeping his gaze across the insanely unnecessary master bedroom,
He turned to Vera and asked, "Seriously? This is my room? Does it come with a map? Or do I have to plot a course to the bathroom by studying the placement of the chandeliers?" Snorting in amusement, Vera replied, "As your personal attendants, Ms. Davis and Mr. Cochran will be more than happy to show you around. Be sure to let Mr. Cochran know if you need anything, as he'll be in charge of your clothing and armor. Meanwhile, Miss Davis will manage your other needs." Narrowing his eyes at the two people standing behind her, he asked with a hint of concern, "What needs?" Raising a singular eyebrow in response to Nero's hostility, she replied, "All your needs. Linens, food, your washing, things of that nature. As the personal chambermaid of her lord, she'll also be willing to fulfill your carnal needs, if that's what you're worried about. However, I'd recommend focusing more on your responsibilities than worrying about that sort of thing. Besides, there are trained bedmates in the pleasure houses that would be far more appropriate for that sort of thing." Nero's jaw dropped, simultaneously both shocked and offended at how he was both right in his suspicions and insulted by her misunderstanding what he had meant.
God damn it, Vera. I'm not going to have sex with the maid."
Confused, Vera replied, "Well, of course you won't. I just told you that you shouldn't. You're a lord of a unique house with a rather strong local position. You can afford to pick your consorts with a little more thought and tact than that. Or at least I hope you can. Regardless, try and get some rest. Tomorrow will be a big day, and you need to do your best not to ruin anything with your antics. Be sure to read the schedule I've sent you, and if you have time, look over the estate's introduction packet I prepared." Gesturing to the two people in matching robes behind her, she added, "As I said, if you have anything other questions, I'm sure Ms. Davis and Mr. Cochran will be able to help you." Without another word, she walked off, leaving Nero alone with his new personal attendants, both of whom were looking at him with expressions somewhere between happiness and respect. They were both wearing matching gray robes with teal highlights, which he vaguely remembered being the house colors he'd chosen. Mr. Cochran was just under 6 feet, with an average build, but impeccably groomed to the point that Nero wondered how long he must take to get ready in the morning. His short brown hair was slicked in a perfect part, and his beard's uniformity at approximately 1/2 inch in length must be a total bitch to maintain. The man just looked like he was the kind of guy who sorted his cereal boxes by fiber content. To his left was Ms. Davis. She, on the other hand, looked more like a middle school teacher at a prep school rather than a maid. Her bright blonde hair was in a tight bun, giving Nero no idea as to how long it actually was. Her rounded face and naturally cheery eyes gave the impression that she was there for him. Seeing that she was rather plump in all the right places, just short of being overweight, made Nero have the uncomfortable urge to give her a hug. Seeing as he was not emotionally prepared for this type of meeting, Nero said, "Well, it's nice to meet you both. I'm sure you've both been vetted and are more than capable of whatever it is you're supposed to do here. Lucky for you, I don't plan to be here all that often, and I doubt I'll be needing you to do too much. However, just so you know, if anyone offers to buy your loyalty or pays you to off me in my sleep, always remember that I'm willing to pay more, fight dirtier, and hold grudges better than they will." Seeing their smiles becoming a little strained, he rubbed the back of his neck in annoyance. He really had no idea how to deal with the fact that these two random people were now just part of his life. "For now, I'm just going to take a shower and eat some food I have stored in my personal space. Feel free to go about your business, and do whatever it is that you're supposed to do. I'll be sure to look up the section concerning your duties in the packet Lady Verena sent. When I have something for you to do, I'll let you know. It was nice to meet you both." Turning around, Miro was about to walk off before he paused and asked over his shoulder, So which way is the bathroom?" Both Mr. Cochrane and Miss Davis raised their right hands and pointed off toward one of the walls in the distance. Their unspoken coordination and equally confused expressions nearly made Nero burst into laughter. Luckily, he limited his response to a smirk as he left them there, wondering what just happened. Nero quickly put them both out of his mind, as he was more interested in what the decorators were thinking when they furnished this place. He couldn't understand the point of random couches and tables arranged in circles all over the place. It was like they were expecting groups to gather while waiting for their turn in the ridiculously large central bed. Shaking his head in amusement, he thought to himself, "That's probably exactly what they were thinking when they designed this place." Finding the bathroom wasn't all that hard once he got near it, as the doors were wide open. Yes, doors. There were 2 of them.
Upon entering, he saw a large tiled room with an overhead mural filled with clouds and an essence light mimicking the sun. Thin, beautiful pillars sectioned off different areas while holding up the faux sky. The shower, if you could call it that, was an entire area that had constant gentle rain coming down from the ceiling. On the other side, there were raised areas with stairs leading to various sized hot tubs with steam wafting off them. Then, in the middle, there was a bath that could only be described as a swimming pool. Throughout the bathroom, there were various types of sitting options, including stools, benches, sloped mats, and even couches, all of them waterproof somehow. And then there were the mirrors. So many mirrors. There were hundreds of them, seamlessly integrated into the walls and pillars.
Had he not spent the better part of his day thinking about enchantments, and specifically what they were capable of, he wouldn't have considered how difficult it must have been to set all this up. He was looking forward to delving into everything and figuring out how it all worked. But with the sound of water from the rain room, he had more pressing concerns. Although he did want a shower, he was more interested in finding a toilet. That's when he noticed them. Multiple toilets spread out through the room like stools with holes in them. They were all over the place, and each was incorporated subtly into whatever area they were placed. I guess they don't even bother with toilet paper here. As the master of the house, I'm expected to know how to magically wipe my own ass, he thought to himself with a chuckle. Shrugging away the weird combination of artistic pragmatism of the room, he started taking off his armor, fully intending to christen every part of his new bathroom. After taking care of his business, he took a soak in the magical version of a jacuzzi, ate some food, perused the thought hub, read the estate's welcome packet, and answered a few pings. It was both thoroughly relaxing and surprisingly productive. The downside of all that productivity was that he now had a better understanding of how the citizenry of Dorchester, along with its nobles, saw the new and interesting Lord Walker. An hour later, he walked out of the bathroom with a thoughtful look on his face, ready to call it an early night so he could get some thinking done. Stuttering to a stop, he saw both Mr. Cochrane and Miss Davis standing next to the stairs leading up to his bed, each with a patient look on their faces. They didn't say anything, but he could feel their request for orders coming through loud and clear over the ether. After coughing lightly to regain some composure, he said, Thank you both for whatever it is you did or are doing.
But you can both head out for the night. I'll be fine. Big day tomorrow and all, so I'm just going to head to bed a little early. Is there something I need to be doing before I can get some sleep? Mr. Cochrane replied swiftly and professionally, No, my lord. Lady Verena has asked me to remind you to read the schedule she arranged, but other than that, everything can wait until morning. Good night, my lord. Ms. Davis echoed, Good night, my lord. Then, as if having practiced the maneuver many times before, they simultaneously offered a slight bow and walked away in lockstep.
Seeing that kind of thing in person is just as creepy as I thought it would be when I saw it on TV, he thought to himself. Now alone, he walked up the stairs to his bed and crawled toward the center. Or at least he started to. After a few feet, he decided it was pointless and sprawled out where he was.
Closing his eyes, he sunk into his inner world, resolving himself to a thorough and complete session of self-reflection and heavy thought concerning how he felt about being called the Smiling Death, the Savior of Dorchester, the Hand of the Heavens, and, among other things, the Walker. I should really look into getting some royalties based on how many people are talking about me, he thought to himself sarcastically, doing his best to keep calm and not freak out. Chapter 229. Getting Settled, Mentally and Physically. Archmage Mathers settled into his chair with a sigh of relief. Having spent the day traveling all over Hennings, suffering through meeting after meeting, it was nice to be able to sit down and enjoy some heavens-blessed silence. Despite having gotten around most of the paperwork his newfound position demanded, he was still swamped with work.
Their shadow war with the Tower of Fate, along with the day-to-day considerations he had to deal with, were filling his days with obligations he couldn't ignore. Reaching into his desk, he pulled out a bottle of Boltarian Red, along with a glass. While he still had multiple things he needed to get done today, a glass or two of wine probably wouldn't hurt. After using a simple spell to remove the cork and instantly aerate the wine, he poured himself a glass while thinking, even after delegating most of the responsibilities of the position, I'm still stuck dealing with too many duties. I haven't seen the inside of my lab in days. It's no wonder that old bastard was always in such a horrible mood, he thought to himself. Having just thought of Archmage Jennings, Mathers groaned out loud in annoyance while collapsing deeper into his seat in defeat. I keep forgetting to check in with him, he chided himself. After taking a hefty gulp of wine, he straightened himself up and sent out a request for Jennings to open a connection. If there was one thing Archmage Mathers refused to be, it was a procrastinator. While enjoying his wine, he waited patiently for Jennings to contact him, knowing that the Archmage was currently out of his office. Through the dedicated connection they'd set up, he could look in on the man whenever he wanted. He just usually was too busy to bother. Eventually, he felt the connection request come in from the relay they set up between Dorchester's Tower of Magic and the one here in Hennings. Mathers, if this is about the localized ether collapse, you don't have to worry. I already took care of it, Jennings said in lieu of a greeting. Confused, but not terribly interested in hearing about it, Mathers replied, Oh, that's good then. Well done. Unsurprisingly, Jennings immediately saw through Mathers' bluff and asked, If it's not about the ether collapse, then what's the matter? Has there been an issue with the Shadow War? What have those fate-obsessed idiots done now? Mathers chuckled, somehow comforted by Jennings' ornery nature. It reminded him that, despite currently being the one in charge of the Council of Magic, it was Jennings who was the true power in the tower, and likely would remain so until he either died or ascended. Waving his hand dismissively at the transmitted image of Jennings, Mathers replied, No, nothing like that. Everything is going to plan, and as far as we can tell, the Tower of Fate is still debating how to respond to the rapidly changing public opinion. Granted, they'll have to do something soon, or some glory-seeking young noble is going to propose a reform to the Council of Leadership, and then it will be out of their hands. Nodding in understanding, Jennings replied, All right, then what do you want? Grimacing, Mathers replied, Honestly, nothing. I just haven't spoken with you in a few days, and I haven't had time to follow the reports coming out of Dorchester. The last I heard, the Dwarven ambassador had chosen Dorchester for their experimental city initiative, and since then I've been too busy to follow up with you. Having already known all about the dwarves, Jennings wasn't surprised. What was surprising was Mathers being too busy to pay attention to what he was up to. He'd have thought that Mathers would have dedicated an entire mind partition to monitoring him. All right, I'll bite,
What's got you so busy that you can't watch over me, silently judging me like you usually do?" Jennings asked with a subtle tone of accusation.
Mathers replied quickly, "I don't usually Jennings interrupted him with an angry, "Mathers, spit it out."
Sighing, Mathers replied, "It's just, being the acting head of the Council of Mages isn't as enjoyable as I thought it would be. And I miss my lab." Rolling his eyes, Jennings said, "If there is anyone in the world who can relate to what you're going through, it's me. It's incredibly annoying to finally get the position you've always wanted, only to find out that it is a headache you were completely unprepared for. Why do you think I sent so much of my work your way? Hells below, I pretty much spent the past 100 years perfecting the art of having other people do aspects of my job so that I was free to spend my days tinkering away with my experiments." Mathers, having gotten used to the idea of Jennings avoiding his responsibilities, wasn't remotely surprised. Once again sighing, he asked hopefully, "I don't suppose you'll be returning to Hennings anytime soon?" Jennings narrowed his eyes in consideration as he evaluated Mathers' puffy red eyes and generally defeated demeanor. From what he could see, the poor man wasn't handling being in charge of the Council of Magic nearly as well as Jennings had expected him to. Rubbing his chin in thought, "Considering how obsessed with rules and paperwork he is, I would have thought he would love having everyone reporting to him. Looking at him now, it's like he's already succumbing to age creep," he said to himself sarcastically, mocking the man's tired appearance. Suddenly widening his eyes, Jennings muttered a curse. "Devils and demons, damn that little shit." Mathers, broken out of his thoughts by Jennings, raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "What? Who's a little shit?" Audibly groaning in annoyance, Jennings replied, "Our anomaly. I just, unfortunately, realized what that nonsense he's been spouting about not wanting to be a leader is all about. I thought, well, it doesn't matter what I thought. Just, if you can find the time, track down the recorded scry of his address to his house's troops after the recent battle with the kobolds. Also, I recommend scheduling a session or two with a wayfinder. I hate to say it, but I think we as a people have forgotten what our founders truly wanted for us." Mathers, thoroughly and utterly confused, replied, "A wayfinder? I haven't spoken with a wayfinder in centuries. Why would I need to Interrupting him, Jennings replied angrily, "Just watch the little shit's speech. Then tell me it doesn't sound like something out of the old tales of the founding. You'll see what I mean." Not understanding the connection between the topic he'd brought up and what Jennings was talking about, but not wanting to further anger the temperamental old man, he replied, "All right, I'll be sure to do so. But in the meantime, do you have anything to report that I should be aware of, or that you need my help with?" Jennings's furrowed brow softened, remembering that despite their confrontational relationship, they'd always looked out for each other. "No, I'm fine. Don't worry about my little adventure out here. You just focus on reminding the people I've had dealing with things that just because I'm not there doesn't mean they're not still responsible for the duties I've assigned them. Here, I'll send you the master list I created concerning who I've had doing what. It should hopefully free up some more of your time, allowing you to get back to your lab." Having received the list on his link, Mathers immediately opened it. He could see scores of names, each one a member of the council, and each having been given responsibilities that he'd been busting his ass dealing with since the Jennings had left the city. He'd already known about the Jennings offloading his paperwork onto others, but seeing the true extent of his delegation shenanigans, he felt his face turning red from his blood pressure spiking. "You've had this list the entire time, and those bastards just let me do everything. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to drag each and every one of those smug bastards to the arena and end them. Then, when I'm done with them, I'm going to deal with you." How could you not tell me about this? Jennings, seeing the ethereal waves or essence pouring off his friend over the scry connection, decided that it was a good time to end the conversation. Well, I'm happy to be of help. Remember what I said. I think you'll find it enlightening. Be sure to get some sleep. You look stressed, he added with a smile. As Mathers screamed, "Jennings!" the scry connection cut off, leaving him once again alone in his office. With his fists clenched in rage, he noticed that he had lost control of his essence field, causing a small, localized essence storm in his office. Tragically, he could see that he had inadvertently caused the wine in both his glass and the bottle to boil, completely ruining the one good thing he had going for him on this, his most miserable day in recent memory. Muttering softly, he promised himself, "Yup, I'm definitely going to kill him." Slipping into his inner world, Nero took a deep breath of fresh air. The cobblestone path below his feet was where it was supposed to be, and the sky was still clear of rain. The puffy clouds overhead, along with the bright and cheery sun, gave the forest in his mind an ambiance of tranquility. Yet, there was a pervasive sense of the unknown, a promise of adventure provided by the dancing shadows and the uncertain path in front of him.
Looks like everything is still working, he said to himself as he glanced around at the floating memories hovering all over the place. Rubbing his hands together, he got to work. Instead of just mindlessly incorporating them, he let himself get lost in the recollections, experiencing them all over again from an objective perspective. He rewatched himself giving his speech to the wackos, and the potential wackos. Just as he'd thought, it was just as cringeworthy as he expected it to be. While he could tell that everyone enjoyed it for some reason, watching himself rant like a crazy person caused him to facepalm and promise that in the future he'd make some note cards or something. The only positive he could see was that despite physically being a teenager, he actually didn't really look like one. Whether it was the way he stood, what he was wearing, or just the look in his eye, he looked more like a young man than a 14-year-old brat throwing a tantrum. Looking at it objectively, he could even see how some people, crazy people, that is, might consider what he'd said as inspirational. He then relived the meeting with the leadership of his house, enjoying once again how everyone seemed to know what they were doing without asking too much for his input. Aside from noticing that Knight Angleton was a little more angry about his little speech than Nero remembered him being, he thought he'd gotten his point across well. Most of what he saw was unsurprising, but still noteworthy. Everything he was re-experiencing felt more like shoring up his foundations than progressing further along his path. Besides, being able to consider how he felt about what he was taking away from the experiences was probably more important in the long run than what he'd actually experienced. I need to remember that perception is reality here, even more so than it was in my previous world, he thought to himself with a frown. After he'd caught up with everything that his soul had stockpiled, he found himself at a loss for how he should proceed. He'd thought he would have learned something from watching his rather profound revelations happen from an outside perspective, but that hadn't been the case. Checking his identity panel, he saw that he only gained around 15% of a level. Barely anything. Name: Nero Walker, level 16. Race: human. Growth: 28%. Tier 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 100%. Body: 4. Mind: 5. Soul: 2. Confluence: 11. Stars: 0. Pillars: 3/1. Not that he'd expected all that much from a single day. If he were being honest with himself, he'd have to say that he was still leveling a lot faster than he should be. But
he still had questions that he needed answered. For example, his pillar had acquired a new ability which was supposed to help him harmonize his attributes, whatever that meant. Also, if growth was primarily about figuring out who you are, then why would he need to go out and do anything? Couldn't he just stay in his room and think about stuff? Like a monk? Or a stoner? While he rubbed the back of his head in thought, he found himself staring at the literal path in front of him, wondering what his upcoming life's journey had in store for him. Although he was trying his best to embrace the metaphors and understand how all of this crap worked, it was still really annoying. Pausing in thought, he recalled the offhand comment he'd made to Nick and Quincy about how growth was basically like world-sponsored self-enchanting. By creating experiences and using them to reinforce his identity, he was both giving his life meaning and becoming more himself than he was before. Suddenly, he had a stray thought that made the back of his neck begin to sweat. Have I ever looked behind me while I've been in here? I haven't. Have I? He wondered to himself, while all of a sudden feeling like something vast and dangerous was directly behind him. Slowly, he turned to look over his shoulder to see the path behind him. Widening his eyes in shock, he recoiled from the sight of his path leading off into nothingness. Around 50 or 60 feet away, the path just ended. Or started. Or something. The cobblestone path, the forest, even the sky, it all just stopped. In their place was a solid wall of kaleidoscopic colors that he somehow just knew was outside of the reality he'd been living in. Had that always been there? Or had it just appeared when he'd thought of it? Was there even a point to thinking about it? Muttering unconsciously, he said, I really do come from outside of this plane of existence. I'm like a body-jacking dimensional alien with superpowers. Ripping his eyes away from the incomprehensible sight, he turned around to face forward again, taking deep breaths to keep himself from freaking out.
He already knew he couldn't really move forward or backward along his path, so he was incapable of running away or exploring what he decided would henceforth be referred to as the reality wall. Feeling his knees getting a little weak, he sat his ass down on the cobblestone path and looked up at the sky while trying to regain his bearings. Seeing proof, even if it was metaphorical, of his weird nature shook him to his core. After a bit, he managed to get himself together and start thinking about what it all meant. Looking around, he let his eyes wander over the shadows and trees, reveling in the feeling of the gentle breeze on his face, thoroughly enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Then, like he'd been hit with a duh hammer, he remembered that all of this was in his head, or his soul, or something equally not real. Even worse, it was a representation he'd made up, one he was now finding emotional comfort in. He was, quite literally, calming himself down. Frowning at the thought that he might actually end up going crazy if this world continued not making any kind of real-world, logical sense, he closed his eyes and renewed his promise to himself that he would continue taking things at face value. The last thing he wanted to do was start overthinking things. That never works out well for anybody. What he needed to do was focus on the tangible, real-world things he could control. While he couldn't outright ignore all this spiritual nonsense, that didn't mean he had to focus on it. All he had to do was treat it like a microwave. There was absolutely, positively, no reason he needed to understand how it did what it did. Simply knowing that it did it was enough. The food still got hot, as long as he followed the rules. Don't microwave metal or plastic, and be sure to stir what he was cooking every 2 minutes. Same thing with his leveling. All he had to do was focus on his goals, avoid getting distracted, and respect the grind. Although, aside from his brief stint as an elite trainee, enjoying the personal instruction of Kathleen, he hadn't done all that much grinding. Shaking off the distracting thought, he said to himself, "Doesn't matter. I'm more of a learn-while-doing kind of guy anyway." Standing up, he firmed his shoulders and glared at the path fading off into the distance and the mountains beyond. "My long-term goal remains the same. Big-ass tower. Reality-altering super mage. Adventure." Nodding to himself, he added, "Tomorrow, I'll state my intentions clearly, and if they really want to follow me, then so be it. I decide what being their leader entails, not them. My life is my own, and my destiny is mine to control," he stated loudly and firmly, as if he were daring the metaphorical path before him to disagree with him. From out of nowhere, there was a massive clap of thunder, loud enough to shake the ground under his feet. A strong breeze blew across the forest like a wave, spinning loose leaves and dirt all over the place. Even the sky changed, as though a cloud had passed in front of the sun, casting the entire area in a temporary shadow. Then, as quickly as it started, it was over. After wiping the dust from his eyes, he could see that the sun was back out and the forest had returned to normal. However, the cobblestone path under his feet had changed. No longer was it a small but charmingly enduring path through the forest. Now it was a road. A small one, but a road nonetheless. It had widened considerably, and the stones that used to be randomly sized but well placed were now more uniform and much flatter. No longer were there shoots of plant life coming up in between them. Now, the path looked like it had just been freshly laid by professionals. Face-palming himself, he groaned, "Son of a bitch. My path is now wide and clear. This entire world can just eat a dick." Completely over the idea of putting up with any more self-reflection, Nero hastily ejected himself back into reality, finding himself once again in his massively oversized bed. Feeling the obviously enchanted mattress cradling him like an infant, and smelling the wonderful scent of freshly laundered sheets, Nero easily put all that nonsense behind him, and instead let himself drift off to sleep. As usual, he suffered through a mildly uncomfortable night of images assaulting his dreams and interrupting his rest. Thankfully, since he was back in Dorchester, he was no longer just seeing the life and times of the kobolds. He was now able to catch glimpses of Dorchester in all its glory. He saw average citizens going about their lives, trying to make connections with each other, finding love and friendship. Hard-working men and women dedicated to improving themselves, while putting up with the daily annoyances like work and in-laws. He saw scheming nobles meeting in secret and witnessed the web of connections their houses provided. It was like seeing massive, multicolored roots spreading out through the city, both feeding off it and simultaneously holding it together. But that wasn't all. He also got to see visions of Dorchester's history. He witnessed the failed Dorchen rebellion against Oglevark and the consequences thereof. From his third-person perspective, he was able to see the moment the essence flows collapsed, causing the ether itself to recoil from the material plane. He saw the moment a woman who looked much like the city lord took up the throne. He felt like he could feel the heat on his face as he watched the city burn. Unfortunately, the entire experience was just fractured imagery, accompanied by intuitive understanding and hints. He learned no secrets, nor achieved any understanding of anything remotely useful. When it was all said and done, all he'd gotten out of the experience was a restless night and a slightly improved perspective of what the city was. Sitting up in his bed, he rubbed his temples as the memories of what he'd just experienced settled into his mind. "Would you prefer to bathe first, or would you rather have your breakfast, my lord?" asked a voice from his right. Nearly jumping out of the sheets in shock, Nero looked over to see Ms. Davis standing there, with that motherly yet inviting smile on her face. She looked exactly the same as she did yesterday, and seemed perfectly at ease standing there at the edge of his bed. Panting heavily from the shock, Nero held a hand to his naked chest to settle his heart. "How long have you been standing there?" he asked in a growl. While keeping that understanding expression on her face, she replied, "Not long, my lord."
So, bath or breakfast? Grumbling to himself about annoying ass servants being nothing more than paid babysitters, he crawled his bare ass across the bed. He absolutely refused to be intimidated by the idea of her seeing him naked. If this was supposed to be his room, then he will damn well treat it as such. Walking right past her with his head held high, he said, "I'm going to the bathroom. Don't even think about following me." As he strode off, he tried to maintain as much dignity as he could, despite his current exposure. While he headed down the steps leading down to the rest of the room from his bed's pedestal, he heard Ms. Davis's calm voice reply, "As you wish, my lord. You still have 3 hours until you're needed in the receiving hall. Breakfast will be waiting for you when you return." Not bothering to stop or even acknowledge what she'd said, Nero headed off toward the bathroom for his morning ritual, his head still reeling from all that he'd experienced while he'd slept. "Okay. First, take your morning dump. Then a shower, brush your teeth, and get dressed. There should be plenty of time for coffee. Breakfast. And for God's sake, man, remember to read the damn schedule thing Vera sent you." He mentally yelled at himself while stomping across the room to the bathroom, already knowing for a fact that today was going to suck balls. Chapter 230. Taking the stage to play the part. Lady Vera Salvatore Verena knew she should have been used to this type of pressure. She'd been to innumerable noble events, ceremonies like this included. However, none of that vast experience seemed to help her at the moment. She wasn't unaware of what the source of her anxiety was. She just couldn't do anything about it. For one thing, she had taken it upon herself to plan and coordinate everything, while not technically being the one in charge. The situation itself precluded her usual level of control over events, as her success was intrinsically tied to her new lord's hosting abilities, and it was her new lord that was the real problem. It wasn't all that long ago that she had met the young man, and since then his rise has been both improbable and rapid, in a way that continuously unsteadied her world view. Not that she blamed him for it, not really. She liked him well enough, even thought of him as a friend and potential ally. Had there been more time to get to know him, she more than likely wouldn't have any reason to feel this unbalanced. Yet, fate didn't seem to want to give her enough time to adjust. Whether she was ready to accept it or not, their dynamic had irrevocably changed. Where she had once been in the stronger social position, now she had somehow found herself as the weaker party. She was merely a lady in a house beholden to his. While unlikely, propriety required her to show subservience to him, to treat him as a superior. What made it worse was that she knew he didn't understand the social complexities involved. Not only that, he refused to learn about them. So now, here she was, planning a founding ceremony for him, having to rely on him not to embarrass both their houses in front of the entire city's nobility. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mrs. Warren, the estate manager she had hired for her new lord, approaching. Preempting what she was going to say, Vera asked, "Yes, what is it?" Unflustered, Mrs. Warren replied, "Most of the nobility has already arrived and have been shown to the main hall. Food and drinks are already being served, and from the looks of it, it seems that it was a good idea to err on the side of caution and overestimate how much we needed to prepare." It seems as if most of the city's power base has made an appearance. Unsurprised, Vera nodded briefly before asking, "Anything else?" Stepping a little closer, Mrs. Warren lowered her voice to a whisper. "Yes, my lady.
We may need to deploy more relays for all the potential adherents. The area we reserved for them will likely be insufficient to contain their numbers. Already more applicants have appeared than we have registrations for." Slightly widening her eyes in reply, Vera tried to keep calm. "More? But didn't we post a hard limit on the recruitment page?" Nodding seriously, Mrs. Warren replied, "Yes, we did. However, from what some of the staff have overheard, it seems that Lord Walker's declaration of his house's intent has inspired many people to follow him. There has been more than one comparison made to some of the speeches the first king and several of the founders had made during the founding of Oglevark. The people seem to believe that Lord Walker will be like one of the great legends come again, and following him will see them participating in a new, greater city's founding at some point. They want to experience where his path will lead them." Feeling the urge to rub her temples in annoyance, Vera said, "Well, as long as they follow the agreed-upon precepts, I don't suppose we can just send them away. If they are truly willing to give up their lives to follow him, we have no justifiable reason to deny them. If we did, we'd be lambasted by the public opinion, and they'd probably just end up following him anyway." Her face stoic and calm, Mrs. Warren replied, "That would most likely be the case, yes." Changing the subject, Vera asked, "Have you heard from the evaluators?" Nodding, Mrs. Warren replied succinctly, "Yes, they've arrived with the order's Grand Master. The matter with the charges against Lord Walker has been resolved, and the first payment toward the completion of the quest has already been awarded. Also, it seems that the Royal Academy has decided to certify Lord Walker's status as a unique, bypassing the need for any further inquiry. Surprisingly, the evaluator team has stated their intentions to become Lord Walker's adherents as well." Shocked, Vera asked, "Really? All of them? They're willing to give up their citizenships at the capital?" Replying quickly, Mrs. Warren said quietly, "It appears so. They've also registered their accounts and agreed to the equity transfer. I'm not sure why, but they are adamant about tying their futures to Lord Walker. However, I've been told they are still restricted from acting in support of his efforts here due to their level disparity." Thinking quickly through the ramifications of what she'd just heard, Vera muttered, "Well, of course they would be. That aside, the amount of money they'll be injecting into House Walker's coffers is enough to open up a myriad of future opportunities. As former citizens of the capital, their individual wealth most likely dwarfs the worth of every noble in Dorchester combined." Appearing out of nowhere right next to them, Academian Quincy said, "That would more than likely be true." Stifling their surprise well, both women turned to look at the Academian's smirking face, with equally cool looks demonstrating how unamused they were with the man's sudden appearance. Offering them both a polite nod of apology, Academian Quincy continued, "Now that we've formally left the Royal Academy, I'm free to tell you that we came to Dorchester specifically to follow Lord Walker." Confused, but hiding it well, Vera replied, "But why?" The centuries-old man's eyes looked every bit his age at the moment when he replied, "Because we believe that he sees the world in a way we cannot. So much of what he says and does is dismissed as rhetoric and misunderstood by those who witness it. Yet despite that, we know that there is wisdom behind every one of his actions. Many people in the capital are following his story, choosing to emulate the principles he espouses with his every waking breath. He is known there as the Walker, and his passion for life and unflinching pursuit of his personal goals is nothing short of inspirational. Once, long ago, we as a people were dedicated solely to personal development, coming together to forge a society that stood for individual greatness. We rewarded hard work and success with responsibility, culling from our leadership those who only desired power over others. Somewhere along that path, We've lost our way. The walker is someone who leads from the front. He doesn't require anyone to give up their lives for him, but his very presence gives them meaning when they do.
He's like a bright and shining light in the distance, showing us the way. For that, we will follow him, and in so doing, find our own path through the world.
Stunned at the man's declaration, Vera gulped once to clear her throat.
I had no idea that his legend had already spread that far. Have you all really decided to give up all that your long years have earned, just for the chance to follow him?
Replying with a subtly mocking tone, he said, "What good are resources when our paths are stagnating? Our inner sense of adventure is what drives us, and the walker has made it clear that's what being a wacko is all about." Dropping his serious expression, he changed his tone to forcibly break the moment's tone. "Well, enough of that for now. We have a ceremony to partake in. This is the first founding of a unique house in over 100 years.
People will be watching recordings of this for quite some time, so let's be sure to enjoy it."
Without another word, his form seemed to ripple until he disappeared from their sight. Turning to Mrs. Warren, Vera said seriously,
Let's get those extra relays set up promptly, and make sure everything is in order. We can't afford any mistakes. The eyes of the entire kingdom will be watching.
Nodding seriously in response to Lady Salvatore Verina's words, Mrs. Warren replied,
Of course, my lady. I will see to it personally.
After enjoying a shower in the incomprehensible rain area of his bathroom, Nero dried himself off with one of the 30 or so strategically placed towels hanging all over the place. Shaking his head in amusement, he couldn't decide if whoever had designed this room was a genius or a madman.
Now clean and ready to start his day,
He stood in front of one of the numerous mirrors, trying to decide whether or not to follow the recommendation Vera sent for what he should wear. The schedule she'd sent had him wearing the same formal robes he'd worn to his visit to the keep, this time modified to display his house colors. Unfortunately, she hadn't included her reasoning as to why he needed to wear them. Most likely, she'd just assumed he wouldn't have cared, and normally, she'd have been right. But this time, Nero was trying to think ahead. He'd be on display for the first time in a formal setting as Lord Walker, and how he presented himself would set the tone for how the nobles saw him, not to mention whoever else ended up seeing the ceremony. Much like the time when he'd given his oath to Dorchester, Vera had kept the instructions as simple as possible. Nero could tell she only included what she felt he needed to know.
he really should have read the damn thing before he went to sleep last night.
It would have given him time to formulate some questions and prepare. Unfortunately, he couldn't have, even if he wanted to. His link had been right where he'd left it, on top of his magic satchel, on the floor of the bathroom. Figuring that he might as well get in the habit of using his link, he sent a ping out to Vera, chuckling to himself at both how simple and how unused to the process he was. Almost immediately, the connection snapped open. Vera's presence appeared in his mind like a wall of tightly wound emotions. He could tell she was forcibly suppressing her anxiety and stress, keeping herself calm by sheer stubborn force of will.
Good morning, my lord. What can I do for you?
She asked, somewhat tersely. Nero rolled his eyes at her forced unfamiliarity. I just wanted to know if I really needed to wear the fancy robes you suggested. Like, is it mandatory or something?
Because I was thinking that it might be better to wear my armor, he said.
While doing an amazing job of keeping her anger in check, she replied,
And why would you want to wear your armor? Are you expecting combat?
No, not really. I just think that I don't want to look like a typical noble. After all, I don't plan on being one, now do I? I'd rather present myself honestly. Also, on that note, I'm not going to be using the welcoming speech you prepared. I don't think it sends the right message, he said firmly. Nero could practically feel her emotional control slipping.
Very well, my lord. Wearing noble robes and giving a welcoming speech is merely tradition. If you choose not to follow it, then that is your right. Is there anything else you're intending to change with the ceremony? She asked. He could feel her getting close to snapping, so Nero replied quickly. No, that's it. Thank you for all your hard work.
I'll be what I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there. So don't worry. I'd promise not to embarrass you or anything.
Probably. Not waiting for a response, he cut the connection and then performed a full-bodied shiver. God damn, that woman is intimidating. I could feel the temperature dropping when she wasn't even in the room, he thought to himself. Taking what she had said as permission, Nero got dressed in the new leather armor he'd gotten after the supplies had been delivered. While throwing his link in his pocket, he wondered why no one ever thought of putting them on a chain and wearing them as a necklace. It shouldn't be that uncommon to not have to have it attached to their head. Although most people he'd seen still wore theirs, and he might be wrong in assuming it was just the fashion. Standing in front of the mirror, he ruffled his hair a few times to make it look more effortlessly arranged.
Evaluating himself from a few angles, he adjusted the strap on his satchel so it sat more comfortably on his hip. When he was done, he gave his reflection a couple of finger guns and wink before heading out. Back in his room, Ms. Davis had arranged his breakfast on one of the tables and was now standing a few feet away from where he assumed he was supposed to sit, looking every bit the cliched servant she was. Nero, not knowing how he should treat her, offered her a nod of thanks before sitting down and digging in. While he ate, he did his best to ignore her, as he had more important things to worry about, and a limited amount of time to worry about them. As he powered through his breakfast, he thought about what he was going to say in his speech. He thought about whether or not he should write something down, but in the end decided to just mentally prepare the bullet points and try to speak from the heart. He'd never been much of an over-preparer, and he wasn't going to start now.
By the time he was done, he still had an hour before he had to be in the main hall, wherever that was. Rather than wait and chance being late, he asked Ms. Davis to lead him there. However, the moment he did, the doors to his room opened, allowing Mr. Cochran to enter, along with another woman Nero hadn't met.
Good morning, my lord. May I present Mrs. Tilly Warren, the Walker Estates manager, Mr. Cochran said while gesturing to his left.
Nero could see from the start that the woman had a lot in common with Vera. Her face was both stern and angular, the very image of aristocratic bitch face. Her light brown hair was elegantly arranged in a braid that wouldn't look out of place at a formal dinner. Even her robes were fine enough to make everyone in the room with her feel underdressed. She looked at most 35 or 40, but Nero could just feel that she was likely much older than that. Her bright blue eyes were hard and judgmental, somewhat like a school teacher's,
and her rigid posture made Nero unconsciously stand up straighter in response.
"It is a pleasure to meet you, my lord. The ceremony is on schedule, and guests have already begun to arrive. The call to service has been more successful than we thought it would be, and we've had to arrange a few extra groupings as a result. Most likely, we should still be able to get through everyone today, but we'll have to see how many more last-minute arrivals there are. Do you have any questions concerning your role in the ceremony, or was the prepared schedule sufficient?" she asked in a calm and steady voice, sounding very much like an auctioneer explaining how the event she'd planned would proceed. Feeling a little awkward in the presence of such overwhelming formality, Nero replied, No questions. I'm ready to go, I guess." He saw the barest flicker of her eyes toward his armor as she silently judged what he'd decided to wear.
However, she didn't let her feelings show, even in her essence field. Her emotional control was top-notch, almost robotic.
Very well, my lord. If you will please follow me, I'll show you to the preparatory hall, she said, before turning tightly on her heel and walking off. Nero shared a glance with Mr. Cochrane, who returned it with one of confusion. Thinking to himself, "Sure, apparently I'm the only one who thinks she's wound tighter than a hairball. This is really going to take some getting used to." Walking through the hallways in silence, Nero could feel the ether in the house vibrating with expectations and excitement. The servants he saw barely paused on their way, merely offering him a slight bow before running off to complete whatever task they were doing. He didn't see Nick, Vera, or anyone else he recognized, and their absence was starting to make him nervous. Before long, he found himself waiting in another ridiculously large and ornate room.
This one was filled with just as many chairs and couches as his bedroom, but this time arranged in rows like a meeting room. There were several pieces of art on the wall, each displaying landscapes of Dorchester from various towers and buildings. He'd hoped to find someone he knew waiting for him, but instead found nothing but silence. Even Mrs. Warren didn't bother to stick around. She'd merely told him that the ceremony would start in 23 minutes, and he'd be called to the main hall sometime after that. Without another word, she'd given him a very delicate bow of her head before leaving, closing the door firmly behind her. Considering how large the door was, the sound of it shutting was enough to make Nero flinch. Not knowing what to do with himself, he found himself walking around the room, looking at the paintings. One in particular caught his eye.
It was what he thought might be an oil painting, as his artistic knowledge was limited to a few Bob Ross shows he'd watched while getting high with his friends in high school. He'd never seen a painting this large up close, or if he had, he certainly didn't remember it. Like the others, it was of Dorchester, but something about it seemed different to him. Taking a closer look, he saw that it showed the city at dawn, with heavy shadows contrasting sharply with the reflected light off the tops of the buildings. He could see tiny people shown on the streets, the attention to detail rather breathtaking. Yet something about the painting called to him, urging him to look deeper. Having gotten familiar with delving, and him being who he was, he didn't think for a second about the consequences before reaching out with his mind and connecting with the painting's identity.
As he did, his eyes widened in shock, as not just his mind, but also the painting responded to his essence mingling with the painting. While he could sense what was happening, he could also watch it happen in real time on the canvas in front of him. Like watching a movie reel made up of individually crafted paintings, the scene in front of him changed. It started from the city before dawn broke, the buildings shrouded in shadow. Then, all at once, the first rays of light reached the city, bathing it in a new day. Along with the light, there was an omnipresent feeling of hope and promised potential that rang out in the ether. He could feel it. Somehow, he just knew that this had been painted before the city had suffered the rebellion. Even through the delve, he could sense the potent essence flowing through the city. Whoever had painted this had wanted to show that Dorchester was on the rise, and that it would stand in defiance of the darkness. Then, it was over.
His senses were once again back under his control, and he yanked his mind away from the delve harshly.
Stumbling back from the painting, he looked at the landscape in shock. Never in either of his lives had he felt something so moving and thought-provoking. It was like the first time he'd seen the end of Shawshank Redemption, but 1,000 times more powerful. Had anybody been around, it wouldn't have mattered, as he was speechless. For long minutes, he just stood in awe of the painting, reveling in the memory of what he'd experienced. The painter had imbued such strong emotions into the work. There was pride there at what the citizens had built and what the city would one day become. His internal revelations were interrupted by the sound of the door to the room opening. Reluctantly turning away from his new favorite painting, he saw Vera standing alongside two servants entering the room.
"My lord, it is time," she said in that forced professional tone she'd recently adopted.
Nodding absently, he replied, "All right, I'm ready." As he walked across the room to meet her in the middle, he looked over his shoulder one last time at the painting, still in awe of how freaking cool it was. Turning to Vera, he was about to ask her if she'd ever experienced a painting like that, but he stopped himself. Something about the question just didn't seem right. Either he wanted to keep it to himself for the time being for some reason, or it just wasn't the right moment to bring it up. Regardless, he needed to get his head in the game and focus on the here and now. He was going to be presented as the head of House Walker in front of the entirety of the nobility, while receiving the life oaths of everyone who'd expressed an interest in following him. Before now, it was all in his head theoretical. But now, after today, he would forever be Lord Walker. Ironically named one of the unique lords of Oglevark, with his primary holdings in Dorchester. As he followed Vera through a door on the opposite wall he hadn't noticed, he thought to himself, "Well, it's time to accept my role as a fancy pants. Now I just have to make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of fancy pants I'm going to wear. I'm going to be the Lord Walker, the head wacko of all the wackos." Walking through the doors, his mental pep talk was interrupted by the sight of the main hall coming into focus. Calling it massive would be an understatement. The triangular ceiling was held up by arches supported by pillars running down both sides of the room. Essence lights attached to ornate, shining steel chandeliers ran along the center. While the width of the room was more than impressive, it was the length of the room that really shocked him. It was nearly as long as the throne room in the keep. Maybe longer. Either way, the sides of the room were filled with people in fancy robes, being served drinks from servants holding silver trays. A large open area was in front of what could only be called a throne on an elevated platform. Nero was sure no one would argue if he referred to it as a dais. Nero had come from the side and was being led up onto the stairs toward the center of the dais. To the side of the throne stood Kathleen, Angleton, and the others. Each of them was dressed in their finery, even Knight Angleton wearing a robe bearing House Walker's colors. A memory of someone telling him that Angleton wouldn't be able to wear anything other than armor due to his oaths came to mind, but Nero didn't remember the details. His best guess was that now that he was out of the army, the rule no longer applied, but he wasn't entirely sure, nor was it the time to ask him about it. Regardless, it was only a fleeting thought, as he was more focused on the fact that everyone in the room, hundreds of people, they were all staring at him. Just like when he'd given his oath to Dorchester at the keep, he felt the weight of the moment bearing down on him. Mentally calling up the schedule and instructions Vera had sent him through the link, Nero took his place in front of the throne on the dais. Looking out over the people arrayed throughout the room, he thought to himself, well, if I ever in the future think that being a noble isn't that big of a deal, then the memory of this moment ought to remind me to get my head out of my ass. Trying to maintain a calm, outward appearance, Nero followed the instructions and turned to Vera, giving her a visible nod as he clasped his hands behind his back. From the side of the room, Vera walked over to the area just in front of him below the dais. Nero held back a smirk at seeing her looking so prim and proper. He'd seen the woman roll her eyes enough at him not to be able to take her seriously, despite how professional she looked right now.
Lords and nobles of Dorchester,
We're gathered here today to witness the formal founding of House Walker as a noble house, not merely of Dorchester, but of all of Oglevark. As a unique, Lord Walker will lead his house in service and defense of not just our city, but of the entire kingdom. The men and women who have chosen to follow him today will give up their citizenship to our great city, choosing to forever join their paths with Lord Walker's.
It is a difficult path to give up all that they've built to follow a unique lord into the unknown. Luckily for us, Lord Walker has taken up a quest from our Council of Leadership, pledging to aid us in our time of need. But that service is temporary, and the oaths given today will not be. So, to all you nobles here, and all the potential adherents who are listening outside, I would like to thank you for coming and witnessing this historic event.
Now, to welcome you and to say a few words, I give you Lord Walker, first of his house, and our kingdom's newest unique, she said loudly, projecting her voice throughout the hall with essence. Suddenly, Nero realized that he didn't know how to make his voice do that. Quickly looking over the schedule, he realized he was supposed to be giving his welcoming speech after she was done introducing him. Well, shit. If someone doesn't provide me a mic stand or something, this is going to get real frickin' awkward. Real frickin' quick, he said to himself with no small amount of panic. Chapter 231. It's not what I do that matters. The king sat on the stone bench in his favorite garden spot, rubbing his chin in thought while he mentally reviewed his kingdom. His plan to dismantle the Tower of Fate was proceeding well, especially after the queen and his harem had gotten their hands on the project. He'd known it would have happened eventually. It was an inevitability. However, he'd also hoped to have some more time before they stuck their noses into it. Their plans were rarely, if ever, subtle. The fighting with the centaurs was going well. No surprise there, as the region had plenty of experience dealing with them. His plans for Oglevark's coast were going well. The issue with the Kuchali raiders was being handled like he'd expected it would be. Even the war with Islangor seemed to be progressing according to what he'd expected. He'd seen no evidence of the disruptions to fate that the Fate Weavers and his grandfather's toy had been worried about. In fact, all his plans were going well. Between the fate calculations he'd done and his ability to monitor his entire kingdom, everything was being taken care of. Well, everything other than the matter with the dwarves and Dorchester. That little city was slowly becoming a major source of disruption. It seemed like every day he had to recalculate his plans there. And to make matters worse, its influence was spreading. It all came down to the anomaly and his fateless existence. He'd thought it was simply a matter of the young man not having sufficient presence yet in the ether to be accounted for. But now he was thinking he might have been mistaken. This Lord Walker had been on this plane for long enough that his actions should be able to be predicted. But for some reason, he simply couldn't. The king had been following the events of Dorchester and had witnessed many of the anomaly's exploits firsthand. He'd even predicted a few. So why was it that the situation continually felt more and more out of his control? Why was there such a profound effect on the plan for his cooperation with the dwarves? How had the anomaly's influence spread so quickly through Hennings? And how did the anomaly's status as a unique get confirmed so quickly?
When looked at individually, he could see how each and every event logically followed from the initial conditions. However, taken together, the math just didn't work out. Or, more accurately, it couldn't have been accurately predicted. It was as if the anomaly's presence was an unstable variable, and he had absolutely no idea how he should feel about that. It was both exciting and exasperating in equal measure. Through his perception, he noticed that the anomaly's life oath ceremony was starting, and quickly put aside his contemplations for the moment. He wanted to hear what the young man had to say, unsure if he actually wanted his predictions to come true. While it would be nice to see his efforts proven effective, he also wondered if he could see fate being disrupted if he looked closely enough. As he watched the young man being introduced, he looked over the crowd, sensing their emotional states,
and interpreting their thoughts.
He could see that many nobles were only there to be seen as participants, while others were there to evaluate the potential for their individual schemes to be disrupted. On the whole, the ceremony was proceeding as he expected. Then, the young man began to speak. His presence filled the room like a fog, pressing down on everyone in attendance. It was a surprisingly skilled display of essence control, but what really caught his attention was what the young man was saying. For a moment, he felt like he was listening to his grandfather's words of warnings about hubris and its dangers being played out like a story. It was odd to see someone so young and carefree displaying so much wisdom and self-awareness. It was no wonder the young man was leveling so quickly. He could feel the essence in the hall where Lord Walker was giving his speech becoming more and more turbulent. The nobles were being forced to confront some harsh truths, while the anomaly stripped his own legend down the bedrock. He was surprised to find himself enjoying watching something he hadn't expected to happen in real time, despite how much of an effect it had on all of his schemes. The king knew for a fact that his plans to set up the anomaly as a figurehead or a martyr were now ruined. Hours of his calculations were thrown out the window due to a few spoken words. No matter what he did, the temples would no longer go along with it. He could possibly get the nobility to target the anomaly's sub-house, Verena, but he doubted it. That woman, Lady Verena, was too crafty to fall for that. So, the plan he'd had for economic development was now pointless. Without cause, the nobles wouldn't be looking for outside investment. The Blackwood and Cranston plot was dead before it even had a chance to blossom. Even his recently developed plans to ease the expected tensions between the nobles and the dwarves by pitting them both against the anomaly were looking less and less likely. He wasn't sure how they'd resolve the conflict with their mountain, but he somehow knew that they would. If anything, the dwarves would probably end up assisting the young man in overthrowing the Council of Leadership if he asked them to as payment. Laughing out loud at the anomaly's final declaration, he muttered to himself, "Well, this should prove to be interesting." Thinking quickly, Nero reached out through his link to the first person he thought of, Nick. He put so much emotional weight into the ping that the connection felt more like a bullet being launched through the